these items here, they take it from this individual item, which I'll probably the best thing to do is just write
A bunch of garbage.
Angela, is item 55 going to be obeyed? Here's the sheet right here in front. Stricken. Okay. So it's going to be there's a request to strike. Welcome to stay for the ceremonial portion. Immediately after that, they'll decide what items. This item just works our little grab that sheet of paper right there. Perfect, thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. No problem. Thank you. Thanks for letting me look and see you. Good to see you again. Yeah, that's it. Got it.
That's Ross.
Yeah, that's good to see. All right. How are you? What call? See, I'm sorry, I missed it. I just missed it. I know. But she sits right over there. You guys should work on it. So, that, she sits next to the seat. Pretty busy. This day. Sorry, I missed your call. I
called you personally.
Is it during work hours or?
I think it was after work hours.
About 2 minutes.
Councilman Ross. Yes, sir.
How are you this morning? Good to see you.
You looking good? You the man?
It's Alberta. What are you doing? Yes, it's right here.
Okay.
It's real simple. This just advances, that's backwards, that's the laser pointer, and don't push that. That takes it to black, so this is when it advances. You go here, if you want to go back, you just push this button. That's all there is to it. So.
How you doing otherwise? Good. Good.
All right, folks, if you'd be kind enough to take your seats.
Anytime here.
The May 5th, 2010 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website, at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. As those who followed the City Council meetings know, we have a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system in these council chambers, so should alarms activate, please leave through the exits, and then when our marshals say it's safe to come back in, you can certainly return. This is purely a cautionary instruction. We do it every time we get together just to advise the folks of something that could happen, but we have no reason to suspect or expect that it will. At this time, we'll proceed with the agenda, and would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Chaplain Steve Sanson, Veterans and Politics International, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we're gathered here today to celebrate the men and women that help make the city of Las Vegas great. We have a major fight ahead with this economy, and we rely on our city council to make the right decisions for all of our citizens. Lord, we are in an election cycle to put men and women of our community into power. Before we do this, it's up to every citizen to be informed and educate themselves on the candidates before they cast their vote. The people we put into power will affect their lives. We need to be better stewards at the voting booth and put people into power that are going to put people ahead of their personal agenda. Lord, we cannot make this a healthy community without all of us playing a part and getting involved. So let us also thank those that go above and beyond the call of duty, those who serve us and keep us safe, like our military, police, firefighters, and all of our emergency responders. Help them to do their job by saving lives and giving us a brighter tomorrow. Lord, we cannot do this on our own. We need your guidance and wisdom to do what's right. Lord, we would like to say a special prayer for Officer Ian Deutsch, the courageous Nye County police officer who recently lost his life in the line of duty. Officer Deutsch was only on patrol for 2 days, returning home after a year of combat in eastern Afghanistan with the Nevada Army National Guard. We know that he is looking down on us and all of your brave servants. We pray to you, O Lord, for a better today and a brighter tomorrow. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Thank you. Thanks. Is that right? Okay, fair enough. Okay. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and we're going to move it along because we have a busy, busy morning, but we have a lot of folks that we're going to celebrate this morning. This is the time for recognition of Public Service Recognition Week, a week first set aside by President Reagan in 1985 to honor those employees who serve in federal, state, and local governments. And as we remember those who serve our communities, it's fitting that for our first ceremonial item, our Mayor Pro Tem, Gary Reese, will honor the May Citizen of the Month for giving back to the community. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. It's always a privilege to stand up here and recognize somebody that goes above and beyond, the call of duty. We had a gentleman talk this morning in our redevelopment agency about the unions and what they've done in this community over the last, it seems like 100 years. And we do support the unions and what they represent. Today, our Citizen of the Month, I'm going to recognize a gentleman that has been very, very active throughout the community for the last 14 or 15 years. I'd like to call Lou Salazar forward, please. Is it all right if we talk now, Lou? Lou is a member of the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union. Today we have Brett McCoy here with us. He's the business manager for the union. I was also going to recognize some of Lou's volunteers. Let me explain to you a little bit about Lou. Lou was born and raised in Texas. I thought because it was Cinco de Mayo that we'd have this band out here to welcome you here, Lou. Did you notice that? Cool. Yeah, I thought it was pretty nice. The union members of the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union put together a group of people. Lou was the one that did the work. His supervisor was Derek Storall. Is Derek here? Anyhow, I do want to recognize Tate McGinty, who is the president of the union. But what they have done for the last 14 or 15 years is they went out to a lot of the senior mobile home parks, even apartments where seniors live. And when they have any type of plumbing problems, Lou and some of his volunteers have went out and fixed their leaks or whatever their problems was. And the thing is, at no cost to them. And to me, it's amazing that we have a group of people that would donate out of their paychecks to this fund. And that's what they've done, is the union has supported what they do when they go out. I had a call from, I think it was somebody from the water district, and they say that Lou has saved the water district, millions of tons of water just because of what he does out in the community. We have a video here. Yeah, let's look at this, okay? Let's see the video. This is the new Unreal Mobile Home Park, I believe. And they went down there, yes, they went down and fixed the mailboxes. And while they was down there, I went up to Lou and said that she had a problem with her hot water heater. And so through the union and their help, they went out and bought a new hot water heater and took it over and put it in her mobile home. And while they was there, they went and checked through the rest of the house and fixed the other problem that she had at her house, again, at no cost to the lady.
That's nice.
Lou, whenever they need help, whether it's a Saturday or Sunday or in the evenings, they're always there to help. And Lou, we are very, very proud of what you do for the community, and we'd like to present you with this here. And over here we have this big sign that's going to be out on 4th Street. We'll be up there for the next month, showing that Lou is the Citizen of the Month. I also, we don't have get free parking, have we? No.
We're in a budget crunch here.
We are, as a city, we are going to ask that everybody recognize today in the city of Las Vegas, Lou Salazar Senior Day. So, Lou, this is yours also.
Thank you.
And we also, I have some certificates for his volunteers. I'll read the names. Robert Perez, Jason Perez, Gordon Coles, John Allen, Richard Carello, Amy Flores, John Stearns, Michael Rourke, Mike Fioros, Paul Garcia, Mush Madden, and Jim McLean. Are any of them here? Oh, and Lou Salazar Jr. too. Lou, come up, please. This is Lou's son. Could you make sure all of them get these certificates, please?
I will.
And we really appreciate you, Lou.
Thank you very much.
Lou, can we get you to say a few words?
I just wanted to thank everybody that goes out and helps us with these projects. It's not a one-man job. It's It's a combination of our local, which we have over 2,000 members, and they all contribute, and we all go out and we all help. And this is a project that's going on, and we hope to continue it for a lot longer. Thank you very much.
For our next item, I'd like to invite our city clerk, Beverly Bridges, to take a break from taking the minutes, and please join us at the podium. Today, we want to recognize Municipal Clerks Week and the important role that municipal clerks play in local government. Municipal clerks exist throughout the world and provide a professional link between the citizens and local governing bodies. At the City of Las Vegas, we pride ourselves on being an open and transparent government, and we could not accomplish this goal without the clerk's office. In addition, I can always count on Beverly to keep me straight on procedural matters at the council meetings to ensure we always follow correct protocol. Along with all of her duties here at the city, Bev also serves as president of the Nevada Municipal Clerks Association and will play a big role in hosting the annual conference for the International Institute of Municipal Clerks beginning May 23rd in Northern Nevada. We want to thank you, Bev, and your office for all your hard work, and we have a proclamation to give you recognizing Municipal Clerks Week, and we'd be happy to hear from you about the upcoming conference. Here's the proc.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
The 64th Annual IIMC Conference is being hosted by the Nevada Municipal Clerks Association, and it's going to be held in Reno Tahoe this year. The conference attracts about 1,000 delegates every year to different cities of the United States, and it's from every state in the United States plus 15 other countries. We have delegates from South Africa, Australia, Canada, just to name a few. Every year the conference focuses on promoting continuing education and professional development within our organization. And we also have access to the latest technology which we can bring back to our cities and towns. IAMC was founded in 1947 and works year-round to benefit all of its 10,000 members. They also offer the Certified Municipal Clerks and the Master's Municipal Clerks programs. And I just obtained my master's degree last year. We're proud to... Thank you. I'm very proud to be a member of the IIMC, and I want to thank the mayor and the city council for all their support year-round and taking the time today to recognize our organization. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, for our next item, we do this every year. I'd like to recognize a special group that always finds time to give back to the community. I'd like to ask Glenn Norton of the National Association of Letter Carriers to join us at the podium. Every year, the letter carriers across the country conduct a food drive as part of the Stamp Out Hunger campaign. The food that they collect goes to families in need, and in these tough economic times, the extra help that this food drive provides becomes even more important. This Saturday, May the 8th, the letter carriers will be collecting food across the country, and to learn more about how you can help, visit the website at www.stampouhunger.info. That's www.stampouhunger.info. And I'd like to thank you, Glenn, and all the letter carriers across Las Vegas for their continued work to make this community a better place. And we present you with this proclamation that recognizes May the 8th as the National Association of Letter Carriers Food Drive Day in the city of Las Vegas. Thank you very much for your service.
I'd like to thank Mr. Mayor and the council members for taking the time out as they do every year. I'd like to present you with this T-shirt for our food drive.
Oh, that's very cool.
I hope it fits. And
This is the back.
that is the back. Extra large?
Triple large.
You can wear it. As a letter carrier, I guess I have to thank Lou for fixing our mailboxes out there. I was wondering who was doing that, but thank you very much, Lou and your crew. But seriously, about the food drive, it's this Saturday. We do this every year. This is our 20th year of doing it in the valley here, and we're hoping to raise £1 million this year. We've got a couple special things going on. Number one, it's the easiest food drive in the world. Just walk out to your mailbox, leave a bag of non-perishable items, and we'll pick it up and get it to one of the 20 different food banks in the valley. And number two, you can go to any Albertsons all of this week, and you can buy a prepackaged bag for $9.99, which has all the staples that the food banks really need. And if you do that, that would really help out. And the third way you can donate is to go to any Goodwill store and you can make a small donation there and get your name up on the wall on a piece of paper with our Stamp Out Hunger logo. So if you'd all help us do that and get the word out, tell all your friends to leave food out on this Saturday, and hopefully we'll have £1 million this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Glenn. One question. It's been asked, what do we do with community mailboxes? How do they leave the non-perishable goods there?
Well, you can either bring it to a post office, or you can leave it on top of the community mailbox, and the letter carrier will pick it up.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. We appreciate it. For our next item, Councilman Anthony will recognize a new initiative that's helping us keep Las Vegas beautiful. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my honor today to recognize the Keep America Beautiful Inc. and the latest Keep Las Vegas Beautiful. Keep America Beautiful is the nation's largest volunteer-based community improvement education organization whose network of more than 1,000 affiliate and participating organizations engages individuals in programs that prevent litter and reduce, reuse, recycle, and properly manage waste materials. Through public-private partnerships and strategic alliances with citizens, businesses, and government, Keep America Beautiful programs motivate millions of volunteers annually to clean up, beautify, and improve their neighborhoods, creating safer and more livable community environments. The Keep America Beautiful organization is really based on three philosophies. Thanks. It's based on really three philosophies. The first one is one that's well known in the law enforcement community, and that's called the broken windows theory. And what it basically means is if you take care of the small things in your neighborhood, you're going to prevent your neighbor from deteriorating. So, for example, if you have a foreclosed home in your neighborhood, which we happen to have a lot of in Las Vegas, if somebody breaks out a window in that home and we don't fix it, that tells the neighborhood that they don't have pride, which means you're going to get a junk car, you're going to have criminals moving in, the neighborhood starts to get trash, and it deteriorates pretty quickly. So what you do is if you fix that window, then it shows people in that community that they have pride in that neighborhood, and you take care of those small things, a criminal element is not going to move in. So that's one of the philosophies it's based on. The second one is public-private partnerships. None of us can do this alone. It has to be community members, it has to be government, it has to be nonprofits, it has to be businesses that all work together to make our neighborhoods great. And then it's based on volunteers. Not today more than ever, we need folks in the community to volunteer, to get together, to put their time into making our neighborhoods absolutely beautiful. So that's what Keep America Beautiful is all about. And I'm very excited today to announce the official certification of the first Southern Nevada Keep America Beautiful affiliate, which is called the Keep Las Vegas Beautiful. The mission of Keep America Beautiful complements the mission of the City of Las Vegas and many other agencies and organizations within the Valley, many of whom are members of the Keep Las Vegas Beautiful team. Our affiliate partnership with Keep America Beautiful will be a great addition to all we do to keep our community clean, safe, and beautiful. I want to thank Keep America Beautiful for their vision in Las Vegas. We have worked together on many successful community projects in the past, and I look forward to, and everyone on the City Council looks forward to future partnerships as a new Keep America Beautiful member. At this time, I want to invite Cecil Carson. Cecil, if you come up here. She's the Director of Affiliate Certification, and she's going to talk a little bit in a minute about Keep America Beautiful and the team that's been put together. Cecil came in from the Dallas-Fort Worth area to help me put this together, and I want to thank you for coming in. At this time, I want to introduce the Keep Las Vegas Beautiful team and recognize them for all the hard work they've done over the past 5 months completing the pre-certification process and helping the city become an affiliate member with Keep America Beautiful. So I want to have you come up here. Lisa Campbell, the program coordinator and team leader. Lisa, come on up. Beth Berry with the Public Lands Institute, Don't Trash Nevada. Beth, come on up. Jocelyn Cousins, Bank of Nevada and chair of the Bankers Collaborative. Thank you for coming down. I'd like to have Bob Coyle and Jennifer Simish from Public Services come on up. Bob McKenzie from the Nevada Department of Transportation. Thanks, Bob. Scott Leadham from the Southern Nevada Water District. Thank you, Scott. Tara Pike from UNLV. Tara is not here today. She's probably at UNLV going to school or teaching. Vicky Ozuna and Eric McCoy from the City of Las Vegas Code Enforcement. Come on down. Mary Ann Price from the City of Las Vegas Communications Office. Mary Ann is, okay, she couldn't make it. We also have Scott Black from the LVMPD graffiti investigations, and he may be in court today, so it looks like he's in court and putting somebody in jail. So very good. I'd like now to turn this over to Cecil, wherever she ended up. Oh, there you are, okay. And just talk a little bit about what happened during the last 5 months.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of the Keep America Beautiful Board of Directors and our officers and our 1,000-plus affiliates to welcome you as our newest member of the Keep America Beautiful family. We consider Keep America Beautiful more than just a network and an organization, but an opportunity, as a council member said, to work together to make significant differences in the community. And it is about small actions. We've already heard today some great volunteer activities that fit perfectly into the concept of Keep America Beautiful. When a small group of dedicated people come together, we make huge changes and we sustain and improve our quality of life in our community that impacts thousands. So we are very pleased to be here to officially certify Keep America Beautiful. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the Mayor and City Council for your outstanding support to Keep America Beautiful and our local affiliate in this organizational process, to recognize the pre-certification team that will be moving forward as the official organizational structure and organizing body, and especially to thank Lisa Campbell for her outstanding efforts as the team leader. It's a joy for me to work with someone who shows great leadership and dedication and pulls together the community representatives and each of them doing their tasks. So I'd like to thank Neighborhood Services and Lisa especially for their efforts, and to officially present the certificate on behalf of Keep America Beautiful, officially recognizing Las Vegas as an affiliate today, May the 5th, 2010, signed by our president, Nat McKenna. And just as an aside, I'm real excited to be here in Las Vegas, and I'm hoping we can bring our whole team of Keep America Beautiful affiliates here for a future conference as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and everyone's received a certificate of recognition from the Mayor and the City Council, so thank you very much for coming out.
Bye-bye. Ms. Carson?
Ms. Carson, before you leave, Rossi Rollencotter, who's the president of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, is here, and he's ready to sign you up, okay?
Right, sounds good.
Very good. Okay, for our final two items, Councilman Ross is going to recognize the accomplishments of two groups of young athletes from the Northwest Las Vegas area. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been waiting patiently for this day to honor a couple of great teams. We have in our audience today some of the best and brightest young athletes that the City of Las Vegas has. And today, Mayor and Council members, girls rule. Perfect on cue. I want to ask the Arborview High School girls soccer team to come on down to here, half of you on this side, half of you on this side, as I go through your names and tell everybody why you're here today. Now, that's not how you do it on the soccer field. Oh, you're in heels today. Sorry. Come on down. Half of you over on this side. We got to do this quick. I want moms and dads to get those cameras ready, too, for these girls. Half of you, move down the aisle here a little ways. Half of you right here on this side and half of you on this side. On March 4th, 2010, the Arborview High School girls soccer team won the Class 4A Southern Nevada Championship. They defeated Coronado High School in the Southern State Finals and received their first state title. It is amazing to see the time and dedication that these players put into the game. This team has overcome tremendous obstacles the last 4 years and should be very, very proud of their accomplishments. Moms and dads, if you're here, would you stand up for a minute, because they didn't do it by themselves. There's the moms and dads. Now I need head coach Jay Howard to come up, assistant coach Dave Fish, and JV soccer coach Melanie Johnston Athletic Administrator Greg Wolfram, and I don't think Principal Payden is here today. If you guys are here, come on down here. Are you down here already? Coaches, come on over here. All right, now raise your hand, girls, as I call your name. Amberly Halstead, Tara LeBaron, Sarah Davis, Lauren Scheidel, Brooklyn Davis, Skylar Peters, Kaylin Radana, Mackenzie Karras, Kyla Salazar, Fallon Miller, Julia Garcia, Whitney Gill, Courtney Wiley, Taylor Bonetti, Gabby DeLeon, Tori Rodriguez, Samantha Cable, Mariah Ziegenbein. Did I do that right? Did I do that right? Ziegenbein, okay. I'll practice more. Dakota Olson, Tori Dunn, Danny Radana, Bianca Norman, Ashley Nation, and Alex Levano Harden. Did I get that right? Levano. Did I miss anybody, girls? You're all here? Give them a great big round of applause. First state championship. Now, we've got certificates for all of you, but it was important for me to get you on TV today and get your moms and dads to take pictures of you because this is really spectacular. Coach, here's the certificates. And Coach, would you say a few words about these girls?
First, we'd like to thank you, Councilman Ross, for having us. Mayor Goodman.
Pleasure having you.
And the rest of the City Council. These girls, through the years, have been through a lot of adversity and hard work, and when you come out on top, like we did, with that combination of adversity and hard work, I think the recognition that you receive makes it all the more special. So I know that they were so excited to come here. Every teacher I saw in the hall were telling me all week, and we really appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, girls. Girls, go do it again next year. Thank you. Yeah, do you girls want a picture? Stay right here. Let's get the mayor up front here. Mayor Pro Tem.
Deserve it all, right? These are future showgirls.
That was bad.
Ignore the last statement. Now smile, girls. Moms and dads, get your cameras ready. All right, thank you, girls.
Good job, girls.
Thank you very much. Next year, we're going to do it again. Now, last but certainly not least, on February 27th, 2010, the Centennial High School cheerleaders won the Silver State Spirit Championship in Carson City, Nevada. Girls, come on down here, half on this side, half on that side. And they were there in uniform, too. Come on down here, girls. 21 teams competed in the 4A division from around the state. The varsity cheerleaders also won the NIAA Academic Award for having the highest grade point average of 3.75 and the Silver State Award for community service. Not only are they beautiful, but they're intelligent. Becca Hampton won a scholarship sponsored by the Silver State Spirit Association. Give Becca a round of applause. Now, moms and dads, are you here for these girls? How many parents came? 1, 2, 3. Right on. Take pictures. Okay. I would like to take a moment to show you a video of one of the cheerleaders' performances. Please direct your attention to the monitors.
Where's the audio? Yeah.
Is it better with music?
It is. We're trying to get the audio.
We didn't pay our bill.
Look at that. Is this the routine that won?
No.
Oh, there are better ones than this?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
I think it's the next one. That one.
Oh, this is the one that won. Okay. on, look at that. Now tell me if these girls aren't athletes. Is this incredible or what? Was that? These girls put in a tremendous amount of hours in practicing and performing at games, assemblies, and competitions. The 2009-2010 varsity squad consists of 16 girls, 5 seniors, raise your hands, girls, seniors, and 11 juniors. Juniors, raise your hands. That's not very high. Please help me recognizing this great team of cheerleaders from Centennial High School. Tori Altrachet, raise your hand. Jessica Cook, Crystal Cook, Kelly Shiznuski. Did I get that right? Shizneski, okay. Kaylee Dertina, Dominique DeVilvis. How'd I do on that one? Okay. Missy Greenbaum, Becca Hampton, Carly Hughes, Carissa Kimball, Breezy McCulloch, Chantel Scarlett, Natalie Schwabel. What? Schwabel. Okay, sorry. Caitlin Stanley, Emma Tagliaferri, Amanda Williams, and I'm going to need their coach down here, Karen Spencer. Are you here, Karen? Come on down here, coach. They didn't do this by themselves. Principal Day, Trent Day, are you here? He's already standing down here. Great. Both of you come on over here, coach. You got a few words to say about these girls?
First of all, I want to thank all the parents that came out and supported us, and not just today, but all year. Your support that I've known many of you for 4 years is incredible, and thank you. And I also want to thank our administration. We couldn't be here where we are without them. They help us maintain our practices and our facility, and we are very appreciative of that. And I also want to thank you for inviting us here, and Michelle Thaxton for our many emails going back and forth and getting this organized. And also thank you, Mayor Goodman, for having us out here.
It's great having you.
Appreciate it. But they genuinely, this is a great group of girls. I've never had a group, really, they just genuinely like each other. And I think that's part of the reason why we did so well this year. So thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Coach. The reason I mentioned those juniors is because next year you'll do this again, won't you? And we'll be doing this all over again. Now before you walk away, we, of course, we need to get pictures with the mayor and the council, but Principal Day told me earlier today that not only are you guys champions, but he reminded me again that their ROTC program is, again, #1 in the nation at Centennial Hills High School. Absolutely amazing. So come on, gather in here, girls, around the mayor, and get a picture.
Not saying anything. So there is a never-ending supply.
Thank you, girls. Thanks, moms and dads. Thanks, girls.
Oh, good seeing you. Good seeing you. Nice seeing you.
Okay, thank you. We have a very busy morning schedule with a lot of important people who will be making presentations, so we want to get this going. I do have an announcement to make. We're very much like a family as far as the council is concerned, and we celebrate happy occasions and, unfortunately, sometimes not so happy occasions. But today, I wanted to congratulate Councilwoman Tarkanian on her birthday. It was April the 28th, and I will tell you this. The councilwoman is walking with a spring in her step. She's sprightly, and I've never seen you look so good, Lois, so that's great. And another announcement, and that's the only reason he came to the council meeting, because you noticed that he wasn't here for most of it, is Councilman Wolfson's birthday.
Wolfson. 7 years to get my name right, man. Wolfson.
Councilman Wolfman. His birthday is coming up, May the 9th. Happy birthday.
Never ends. Never ends.
We'll take a picture of you for our newsletter.
Good. 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 How you doing? Good. Yeah, I know. We We're on the elevator. Here we go. Okay.
Thank you for what you do. You guys are great. We want to keep you happy. You guys, believe me, you're the best. There's no better than you guys. I mean that seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You guys are the best.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Really, thanks for doing it.
Called once, twice, and then I called you back.
Sorry, I was going to talk to you. It went away, but I was.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't want to bother you. That's what I
Anything to do with me? Anything to do with me or not?
No. I had a friend that had a civil issue.
Oh.
And it turned out they didn't want to.
Okay. Call me anytime.
Oh, I appreciate
Okay.
it. Sorry, I was going to talk to you Monday. I got your message. I figured I was so swamped up.
Remember that other time I asked?
Right.
All right, we're going to try to move this along so we don't have to inconvenience folks who are coming down here to make presentations to us at our invitation and are giving us part of their very busy day. Okay, we all set? Need one more.
I wanted to show you the language in that MOU real quick. They would take a position of neutrality.
Okay. All right. Need one more council person.
That's it.
We have it. All right, we're all set. Item number 11, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 40 is agreement with the State of Nevada Department of Health and Human Services Division of Welfare and Supportive Services. Staff's asked to strike. And item 55 is proposed fee increases for sports fields, safety, and seasonal camps. The staff's asked to strike that one also, and I have no understanding why. But that's what is on the sheet. So I make a motion to bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please. Are there any others?
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 12 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the City Council meeting of April the 7th, 2010. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. No addition or deletion. I make a motion for approval. Please vote the minutes.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I was not in attendance at the last meeting, therefore I'll be abstaining from that item.
Have you read the minutes?
I haven't read the minutes.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let's vote, please. Post?
I pushed it 3 times.
Motion carries. Thank you. Items 13 through 47, with the exception of item 40, are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward from the consent agenda at this time? All right, hearing none, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to approve items 13 through 47 with the exceptions of item number 40 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post?
I licked it.
Motion carries. Thank you. Councilor Barlow, did you want to vote on that last one? Okay, it didn't come up. All right. That'll show a yes for Councilman Barlow. Thank you. All right. Item number 48, a report from various local business sectors, organizations on the current state of the economy in Southern Nevada and its effect on their industry and business operations. Before we hear from Ms. Fretwell, I would just like to say that I want to thank those folks from the private sector who are going to be making this presentation. I realize that you have a lot of important things to do, but we felt as a city council that it was very, very important for us to hear from you as to the status of the economy. So when we're making our judgments and making our calls, that they're going to be based on not just what happens as far as the public sector is concerned, but also as they would relate to the private sector. So with that in mind, Ms. Fretwell, do you have some introductory remarks?
I do have a few brief remarks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Obviously, this item is to provide you kind of an update on the status of the private sector economy. We've tried to select key groups in our community. Unfortunately, a couple of the individuals that we invited were unable to attend today. But what we'd like to do
from a process standpoint, Mayor, is have Tom Perigo, who is the Deputy Director of Administrative Services and also our Chief Sustainability Officer for the city, go over some brief remarks about the current status of the overall economy in Southern Nevada that I think will be informative to the rest of the presentations. And then we're going to have short presentations from Mike Bonner, who is the Chairman-elect for the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. We will hear from Rossi Rollencotter, who is the President and CEO of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. We had hoped to have Keith Smith here today from the Nevada Resort Association. He had some unexpected travel come up. He was unable to attend. We may be able to get some data for you that we can share with you in briefings regarding their status in the coming weeks. We also are pleased to have Jeff Victor here, who is the president of the Fremont Street Experience, to give a brief presentation on the status of gaming, particularly in downtown, but he may be able to shed some light on the gaming industry in general as well. We have Randy Highland, who is the Board of Directors president, and Steve Holloway from the Associated General Contractors. Thank you all for coming. Irene Porter, I believe, is here, although I didn't see her.
Right over there.
There she is. She's hiding over there. Irene Porter, who's the Executive Director of the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association, will also give us a brief presentation. That'll be followed by Devin Reese and Sean Fellows from the Greater Association of Las Vegas Realtors. And then we'll have a little wrap-up by Jeremy Aguero, who you've received presentations from before regarding Southern Nevada's economy and its relevance to our situation financially. I think this will be a nice lead into the next item, which is an overview of our fiscal forecast model for the next 6 months that we will use to finalize our budget that Mark will be giving as a part of the next item. So I'd like to turn it over to Tom unless there's any questions of me, Mayor.
I don't have any questions, Ms. Ratwell, but I will say this. Because of the time limitations on our guests, what I'd like to do is I'd like to suggest that if there are any questions after there's an individual presentation, that we can take those, recognizing that the others do have commitments that they're going to have to leave, and let's try to keep it brief. And then at the conclusion of all of the presentations, of course, we'll open it up for comments or questions on a general basis by the council.
I did forget to mention that we invited Danny Thompson to come make a presentation from the labor point of view. He was also unable to attend today, so we'll do our best to get that data together for you and provide it to you in private briefings.
And I understand that Mr. Joe Woody was invited as well, and he suffered a loss in his family, and we send our condolences to him because he's been a real supporter of the city, and he had great input on the next matter, which is item number 49. But expressing ourselves on behalf of the entire council, we send our condolences to him.
Thank you.
Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good morning. Tom Perigo, Administrative Services. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of the local and regional economic conditions, and I need to point out that the slides that I'll be using are courtesy of Moody's Analytics. A big part of the story, let's see, is what are households doing with money that's left over after they've paid all their bills, assuming that in these days that we have money left over. But the question is, how are we spending the money? And what this slide shows is that saving rates are going up significantly. And that compares with the boom years where people were spending more than they were saving, in fact, borrowing in order to fuel their spending habits. And part of that was driven by the sense of wealth, because household net worth was increasing during those years because of home equity, investments, low unemployment. People felt comfortable spending money. That's not the case today, and what we're seeing is people saving more and paying off their debt to improve their household net worth and, in a sense, rebuild their nest eggs. So the bottom line is spending is not going to lead the economy, and that's particularly significant for Las Vegas because much of our economy is driven by discretionary consumer spending on items such as travel, entertainment, dining, retail sales. And of course, much of our tax base is tied to that spending as well, and so as a result, we've had a very volatile tax base over time. So what's happening generally with the recession? What we're seeing is what some people are calling sort of a moderating recession. It's starting to lose a little bit of steam. Now, that doesn't mean that we're in a recovery. What it means is that the pace of job loss is slowing, but we're still losing jobs. The weakest labor markets remain in the West and the Southeast. Housing, manufacturing, and finance incomes were hit particularly hard, and this is impactful, of course, for the Southwest, California, Nevada, and Arizona, where we see the loss in that income in the housing sectors. manufacturing in the Midwest, and finance in California and New York. So we're starting to see a little bit of recovery, though, in the Midwest, and that's beginning to spread eastward and in some isolated pockets in the West. But you'll see California, Nevada, Arizona still in this what we're calling a moderating recession. We're still on the downward side, but it is the loss is slowing. And we still see some risk in the housing markets, in particularly in Nevada, California, and Arizona. And what this means is that they're predicting that the new peaks in employment, the time when employment gets to the next peak, is going to be long and slow, 2015 or later. Now, what this slide shows is cities in the Pacific Coast area and where they stood in August of 2009 in terms of job loss. And essentially, if you're above that diagonal line, we're seeing some slowing of the recession. If you're below the diagonal line, we're seeing some momentum for an accelerated recession. And so these cities in August of 2009 were sort of along that diagonal line, which means they were kind of in a steady state recession. We fast forward to February of 2010, and we start to see some improvement. Again, it's just a slowing of the recession. It's not necessarily recovery. We look at the same analysis for the mountain states, and you can see that a lot of those cities in August of 2009 were above that diagonal line, still in a recession, but some signs of it slowing. Las Vegas lagging all of those cities. And we fast forward to February 2010, and we start to see some improvement in those western cities, just like the Pacific cities, but Las Vegas, again, lagging behind those cities. And then we put it all together, and you can kind of see the position of the kind of western states. And the star is the U.S. So the western states are a little bit lagging behind in terms of a moderating recession to the country, and Las Vegas continues to lag those states. And it's for those reasons, because we're so dependent on that discretionary spending, and it's going to be a while before we see that spending coming back. So what does the future hold? Most analysts I talk to expect the population change to be positive. It's slow, 0 to 1% over the next couple of years. But over the next 4 to 5 years, we'll see that growth come up a little bit, but nobody's seeing it advance beyond 2, 3, 4%. Nowhere near what it was back in the 90s and early 2000s. In terms of employment change, we're looking at, by the end of this year, a loss of 1.5 to 2%. Of course, that compares with 6 to 10% the last couple of years. So again, a slowing in job loss, but still job loss. And by 2011 and 2012, most analysts predict that we'll start to see the economy come back. Now, most analysts I talk to aren't quite as optimistic as this Moody's projection, which shows 3% growth beginning in 2012. Most analysts are thinking somewhere along 0 to 2 or 3%. So with that brief overview, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bonner from the Las Vegas Chamber.
All right, thank you, Mr. Perigo. Any questions of Mr. Perigo before we hear from Mr. Bonner? Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bonner? Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the Council, I'm Mike Bonner, and I'm Chairman-elect of the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. Very pleased to be here today, and want to note that our Chairman of the Board, Kristen McMillan, would have been here, but due to a conflict that she could not avoid, I won't be as eloquent as Kristen would be, but I'll try and get a few points out to you. Just before I make some remarks on behalf of the Chamber, though, I would like to take the opportunity to just very briefly introduce the Chamber's new President and Chief Executive Officer, Matt Crossan. As many of you know, the Chamber has been led for many years by Kara Kelly, and she announced her retirement last fall. The Chamber embarked on a nationwide search using a well-respected search firm, and we went looking for somebody who we thought could bring impeccable credentials, great talent, and really help the Chamber in serving its membership, which we believe will help serve the city of Las Vegas and our community in which we live. We were very fortunate to locate a gentleman who's standing right behind me, Matt Crossan. Matt served for 16 years as the Chief Executive Officer of the Long Island Association. Long Island Association is an organization somewhat similar to the Chamber of Commerce in terms of size. The Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce has 6,500 members. The Long Island Association is similar size. During Matt's tenure with the Long Island Association, he helped bring a lot of changes to that community and to the Long Island area, including bringing technology, working with the community, working with representatives not only of the business community, government, but also labor. And that was a particularly attractive issue for the Chamber of Commerce when we embarked on our search. Matt, by training, is a lawyer. He served as the administrator of the state court system in New York. He was assistant counsel to then Governor Mario Cuomo. And Matt has embarked with the Chamber's support and direction to begin meeting with civic leaders, governmental leaders, business leaders. He had the opportunity, Mr. Mayor, to meet with you before you spoke to our membership last week. We think he's going to bring a tremendous amount of skills, energy, intelligence to the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce, and we really believe he's going to be an asset in helping our community move along. So if I could just briefly have him say hello to you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bonner. Mr. Crossan, welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members of the council. I am excited to be here and honored to have been chosen for this position. I want to bring as much of my experience in my working life to bear for the benefit of this community as possible. I look forward to working with all of you, with the business community, all the remainder of the governmental community, and with labor and education to improve this whole region. So thank you for your welcome. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
Well, again, on behalf of the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce, we're very honored and pleased to be here. As the council members may be aware, the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce today represents 6,500 members. Our membership covers 200,000 employees in our community. The Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce is the largest business organization in the state of Nevada. We are the third largest metropolitan chamber of commerce in the United States. 85% of our members, while we bring members from large companies and small, 85% of our membership is small business. As you may well be aware, small business historically in the United States and in our community is the backbone of the economy. It has always been, and it is one of the parts of the community that has taken the biggest hits during this recession. As you heard just a moment ago, there's tremendous statistics. We're all aware of them, but I'm just going to mention a couple of them to refresh your recollection. In March, the state of Nevada announced that our statewide unemployment rate had grown to 13.4%. The state lost 4,300 jobs just from the prior month. Nearly 200,000 jobs have been lost in Nevada since the beginning of this recession. We stand now, Nevada's jobless rate stands second only to the state of Michigan on a national basis. No segment of the economy has really escaped the effects of this downturn. During the recession, the members of the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce, representing this community, have endured many difficulties, and those difficulties have covered all the industries represented by both our membership and by this community, such as the gaming industry, the food service industry, real estate, banking, healthcare, construction. There is no segment of this community that has not been touched by the recession. Survival has forced businesses to operate more efficiently with fewer resources and a smaller workforce. Some of our members of the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce have had to close their doors. They've had no choice. They could not make it. Others have cut jobs, reduced salaries, and suspended benefits just to survive. This is occurring regardless of the size of the business of our membership. Large businesses and small have been impacted. Many of the business leaders and the people that run our businesses that are members of the Chamber of Commerce have had to make very tough decisions. And they're decisions that are not easy. They impact not only the business, but the human beings that work for those businesses. In many cases, private sector has no longer been able to make this pay the same amount of money in terms of base compensation, and has been able to, and has in many cases had to give up on benefits, and in cases reduce benefits. Simply making payroll every week for small businesses has been difficult. In addition to payroll and benefit changes, companies have had to evaluate every aspect of their business. All operating expenses have had to be looked at. The businesses that today are able to survive are the businesses that have scrutinized the expenses and have had to make difficult decisions in cutting overhead and expenses. But by making those decisions, the businesses have been able to survive. And in surviving, they have been able to preserve jobs. Absent that type of business acumen and tough decisions, the unemployment numbers that you've heard both here and in the prior presentation and that you read about in the paper every day that occurring here in our community would be worse. Employers and employees have come to an inescapable conclusion. The business environment in which we live today, in which we work today, is significantly different than what we enjoyed in the past. Now, looking forward, some of our members, and I will admit it's a very small group, but some of our members are beginning to see the seeds of recovery. However, for most of our members, we cannot predict exactly when the recovery is going to begin to happen. You heard some great statistics on what experts think. You know, small business, large business, they look at this and they experience what they have to every day. But I will tell you that we at the Chamber of Commerce are optimistic about the future of our community. But we need to be realistic about the future and what the economy holds for us. We have been able to utilize and provide services, outreach services to our members to kind of help them survive, and we will continue to do that. We look forward to working with the entire business community, with government, with all aspects of this community to try and work together for the benefit of our membership. We are optimistic. I'm a native Las Vegan. I've lived here all my life. Many of the members are both longtime and newcomers to our community. We look forward to the opportunity to work together. We will work together for the betterment of our community. There will be tough decisions to make. Our business membership will have to make those tough decisions to survive. We're confident that together we'll embrace this and we'll get through it.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. Your comments are virtually reflective of a mirror image of what we as a council and as a city are going through ourselves, so we appreciate that. Councilor Russell?
Mayor, and I'm going to probably ask everybody who gives a report on the industry this question. As you guys come up and give your reports, Mr. Bonner, I'm going to ask you, representing the chamber, I as a city councilman, what would you tell me as a city councilman or even as council as a whole? What can we do to help? What would be our role to help this situation? And all of you, as you give your reports, if you can summarize the end of your report with what we as a city council, local government, can do to help in these times.
Councilman Ross, I think what we would recommend, just as any good business owner would recommend, which is become well-informed, take stock of all the information, be prepared to compromise, make tough decisions, but with a broader outlook at what has to be done, and and make it an informed decision, and that's what I would counsel the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can, I think we as a local government and all the local governments in Southern Nevada really need to take note that we need to do something different. We need to be more aggressive. We need to do everything we can to assist every industry in Southern Nevada to be successful. Thank you, Mr. Bonner.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bonner.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next speaker is Mr. Rollincotter.
Your Honor, I have a question for Mike, if you didn't mind.
All right. As I say...
we're going to move it along.
Please. No,
Mike?
I don't direct that just to you. I'm just saying generally.
Thank you. Real quickly, Mike, I appreciate you being here. I'm not a native Las Vegan, but this August will be 30 years that I've been here. And I remember for many, many years always hearing that about 6,000 to 8,000 people a month were moving to Southern Nevada. And, that was a surprising statistic. Whether it was really that many or not, I don't know. But then I recently heard, perhaps in the last year or two, that number dropped significantly to maybe even a net loss. Are you familiar with those statistics at all about people moving to Southern Nevada?
Councilman Wolfson, like you, I have also read some of those statistics, but I will tell you, you're going to hear in a little while from one of the top statisticians in America, Jeremy Aguero, and I'm sure he'll probably address that in his remarks. And he can speak to it far more authoritatively than can I.
Okay, and then here's a tougher question, and then I'll be quiet. And I don't know if you can answer this, Mike. I'm kind of putting you on the spot. But do you think that the public sector, i.e. us up here as a city council for the city of Las Vegas, is that much different than the private sector in the sense that you said that the small businesses, in order to survive, have had to scrutinize their expenses and expenditures to survive? Do you think that public sector is any different?
Well, I think there are certainly differences between private business and the public sector, but I will say, by and large, as a businessman and as a lawyer, I would think that many of the basic metrics with which the city has to evaluate and operate itself are very similar to the private sector. I mean, There are expenses that have to be paid. We need to have revenues to supply the source for payment of those. So I say there are clearly similarities. There are clearly significant differences.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Mr. Rollingoner.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council,
morning.
and thank you for allowing us to present to you today. As you know, the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority is responsible for the marketing and the branding of Las Vegas and Southern Nevada, so that's our primary job, and the importance of that is because it is about jobs. About 235,000 people today in Clark County are directly employed in the resort industry, another 20% indirectly. So what happens with tourism and conventions and gaming certainly does impact the entire economy of Southern Nevada. I'm going to give you three kind of quick overviews. One, where we are with the numbers and statistics and the trends. Number two, what the LVCVA has had to do to overcome our shortfall of room tax revenue. And three, to give you a little bit of information as to some of the positive signs and some of the trending that we're seeing. But if you look at what happened in 2009, and this is the greatest recession ever to hit Las Vegas as well as the country, and so we've all been under this. And travel, because it is discretionary, has been hit even more throughout our country. But last year we had a 3% decline in the number of visitors. When you look at the other destinations, those numbers were a lot better than other places in the country. But during that period of time, we increased our room inventory by 8,000 rooms. In fact, we increased over the last 2 years our room inventory by 12%. And for every 1,000 rooms that we add in Las Vegas, we need to increase our visitation by 200,000 people to maintain the same levels of occupancy. So as more inventory came on board, the demand for more people was even greater. Our citywide occupancy was about 81.5%. We consistently stay about 25 points ahead of the national average. So in a declining market, we still maintain market share and probably picked up a little bit. And that shows the strength of the brand of Las Vegas as a destination. But the other number is the one that's more critical for all of us and for the hotel properties as their profitability and their bottom line. Average daily rate was off 22%. Our leisure customers are spending 15% less than they did prior to the recession. Our convention customers are spending a third less. So they're here. We have people in the destination, but they're just not spending as much money. Discretionary dollars are not there, and so we have to keep looking at, especially the room tax. In-plane, deplane passengers at McCarran, again a decline there. As a result of the recession, Las Vegas lost about 13% of the total number of seats coming into the destination. Prior to 2008, half of our visitors came in by air, half of them came in by auto. That has now shifted to 54% by auto, 46% by air. We have definitely been impacted by U.S. Air withdrawing from the marketplace in large numbers of flights. And so for us to advance and fill the rooms at the levels that we did pre-recession, we need to bring back those airline customers and those airline seats. We have a cooperative effort with McCarran Airport to do that. We've been meeting with domestic carriers as well as international carriers to try to bring some of that back. On the positive side, average daily auto traffic from Southern California and all roads leading into Las Vegas has seen an increase. In fact, in Southern California, 11 of the last 12 months, we've seen increases, and so that is a positive sign. That also reflects the recession because people are taking shorter vacations closer to home, but the value proposition that the hotels are giving to our visitors has never been greater. This is the best time ever to come to Las Vegas, either for a vacation or for a meeting. We're now in the midst of, just as the city and the county are in the midst of putting together our 2010-2011 budget. This just gives you a graphical demonstration of what's happened with room taxes. For fiscal year 10 and fiscal year 11, we're projecting a flat $150 million in room tax. It takes us back to the levels of fiscal year 04. So our ability to fill those rooms is being impacted by the fact that our revenue streams are lower. 80% of our revenue is room tax. 20% comes from the rental of our facilities, and so it's important that we get those room tax and average daily rates up. Again, just showing you the net impact. Back in fiscal 2008, the 7-8 fiscal year budget, we had a $221 million budget from room tax. That's at 150, so we have lost $71 million in room tax revenue that we had projected to go forward based upon previous levels of business. Now, that also impacts all of us who live here in Clark County because we retain about 40% of the room tax. The other 60% goes back out to the community for roads, for parks, for recreations, to the cities and to the county. And so as our room tax revenue declines, so does your revenue streams when it comes to the amount of money that you share off of the room tax itself. Next. So what did we do over the last 2 years? I just wanted to walk through some of the things that the LVCVA had to do in order to counteract our reduction in revenues, not only by room tax but in our building revenue. We have had a salary freeze for our management. Our executive staff has not had a raise for 3 years. Our management staff for 2 years. We've had a hiring freeze for 2 years. We have a 15% vacancy factor. We have 86 open positions right now. We eliminated long-term capital funding, so we only took care of those needs short-term in our buildings to take care of our customers. We managed our cash flow with the Nevada Department of Transportation's bonds. As you recall, that the legislature 2 years ago, we committed to funds for the I-15 expansion, the expressway lanes, and so we worked with them as to when we needed to take down the bonds to help our cash flow position. We've done departmental budget cuts wherever we could. Prior to the recession, we were in a major $890 million renovation expansion of the convention center. We finished the pre-expansion work, but we stopped construction because of the fact that we could not take down any additional debt. That's in 3 phases. When this recession is over, we'll go back into that plan, but we had to reduce that. We eliminated and suspended our grant programs to the community itself. We made operational changes. We eliminated a graveyard shift within our organization. We had a voluntary separation program. We drew down our reserves to be able to have an ending fund balance that was positive. We reduced that fund balance, and then we've had employee furloughs for the last 15 months based on business decisions. And so when we had the most activity in our building, everybody was fully employed, and we didn't have any furloughs. When we've had downtimes, we've done that. So that's how we managed the cash flow itself. Let me go through this. I just needed to get through those. Again, this just reflects the reductions in the operational budgets of the LVCVA. I point to 2 things: the marketing and the advertising, which is critical to bringing people in. We've had to reduce both of those: marketing by 21%, advertising by 19%. We are being more efficient in what we're doing with our advertising buys and our strategies with our sales efforts, but we have had a definite impact there. So where do we go from here? I talk about 2 things to look at. First of all, it's unemployment. We need to continue to monitor the unemployment numbers in the country. People who are unemployed can't travel, and so we need to do whatever we can to enhance employment, not only in Clark County but in the state, but nationwide. And the other is the Consumer Confidence Index. This is one that we have been watching very closely. Right now it's at about 58. You can see we're the high of 110. At 90, people are confident. They feel good about themselves. Employment numbers are usually good at 90. That's when we think that it's going to start to turn, so we'll need to look at that number. At 100, we really got the economy moving and the economy going. But it's all about the confidence that people have in themselves and in the economy. A couple of bright spots, because the mayor always asks us about the bright spots. We do have a few of those. Of the 4 of the last 5 months, we have seen an increase in visitor volume. As I indicated, we have people here. We have more people here. They're just not spending as much money, so that impacts the economy. Consumer Electronics, when they were in here in January, had a 6,000 delegate increase in the number of people. The Magic Show, which is the men's apparel show which is here, they sold 15% more exhibit space at our building. The National Association of Broadcasters, which was here 2 weeks ago, they had 8,000 more attendees. So we're starting to see some of that turnaround. I talked about the auto traffic from Southern California. The booking patterns and pace from the hotels for the 4th quarter of the year are coming back. The 1st quarter of 11, they look very strong. Yesterday, we signed 6 years of leases with the National Hardware Association, which is in our building, which is very positive. That's 30,000 delegates over the 6 years of those leases. That's $170 million of non-gaming economic impact and jobs for Las Vegas. So the strength of the brand, my staff is booking into the year 2022 and 2023. So we just have to kind of determine when this is turning around. Las Vegas has traditionally gotten out of recessions quicker. This is not like any other recession we've ever seen, and so it's not us getting into the recession at the recovery period. We got into it right in the beginning. So we need to take advantage of each of the market segments and sectors and see where we can expand numbers of visitors. British Airways adding another flight nonstop from London increased the lift into Las Vegas by about 125,000 seats a year. So there's another opportunity. So mixed bag, but we see little fireflies of bright spots. We are marketing day to day. We have changed our marketing and advertising strategies 5 times in the last 18 months. We'll continue to monitor the consumers. We'll monitor the market conditions as we go forward. To respond to your question about what you can do, there's a couple of things. When I make presentations to groups in town, I tell them that they can be salesmen for Las Vegas, but I can't send you a check. So if you have friends, relatives, or know of somebody who belongs in an organization, invite them to come to Las Vegas. This is the best time ever to visit here. The fact that we have all of these rooms, if they're friends or relatives, they don't have to stay with you. So that's a good thing. So that's one. The other, though, is we've had this Stay and Play campaign with the Chamber of Commerce, which next week is National Tourism Week, which we will kick that into high gear again. There'll be a lot of promotion around that. And that's to encourage all of us to take advantage of what the resort industry has to offer, because the local casinos, the local economy needs to have the employees in the hotels working and being able to receive the tips and the income that they do. So the more that all of us can take advantage of the greatest city in the universe, thank you, Mayor, that's going to help us too. So those are some things that we can do to try to bring it back.
Thank you.
So hopefully I gave you a little bit of an overview of what's going on.
Thanks. Any questions of Mr. Rollencotter?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilman Barlow.
Mr. Rollencotter, thank you so very much for the report. You mentioned that U.S. Airways flights no longer come into the Las Vegas Valley McCarran Airport. Is that accurate?
No, they're here. They just reduced their number of seats by about 60%.
Okay.
And that had a big impact on us.
Okay. And you also mentioned that there was an increase in vehicular commuting into the Las Vegas Valley.
Correct.
Can you speak to that a little bit more as far as the region in which, if in fact you know the region in which the airline decreased and the increase of automobile, as far as what region, in the sense of do they mirror each other? Are they coming from different areas of the U.S.?
Most of what U.S. Air canceled was long haul going to the East Coast. A lot of the midnight flights, as a matter of fact, which are very popular with our customers.
Correct.
And so that was impacting the Chicagos, the Bostons, the New Yorks, the Philadelphia. So that was, and that's important for the hotels, both on the leisure side as well as on the convention meeting side. So that's where we lost the bulk of the number of seats. The auto traffic, 30% of all of our visitors come from Southern California. So that's just an extension of the closeness of that market to us, the value proposition of the hotels marketing and advertising aggressively. We've been in the Southern California market with a lot of print campaigns, media campaigns, trying to increase the demand for Las Vegas. But it really wasn't a switch. We lost some lift out of certain markets in Southern California, but the bigger impact was Midwest, East Coast.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Real quick, Mayor.
Yes.
Rossi, you said, I think 54% of the visitors are by car. And I think you just answered to Councilman Barlow, what percentage of that 54% is from Southern California, about 30%? Is that what you said?
30% of our total market share, yes.
Okay.
Yes. And of the Southern California visitor, if you take that as a whole, 100%, about 82% of them drive here.
Okay, and here's my question. If about 54% of our visitors travel here by car,
right,
is there a direct correlation to the amount of money spent here in Las Vegas? Or is about 54% of our revenue from the 54% of our car travelers? Or is it from out of state or out of the country?
The traditional, typical auto traveler to Las Vegas spends about 20% less than the airline visitor. Most of the airline visitation is Midwest, East Coast when you look at those numbers, and so it's a trip that they're here for a longer length of time. The person who drives here, it's a shorter length of time. It's about 2.5 days versus 3.1. So there is an impact in the amount of spend, yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rollencotter. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Victor, Jeff Victor. Thank you for being here, Mr. Victor.
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Some materials for the council. Your Honor, council members, good morning. I know we as locals often dissect the difference between downtown and the Strip, oftentimes unnecessarily, and in an economy like this that's a national phenomenon, that's especially true. So some of what you'll hear from me today will mimic much of what you've heard from Mr. Rollencotter. Total visitation to Las Vegas is a problem that affects both downtown and the Strip. And it's important to understand that Las Vegas enjoyed a ramp-up of visitation through many, many years. It's just been the last 2 years with the economy that the decline has really accelerated. Thank you. That the decline has really accelerated. You can see here from the peak in 2007 that the decline in visitation has been about 7.5%. That problem is amplified when you multiply the spending patterns that Rossi talked about, so that those passengers and those folks that are driving here are spending a lot less on gaming. So when you look at Las Vegas and downtown, the Strip and downtown combined, although the decline in visitation is 7.5%, the gaming spend is off almost 19%. So then you look at, as Rossi said, we've got a decline in passengers, and that decline, now we're up into 15% numbers. This, as he said, makes us highly dependent on auto traffic, and as you saw from Mr. Bonner's presentation, the economy in Southern California is no better than the economy here in Las Vegas. And so these are folks that are coming in for shorter periods with less dollars in their pocket. And so you can see how the multiplier for the profitability of these casino operators, both downtown and on the Strip, are really being pressured. One statistic that's especially interesting is the average daily room rate here in Las Vegas. Room rates are significant in that the cost to turn a room, the cost to make the beds and clean the towels, that's a fixed cost largely. It varies by property on what that fixed cost is, but anything over that fixed cost is profit. And as these room rates drop, and as you can see over the last 2 years, it's been about 30%. As these room rates drop, it's all money that goes right to the bottom line. So all of our properties downtown have been reacting as responsible management to do what they can do to maintain their operations. And so that includes everything from, as you heard from Rossi and what he's doing at the LBCVA, the folks inside of the casino operations are enforcing hiring freezes, pay cuts, bonus eliminations, position eliminations, position consolidations, layoffs, increased sharing of health care costs, delayed eligibility for retirement plans. On the operational side, many efficiencies, but some hotels, both on the Strip and downtown, have closed either entire floors or entire towers of their operation to reduce costs. Restaurants and bars have been either reduced in their operating hours or closed altogether. Retail shops, valet services, spas, all these operations are seeing reductions in either operating hours or staffing levels as a result of the downturn in spending. And then marketing programs. The advertising industry here in Las Vegas is in a world of hurt because, frankly, the operators are having to spend less on the amount that they have to attract customers, and that's true with the LBCVA and their reduced budget. So, long story short, we've seen a very rapid decline in the amount of money that's coming into the operations, and as a result, we're having to, as a downtown and as a broader Las Vegas market, having to react operationally to the massive changes.
Thank you very much. Did you want to respond to the request by Councilman Ross as to what you perceive our role should be in order to address some of these problems?
Well, I do appreciate you having us today and hearing from us. Our board is very anxious to sit down with the council as a group and hear in more detail some of the changes that are occurring, good and bad, in the downtown area. We have done a lot of things, and especially in the area of events, that are making a difference. There have been some investments that have occurred inside of the downtown casinos that you may or may not be aware of, and so outside of this meeting, we'd love to sit down with you as a group. We've done that in the past, and we'd like to do another one where we can sit down and discuss some of the finer details of our situation.
Thank you.
If I may, Your Honor, and Mr. Victor, I wish Mr. Rollencotter was still here too, considering the economic times, and considering the hand that you've been dealt, as well as the LVCVA, which two board members are with us today, you've done a great job, and you're hanging in there, and I appreciate that for the benefit of the city of Las Vegas.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Anthony?
Yeah, Jeff, I'm curious what impact the downtown has had compared to the Strip. Has the downtown been impacted worse, better? Can you talk a little bit about how that works?
Yeah, I can. There are subtle differences between the Strip and downtown, but largely, and when we look at the statistics that are released about gaming revenues and other pieces, and they refer to downtown, downtown starts at Sahara Avenue and comes north, and so some of the downtown statistics may or may not reflect what's happening on Fremont Street with its 10 operations. But in any case, largely they've declined at a very, very similar rate. Subtleties would be that the Strip over the last 4 months has reported really significant increases in baccarat play. They've also reported some significant decreases in slot play that the downtown has not seen. Downtown doesn't have a lot of baccarat play, and so you just don't see that component. But you kind of got to dig in there to see these differences. All in all, over the last 2 years, the Strip and downtown have tracked within a point of each other on an annual basis.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Thank you very much for being with us today. We really appreciate it. All right, Randy Highland and Steve Holloway, please. Good morning, Mr. Holloway.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members. I apologize, Mr. Highland could not make it at the last minute. He was fortunately called for a bid opening.
Okay, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
All right,
It's
that's
probably
a good thing.
the only good news that I do have, however.
Well, just so that the record will reflect, Mr. Holloway is the Vice President, Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of Southern Nevada. So, welcome here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. The AGC is the largest construction trade association in Nevada. We currently have over 600 member companies here in Las Vegas that participate in the AGC. I want to begin by simply pointing out that for the past 20 years, we have flourished as a result of a growth economy. 2 years ago, over 12% of those employed in Nevada worked in the construction industry. We were the second largest industry in the state. During the past 2 years, we have lost over 80,000 jobs, which is nearly 60% of the 139,500 jobs that the state has lost in total during the past 2 years. 2 out of every 4 people drawing unemployment are construction workers today. For every 2 construction workers drawing unemployment, there is another person whose livelihood was previously based on the construction industry or dependent upon the construction industry that is now drawing unemployment. During this same 2-year period, we have cut benefits, we have cut pay, we have frozen pay, we have given no increases. We are now, as a result, the 3rd largest industry in the state. government which has not experienced the same losses is now the second largest. Unfortunately, the worst is not behind us. Simply stated, we have overbuilt. We will not need new warehouses for 3 to 5 years. Shopping malls will remain vacant for another 3 to 5 years, while vacant office space shall remain at an all-time high. Quite frankly, we must prepare for a deepening recession unless a way is found to stabilize the construction industry, the growth industry, on which we were dependent upon for so many years. Like us in the construction industry, union government are just beginning to feel the effects of this recession. Payroll taxes will continue to decline as we continue to lay off people and as construction businesses continue to close. Property taxes will continue to decline as residential and commercial foreclosures continue to increase. Sales tax revenues will continue to decline. For example, the construction industry once accounted for over a third of the sales tax revenue paid in this state. We now pay less than 50% of that amount. Enough of that. As I stated previously, we must prepare for a deepening recession unless a way is found to stabilize the construction industry. I believe the way to do so is to utilize available capital improvement money to construct needed infrastructure. In response to Councilman Ross's question, you may do two things. First, you need to take what available capital improvement money you have left, and I will say this, the city has done a good job of this, and get it out on the streets. Secondly, you need to support some extensions of some sales tax during the next legislative session. During the special session, the AGC and a wind group called the Wind Coalition were able to get on Senate Bill number 5 with the help of Majority Leader Horsford and Speaker Buckley. It was called the Jobs Bill. What it did for Southern Nevada was remove the sunset on the sales tax for RTC. That creates an additional $1 billion or more in revenue for capital improvement projects, for transportation projects here in Clark County. That, according to studies conducted by the AGC nationally, will result in about 28,000 jobs and about $3.8 billion in additional revenues onto the economy. Much of that will help stabilize the tax base. We need to do more of that. We need to extend the bonding authorities for the Clark County School District. We need to extend the sunsets for the water districts and the sanitation districts. But the only way we're going to stabilize this industry, which has been the basis of your growth economy for so many years, is to do something like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions? So basically, what we're doing as far as our redevelopment agency is concerned is at least helping a little bit in order to ameliorate the problem.
Mr. Mayor, it's right on.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Very good. Thank you very much. All right, Irene Porter, please.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. Irene Porter, Executive Director, Southern Nevada Home Builders Association. I haven't seen many of you for quite a while, and I'm really pleased you invited us today.
Well, thank you for being here.
Unfortunately,
it's good
you
to
think
see
Steve
you,
was
Dave.
depressing?
It's good to see you.
We're worse. To describe the condition of the housing industry, it is battered, but it's not completely broken. To give you a few statistics, the beginning of 2006, we had 196 active home building companies. We now have, as of January of 2010, 30 active home building companies who are taking 5 permits or more. Our permits went from 38,000 valley-wide We are now less than 5,000 valley-wide. As I said, my statistics are pretty distressing. We have 90% layoff across the board in our industry. One of my major builders, one of our publicly traded companies last week, did their 10th round of layoffs. The largest residential roofing company, who had been here many, many, many years, has now closed their doors. So it's, with us, it's not just our home building companies, it is our subcontractors, our suppliers, the 27 different crafts that are going into building a home. There's just so much that has been impacted, from blue-collar to white-collar jobs, and from top to bottom, from the guy who's customer service to the presidents of companies who are now on the unemployment line. Hardest hit has been our local companies. The major publicly traded companies, a good deal of them are still in business here in Southern Nevada, and they are recently had a little encouragement and uptick as a result of the home buyer tax credit program. It really has made a difference, and our congressional delegation has to be congratulated on really helping us with that home buyer tax credit plan. But that's not going to be extended. And it ended April 30th. The houses will be closed by June 30th. Your building department will be really busy in June getting finals for those houses that have been purchased. We don't see a lot coming up for the next few months. We'll be able to tell in July and August whether it was just the home buyer tax credit plan or we're going to have some other things that we'll bring in. Dennis Smith from Home Builders Research did some numbers on finished lots in the valley, and he put together, they actually did field work to see what is actually completed finished lots. And the reason I bring that up is because when you have completed finished unbuilt lots, in most of those cases, the fees have all been paid. You know, all the things are done. The infrastructure is completely in. So as those are built on, they don't help revenues for like your public works department much. There are 19,500 of those lots valley-wide, and those will be the ones that will probably be the first built, because that's what our publicly traded builders and others are buying now, are those finished and completed lots. So even as those are built, you will get some revenue on, we'll get revenue on the sales tax and on others of building houses, but it isn't going to help some other elements of the city. It has been a very, very distressing time. In our industry, there has been no raises for 4 to 5 years. There have been no bonuses. There have been, everything has been frozen. People are working part-time. My own organization, Southern Nevada Home Builders, which we keep together. We're 56 years in business, and we're going to be here, contrary to popular belief. But we had 11 full-time employees. We now have 2 full-time employees, one of which is me, and 3 part-time people. That's the kind of numbers you're having to deal with in some of the other areas. No wonder that you can't get any revenue from us. We have none. What can you do to help us? Well, our local businesses have been so hard hit because they can't get construction loans at all. The banks have not lent to any of those, are not lending to the construction industry. Appraisals, we still have a great deal of problem with them. We have a great deal of problem even when we have companies that do green. We have the Village Reyes subdivision, green subdivision that Pulte has done. The appraisals don't give us a dime. Appraisers don't for all the green we put in those houses. So as a result, we have to back away from a lot of the green because the builders can't eat the cost, but that's what they're doing now, of putting the green into subdivision. We're going to have to look at how we can't make a lot of changes now. We can't go in and have new ideas and new concepts put on the industry because we can't afford the costs. We're going to have to be able to sell. The entire housing industry is changing nationwide. You're going to see much smaller homes built. You're going to see homes, they're changing on the inside of the home as well. I think they're making it more cozy and more family-oriented inside the house, and, not the huge, big master suites and bathrooms anymore. They're going to be more back to some of we have seen in past years. So the concepts of what to do nationwide, and people are interested in green and energy, but we're finding surveys, they don't want to spend more than $2,500 a house on something green for the home. And what can the city do to help us? Just please don't give us any fee increases or changes or new ideas that are going to cost us more. Not for a while, not for a couple of years. We think we'll be able to start coming back next year. We are hopeful of it. It's going to be so dependent on the national, and I mean tiny little bits of coming back. I mean, when you're going from 90% layoff, anything's got to be an improvement. Tiny little bits, maybe in the next year. Maybe it's going to depend on the national economy. It's going to depend on what, our tourism happens here, how much we'll be able to rebuild. Commercial will come behind us. We were out in front of them going down. They will come behind us in offices and shopping centers, because the rooftops have to come before you can get grocery stores, before you can get any of that commercial. So, we're probably looking 5 years altogether for the Holloway's people in mind to all get back. Our people have done everything imaginable to keep their doors open. There is just nothing across the board, and that our people and our employees haven't gone along with. There is not things like, car allowances and mileage and cell phones and frankly, fringe benefits. Most of the retirement programs are gone. 401k matches are gone. Part-time work is the norm, and people are taking it because it's what they can get. So we are striving ahead. We're working with our congressional delegation on financial reform of banks and the kinds of things to try to get something back. Senator Reid had told me he was trying to move some of the TARP money into community banks, and with the idea of them then starting to be able to make loans with that money rather than where some of that money is gone. We're going to have to make changes in our appraisal industry. We're going to have to look at a whole lot of things at the legislature. We're working with other groups. AGC and home builders are pretty partnered in a lot of things. Steve and I have spent a lot of time talking together and working together these days. We have in the past, but more so because of the whole condition of the construction industry. We're going to go on, and our people will go on, and we'll work with you at the city in any way we can to help and to assist. It's just been a long 4.5 to 5 years for us. Thank you. Thank you for asking us.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Porter?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Mayor.
Councilor Ross and Councilor Barlow, please.
Irene, that's the right attitude. We're
sorry.
going to go on.
Sure.
And that's what's important. And I want you to know, and the council members to know, I've mentioned this in a previous city council meeting, in Ward 6, home builders are now back making appointments with me to discuss their properties, the properties they picked up at fire sales or picked up at auctions. But it's a sign to me that we're slowly coming back. And that we've got to have that attitude, Irene. That's a beautiful attitude. Thank you.
Councilor Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. Good to see you again, Ms. Porter. As the City of Las Vegas moves forward with various residential developments in the low to moderate income range, does that help your agency? Does it help the community overall?
Well, it helps the community, of course. Any construction helps the community overall and does things. But those are, most of them are done by the nonprofits.
Yes.
And which are different than, the companies that generally build. They have, most of these nonprofits have their own little cadre of subs and their own little people that they use on project after project. So it doesn't get into a lot of the other unemployment and a lot of other things. Mm-hmm. But it's still good. It's still good for the community. It's the people that can move into those homes, and it's still revenue for the community and for the city of Las Vegas. And we encourage all types of construction, and that can be done today to get people back to work, all people back to work.
Right. And with that, is there anything that you see in the position that you sit in that we can do as a city to assist you or work more closely or cohesively in regards to where we are today in our economic climate, specifically in the areas of residential and commercial properties?
Well, first of all, I have to tell you that I have a very good relationship with your staff.
That's good
There's
to
never
hear.
been a time that Jorge in Public Works or Chris in the building department, Betsy, Jim Nichols now, hasn't been willing to take a phone call, answer it, see what they could do to help. And Margot, your staff, I have just an excellent relationship with them, and I'm very proud of that and very pleased that they work with us the way they do. And they do understand the problems that we're having today. We just have to try to keep going, supporting the industry as much as we can on the things that have to be done to try to get loans back into this community, to let them get started again. I have builders. I have some of my local builders, smaller local builders, who are now working as general contractors for banks. We have developments where the bank has taken the property in a foreclosure action, and that bank is now, doesn't give them the loan and doesn't let them get back in business, but they are using that builder as a general contractor to build houses on those lots. So it's work. It's something. Banks are now in the building business, as well as the insurance business and the financial business. They are now the builder in many cases. So, but that's still something that we're doing today, and we'll keep on doing. And one of those developments they're doing that in is in the city of Las Vegas.
So as far as the City of Las Vegas and your agency, if I'm hearing you correctly, we are working together.
Yes.
And thus far, there's nothing that you see that we can improve or build upon?
Well, all of us can improve at any given time in working our way through things and not putting things out there and getting them done. We've been working with your Public Works Department on the question of bonds. Bonds are a real problem these days because you need to get some things finished to increase bonds, to put more bonds on us. Doesn't work because most of the time we can't get them anyway.
Okay.
The bonding companies aren't giving us bonds anymore. So, it's like, okay, don't tell us you want to increase the amount of the bond because we can't get it, or you want a new bond because we can't get it anyway. And then say, well, you want a cash deposit. I think we're a little short on cash these days, too, the last I checked. Councilman Ross is moving his head. Yes, he understands and knows what it is. And I really appreciate your question. If you can help us, when you're talking with the congressional delegation, when you're talking with banks, if you have an opportunity to be talking with banks, tell them to start getting money back into this community and start making loans. And construction and commercial construction and residential construction and small business, we've got to get the banks putting money back into this community.
Well, thank you for that. And I know, Mayor and Council, during items 73 through 83, we'll be speaking to quite a few banks, so maybe this will give us an opportunity to do just that.
Right on.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilman.
Irene, I just want to say hi to you. It's been a long time since I've seen you, but it's just really, really good to see you here today, and I appreciate your comments. I just wish that we could go back 5 or 10 years and just start over again and see what we couldn't have done to maybe made this recession a little bit better for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank all of you for inviting all of us today. Our best wishes to you in what you have to do. We all know how heartbreaking it is to do layoffs. We know how heartbreaking it is to make all of these hard decisions, take things away, make massive changes, consolidate things. And all of us that are sitting here today have been through this for the last several years. And it got to the point I hated to hear the phone calls on Fridays because it just told me how many people were laid off from each company that Friday. So what you have to do here at the city now in adjusting your budget is tough decisions, and I know how personally it's going to hurt every single one of you and very fine people that work for your city. So our very best wishes with the tough decisions you have to make.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
Irene, it is nice to see you again. And I think everybody here, you mentioned how well you worked with members of our staff, and I know the council people also respect you so much. I think they just want to be sure they do the best they can for you. I wanted to ask you a question about not getting the banks getting loans and things out into the community, and you mentioned that Harry Reid is trying to get something. I know I've spoken with Shelley Berkeley, and she used few of her stronger words in talking about the banks and how they're not helping us. What is it we could do? Is there everybody I talk with says, well, the banks, they got all this money, they covered their own toxic debts, and then they left the other people, the small businessmen, the builders, out in the lurch. Is there anything that we can plug into? Are there any points that when we meet with people, we could emphasize over and over again to them? And maybe there isn't, I don't know, but I'm just asking in case.
Well, legally, I don't think there's a lot of things you could impose on the banks or do to the banks or anything else. But I think you can say to them, we are going to look as a city at those financial institutions who are willing to invest in our businesses, all businesses, and our people that live in our city when we are making decisions for putting money of the city into financial institutions. We're going to look at those banks that are willing to also invest in the community.
So those banks that helped us would be the ones we would want to help, and we should let them know about it. And I know the mayor would be able to do that very well.
We'll do it.
Thank you
Irene.
so much, Irene.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, Devin Reese and Sean Fellows. Gentlemen, you've been waiting patiently, and we appreciate it.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of council. I am Sean Fellows, for the record, 1750 East Sahara, representing the Greater Las Vegas Association of Realtors. I want to start by commending the council and most notably City Manager's Office and Betsy for reaching out to the leaders of the community and reaching out to allow us to present to you some of the situations going on out in the public sector. I wanted you to hear directly from one of our member leaders, so I've asked Devin Reese, past president of the Greater Las Vegas Association of Realtors and past president of the Nevada Association of Realtors, to give you some information this morning.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much for having us. I'll be brief and explain three ways that I believe that the downturn in the housing market and the economy has affected our association, and that is it's affected each of our individual members, it's affected the employees of the association, and it's also affected the whole community, in that the services that we've been able to provide in the past have greatly been diminished. I've got a few statistics that will help emphasize each of these points, starting with our membership numbers. 2007, our membership count was 17,129. That's that many individual realtor members that have joined, that were members of the association at that point. Today, our budgeted amount of members is 12,500, 30% decrease in our membership. So what impact does that have on each individual member? Well, it starts with the dues dollar and the lack thereof to support the association services, including many of our services such as lock boxes and the vendors and the contracts that we have in place, our great government affairs program that we like to continue to support. And that meant that we needed to have some other source of revenue in order to continue to provide the same services and honor the contracts that we already were a part of. And that led to a dues increase of $100 annually to each member. Although that doesn't sound like a lot, that was enough to impact and possibly be the tipping scale for many members' decision as to whether or not they would stay in the association or not. Now, the National Association of Realtors gives us a statistic that says that as unemployment goes up, usually our membership follows. However, Las Vegas, it's been definitely a little bit different. Although we continue to bring in still today about 100 new members each month, it certainly doesn't add up to the number that continue to go out of the business each day, as you can see by that 30% decrease we've had over the last few years. Next, the impact that it's had on our employees. Since 2007 to 2008, the Association of Realtors, that is the staff necessary to keep those members, to provide them with the services that they need on a day-to-day basis, there's been a hiring freeze, there's been a pay freeze, and certainly been a freeze on bonuses that have been provided. Also, we started back in 2007 an employee-assisted housing program that annually was funded with $50,000 that we could provide to employees of the association to provide them with down payment assistance in order to keep them in Las Vegas and continue working for the association. That has completely gone away, that program. So that's the impact that it's had on the employees. And lastly, the impact that it's had on the economy. And these are some of the greatest statistics that I think will emphasize this. In the past, we've budgeted $235,000 annually to be given out in college scholarships. That has completely been eliminated from our budget. We've also given every year to many charitable organizations in the city, including Habitat for Humanity, where we've provided a house on behalf of the Association of Realtors each year. That has gone away. Many of the other charitable donations we've given, including Safe Nest and many others, have also gone away. We've decreased our budget from $340,000 annually now to $90,000 annually. So I think these statistics really show the impact it's had in each of those levels. But to further bring home some of these points, let me just explain, and I know Mr. Aguero will have some of these statistics as well. The median home price in March of 2007 for a single-family home was $305,000. March of this year, $136,000. Condos, much the same. Median home price 2007 was $199,000. Today, $65,000. And as far as foreclosures go, the number of foreclosure listings that we have on the market, that we put on the market in March was, of this year, 1,509. In March of 2007, that number was 14. So I think you can see the great impact that the turn in the housing market has had on us as a whole. As far as what you can do to help, that's a tough question. The majority of the firms, real estate firms, are small business men and women owners out there. There's only a handful of real estate companies that actually have more than 60 agents. That leaves roughly 1,500 small businessmen and women out there trying to struggle and survive each day, myself included. There was a time when we used to watch each dollar. Today we watch each penny. So as far as the assistance, we need to be able to keep our folks in business. Besides employing or having those 1,500 agents or companies or so, they also employ staff and assistants and so forth. So for every company that goes out of business, the number of people that have to go back out in the workforce grows exponentially. We need to keep our people in business, provide them with services necessary to do so, and keep their costs down as much as possible so they can continue to survive on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, to Councilman Wolfson and Councilman Ross.
Devin, Sean, thank you for coming down today. My question, Devin, you said about 17,000 members a couple years ago. You're down to 12,000. Those 5,000 people or so, do those people stay in the community, or do they leave Southern Nevada looking for jobs elsewhere?
Some do and some don't. It's a difficult statistic to track because that's the number that indicates the 17,000 is the number of members we have in the association. So even though they leave the association, they still are licensees. They could go on to work for firms that are not members of the association, or if they don't have work, they could go elsewhere. So we're not exactly sure where, with the number, with the attrition, where exactly they go and where they fit in the workforce.
Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and both of you, thank you very much for coming down. Through the Mayor, my mother was a member of your Realtors Association since I was in junior high school, so I have a keen awareness of the challenges that are going on in your industry today, and I appreciate the answers as to what we can do, keeping your costs down, the whole 9 yards. But I also want to put this out on the record. Of agents I've spoken to, and you probably have experienced this already, some of you are having to work harder to get that same dollar or that same penny that was much easier a few years ago. Am I correct?
You're definitely correct.
And there are investors coming into town, scooping up 5, 10 houses at a time, paying cash. Is that a correct assumption? Is that correct as well?
That's pretty close to accurate.
So, but the money that you're receiving off these sales wasn't like it used to be.
Absolutely not.
So it's really hit hard.
Yes.
For the real estate industry. And I think of all the answers I've received, and I'm writing them down as each industry comes forward, I'm hearing the same thing. Help us keep costs down. Help us, help get the banks to lend money, for crying out loud. I mean, everything we can do as a government, we need to know that. We need to know how we can assist those moms and dads who are those independent businesses trying to struggle to pay their bills and be real estate agents in this valley. So I appreciate your input. Thank you, Mayor.
And continue to use us as a source, please. We're happy to oblige.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, cleanup.
Is that Jeremy?
That was said with a great deal of affection.
It's appreciated. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to come here today. I was asked to give a synopsis, if you will, or you asked for a synopsis.
Yeah, this is Jeremy Aguero.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jeremy Aguero with Applied Analysis. My apologies. You asked the industries that came before me to provide a general overview of how they've been impacted by the economy and what their response has been to the current economic downturn. I'm not going to try and repeat everything that was provided earlier. I'll focus my comments on taking a look at the overall economy and the aggregate response to where we are today. When the current recession officially began in December of 2007, Southern Nevada's unemployment rate was 5.6%. Today, our unemployment rate stands at 13.8%. During that same period, private sector employment has fallen from 834,000 jobs to 697,000 jobs. We have given back better than 6 years' worth of employment growth over the past, now approaching 30 months. This equates to a decrease of 137,100 positions during the period, or 16.4% of the current workforce. Stated otherwise, roughly 1 out of every 6 private sector workers have been displaced since this recession began. For those continuing to work, pay rates and hours have also been reduced. In August of 2007, the average private sector worker was working approximately 37.4 hours per week. As of March 2010, this figure has fallen to 34.4 hours per week, a reduction of 8%. While this 8% reduction may seem somewhat minimal, consider that it translates into 9.1 million fewer hours on the job for local workers per month and 109 million fewer hours per year. The result is an effective unemployment rate, or underemployment rate, for our community now approaching 21%. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis reported total private sector earnings in the fourth quarter of 2007, the state of Nevada at $68.5 billion. For the fourth quarter of 2009, this figure is now $58.3 billion, a reduction of $10.2 billion in wages and salaries going to private sector employees, or a decline of 14.8%. This reduction in private sector earnings is not only a function of just fewer employees working, the average private sector employee is also earning significantly less than they did when the recession began. Fourth quarter of 2007, the average private sector employee reported weekly earnings of $720 per week, or an average annual salary of $37,400 per year. As of March, this figure has fallen by 7.6% to $665 per week, or $34,590 per year. Although there are not current estimates for changes to employee benefits for local workers, both anecdotal reports, which you've heard many here today, and national trends clearly point to a reduction in private sector benefits, be those retirement, health care, or others, the vast majority of which taking the form of greater contributions made by employees. In short, the current economic downturn has required private sector employers to cut nearly 140,000 jobs, at the same time, concurrently, reducing hours, wages, and benefits for their remaining employees. There is no precedent in Southern Nevada's modern history for the changes that we've seen since this recession began. At the outset of the introducing this item, Betsy asked the question about what does this all mean in terms of looking forward for the city, and particularly its revenue situation. I would respectfully submit that the city of Las Vegas, like other local governments, like our realtor friends that were just up here, is living on commission. And the economy that generates your revenue is 20% smaller than it was a couple of years ago. The expectation that that's going to get better has to be tempered by an understanding of exactly where those revenue sources come from. Sales tax, consolidated tax, the vast majority of which is sales tax, really comes from three principal sources. One is construction-related activity, which Steve Holloway talked about before. Second is consumption by people living here in Southern Nevada. And of course, the third is tourism. We have seen some signs of life in the tourism industry. However, as I just alluded to, wages and salaries being paid to private sector employees are down what is approaching 15%. Their ability to continue to spend predicated on that, combined with huge amounts of consumer debt and household debt, suggests that's going to be limited. The other tier, and of course in the construction industry, the harsh reality for us all is there is no next project, not in the foreseeable future. The second source of revenue, of course, the second major source of revenue we have, of course, is property taxes. We all know what's gone on with property. Property has been devalued, and when we put into place the 3% and 8% caps on property tax escalations, we essentially created a limiter for property taxes to rebound should property values rebound. The expectation that it's going to be better in the next 12 months or the next 18 months seems to me to be inconsistent with the evidence available to us today. The second question that was asked was, what do we do? It strikes me as particularly germane to this discussion that the plight that faces a local government is somewhat different than the plight that faces the folks that have come up here today. The reason being is that whether it's construction constructing less or gamers having fewer people occupying their rooms, they are laying people off and reducing revenue as a result of less demand. Exactly the opposite thing happens to you. Your demand is not lower than it was before. Certainly in some things like building, it's somewhat lower. But overall, the demand for city services, fire and police and the like, are no less than they were, and as a matter of fact, probably greater than they were before. You combine that with the fact that we in Southern Nevada have fewer public employees than almost anywhere else in the United States, that we also have among the highest paid public employees anywhere in the United States. And it seems to me to almost defy any reasonable logic that we would even consider reducing the workforce. We have an economic problem first. We have a fiscal problem second. So my response to the question of what we do is don't add to the problem. We should try and keep as many people working as possible for as long as possible. And I respect the fact that some of those things are subject to negotiation, maybe outside your hands. But in reality, the worst case scenario, other than continuing the status quo and the current course, would be to lay employees off and simply allow an escalation in wages and benefits for the employees that remain. I would also submit to you that along the same lines...
It takes two to tango.
I'm sorry?
No, I said it takes two to tango.
Okay. I guess the other things that I would mention along the same lines is also try and keep as many of those capital programs whole as you can. Trading public sector jobs for private sector jobs doesn't do us any good as a community. And continue our commitment to economic development. I think we've done some pretty remarkable things. And it also strikes me as particularly important that over the past 30 years, our prosperity as a city, as a community, has not been by accident. We have not merely been in the right place at the right time, but we have made a number of very good choices. People have voted to move into this community with their feet. And I think that there's also a big potential to overcorrect in this type of circumstance when this is a severe economic downturn, but a cycle that will release itself nonetheless. I believe the last question that came up was this question with regard to population in-migration, in particular driver's license surrenders. In March, there were 3,813 driver's license surrender estimated for Clark County. That number is not only remarkably low, but well off the peak in 2004 of 8,889 driver's license surrenders. For the past 12 months, we've had driver's license surrenders of 53,028, roughly half, a little more than half, of the peak value that we had along those same timelines of 90,303. The direct response to your question as to whether or not our economy in terms of population is expanding or contracting. Yes, these still reflect folks moving in, and we can count their driver's license, but we know that people are also moving out, and we don't have nearly the gauge of people moving out as we do them moving in. What do we know about the people moving out? What we know is that we can look at the things we can look at. School enrollment, for example. We look at the number of kids that were in first grade and should have shown up in second grade and didn't. Right? Our school enrollment is dropping. That attrition rate is escalating faster than the kids that are moving in. We can also look at where people are paying their income taxes. Data's a little bit delayed, but where traditionally people have paid their federal income taxes in Nevada this year and paid them somewhere else last year because they moved in to Nevada, that number is starting to move the other way, or at least getting closer and closer together. Electric meter connections and some of the others would suggest to us that our population growth, while there are those who believe it's in the 1% positive range, I would suggest it's just as equally possible that it's in the minus 1% range. It's somewhere in there, and it's hovering pretty close to zero. Mr. Mayor, if there's any other questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Fine, thank you very much. It was a very meaningful presentation. We'll start with Councilor Barlow. Did you want to be heard?
Yes.
All right, Councilor Barlow, then Councilor Wilson, and Councilor Ross.
Great presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I really enjoyed everything that you had to say. But listening to your conversation, it was very enlightening in the sense that it's almost a dang if you do, dang if you don't approach. Specifically speaking for the city of Las Vegas, we have an opportunity as a municipal government to increase property taxes. We have the ability to increase fees and licenses. We don't have any say-so over, for example, the consolidated tax or the other revenues that we receive from the state, for example. With those revenues going down, with the increase of unemployment, our revenues coming in the door is at a much smaller rate than in which it was in 2007. I'll use the example that you used. However, our expenses continue to increase and our revenues continue to decrease. And so, of course, it reached that crossing point. And in order for us to keep the city whole, keep as many services and programs going out into the community to service the community whole, we must have adequate dollars in order to do that. In order to keep individual staff here at the city employed, we must have dollars in order to pay their salaries and benefits. Mr. Guerrero, how do we do that? How do we do that when, in fact, 2007, for example, we were making $1,000? In 2010, we're only making $450. However, we still have the same revenue or expenses. However, the revenues are not as great as they used to be. How do we not make the appropriate adjustments in order to keep the city whole? Can you speak to that?
Pretty difficult question. And I'm the first one to submit that everyone wants government to act like a business until it does.
Correct.
I think much of what you've already done is part of this process, right? It begins with prioritizing, which I know this council and and your colleagues in other jurisdictions have gone through that exercise over and over and over again about, if we have a reduced amount of money, what do we do? It's the same question that's going through businesses elsewhere, right? I think the next step is to eliminate those things that where there simply is not demand or the lowest items on your priority list. The same thing that businesses have done across the community. Where there is increased demand and where there is an opportunity, and to the extent that it is possible, reallocating the resources that you have to keep as many people working as humanly possible is the best economic outcome for this city and this community, in my opinion. Is that going to be an end-all solving of every problem that we have? No. Our economy is smaller. This government is going to have to be smaller, and it already is in some ways. But there isn't a magic bullet. I can't point to you and say, hey, with revenues going down and demand going up, here is the path to allow you to do more with less. Where you can certainly push your staff, and you have some of the best in trying to figure out how to do more with less, but there's only so far that will take you. At the end of the day, it's going to be about making the choices, either to reallocate the revenue that you have and keep folks working, or discharge some of the people that you have and keep a lesser number of folks working. To me, given the distribution of the revenues and the expenses that you're dealing with, I frankly don't see another outcome beyond that. The only other thing that I would offer is that we are 29 months into the worst economic downturn we've ever seen, here at least in modern times we've ever seen. We're still having a conversation as to whether certain groups should have cost of living increases or merit increases. We're having discussions about things like longevity. I assure you, sir, that those conversations are not happening on the private sector side of this economy.
And thank you for that. And I'm glad that you brought that out, because that's exactly where I was leading to. So thank you for mentioning that.
Very good. Councilor Wilson.
Mayor Goodman, thanks. Jeremy, thanks for coming today. Of all the things you said, I wrote down one thing. You said that the worst thing that we could do was to lay employees off and allow escalation of wages and benefits. I don't want to talk about the laying of employees off. I want to talk about the second part of what you said. Although we're trying to do everything we can, in my opinion, to avoid laying people off, I want to talk about what you said about you believe one of the worst things we could do was to allow the escalation of wages and benefits.
Yes, sir.
And what I've been advocating, and this council for 2 years now, is the creation of what I called a long time ago the new employee. And the definition of the new employee to me is that the people that we hire at the City of Las Vegas today and forward. I'm not talking about people that are already on our payrolls. I'm talking about people that we hire today and tomorrow and 2 years and 5 years and 10 years from now. And I think that the city is doing everything we can to create this new employee. Would you agree that that is one of the most important things that we could be doing, to be responsible to our community, to be able to sustain the type of services that we want to provide as a community?
Yes, sir. That, of course, is much more, that is looking further into the future, right? Much like what the legislature did in 2009 in making adjustments to both PERS and PEB in some ways, the Public Employees Retirement System, and then, of course, other employment benefits, went along the same lines, essentially making adjustments not to adjust the promises that we've already made, but not to make the same promises to the next employee. I would submit to you that at the state level or at the local level, that those will be remarkably important in insulating us from future economic downturns and allowing you to maintain the level of services that you want on a go-forward basis. Is that effort going to remedy the immediate challenge that we have? No, sir. But it probably will limit similar challenges into the future and very well may be, as you put it, the most important thing you can do today.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Councilor Ross.
Thank you, and Jeremy, thanks for being here. You were clear, understandable, and articulate, which made it easy for me to follow you.
Thank you, sir.
Your presentation, although doom and gloom, there's a silver lining, and it's coming. And in all of your analytical work and research, you know it's coming. 29 months we're into this? Is that
Yes,
what
sir.
29 months. Private sector is not doing business as usual. They're not. Their workload's certainly changed, diminished, gone down. Ours as a local government has not. In fact, I would submit to you that it's increased because of code violations, animal control issues, social services because of today's economy. Our workload's increased. And you made a comment that we are per capita one of the cities that has the fewest employees. How did you say that?
Nevada as a whole, its local government groups have fewer employees per 1,000 population, which is the right gauge to use of anywhere else in the nation.
And that's a significant number. We're doing a ton of work with less people than any place in the country.
Absolutely correct.
And I think we as government have to do things differently. And that's exactly right. I want to bring your attention to one thing. You talked about unemployment. We're 13.8%, and I'm concerned about how accurate that is because you haven't talked about, nor have any of the other industries talked about, the underemployment role. And I think Irene Porter brought it up about part-time employees, the underemployment factor. People are not making that kind of money. They're working 20 hours a week, 15 hours a week. They're not on the unemployment rolls.
Perhaps I wasn't as clear as I needed to be on this particular point. Just so that we're 100% on the same page. In August of 2007, the average worker was working about 37 and a half hours a week. Today, an average private sector worker is working 34 hours per week. So that translates into about 109 million fewer hours being worked per year and translates into an effective underemployment rate now approaching 21%.
And that is significant.
Yes,
that
sir.
underemployment number that we often don't look at. We just think, 13.8% unemployment, but that 21% is a huge, huge factor. Everything you've said, Jeremy, leads to keeping more people working. Keep people working, create jobs. The mayor mentioned our redevelopment agency earlier in regards to the effects that that's having, and you said there's no big project coming up. There's nothing for the construction industry to look forward to for tomorrow. There's the small ones, though. Keeping those capital improvement projects moving, keeping those capital dollars out there on the streets, keeping our architects, our engineering firms working, because if they've got the paper on the table, it's going to hit the streets one day. And that's significant we need to be mindful of. So I appreciate your presentation. Always look forward to seeing you, Jeremy. Good to see you, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd like to take issue with the statement that there are no major projects or the way you described it. There aren't any hotels that I believe that are on the drawing board. I think that's what you meant.
Perhaps I should restate that.
Okay,
perhaps
please.
I overstated it. I guess historically, and I sort of was trying to think about it as the individual industries that we were talking about here today. Certainly from the hotel's perspective, our major investments, $41 billion worth of investment in Clark County in hotels and casinos. Yes, there will be investment in terms of reinvestment in those properties, but a new property coming along the lines is probably going to be limited for the next 5 to 7 years. In the office market, got a 25% vacancy rate and a 7-year inventory of office buildings. Industrial, 15% vacancy rate and about a 4-year inventory of buildings, just given historical absorption. In the residential market, we're still sitting on 30,000 too many vacant units throughout our community. And while there are some projects coming up, notable ones in this city as well, not here to suggest that there aren't, but if we look at those in relationship to the level of construction, the level of our construction economy today and historically, it would tend to suggest we will continue to have layoffs in the construction sector.
Right, and I don't take issue with that. All I was trying to emphasize is that we have our own mini stimulus program going here through our redevelopment agency, and but for that, we wouldn't have a new City Hall project going up, Smith Center for Performing Arts, the Ruvo Center. I mean, all of these projects, which is our little contribution through our redevelopment, where we're doing all we can in extending our capital efforts, as Mr. Holloway suggested we do. That I see that as a role that it plays an important part, not only as far as providing employment, but psychologically, because you don't see any other places with cranes in the valley here.
Mr. Mayor, I certainly can't argue with any of those points. Again, the third tier in response to what do we do, maintain that commitment to economic development. Those are the jobs that are being created.
Yeah, let me do
Yes, sir.
let me go one other area.
Yes, sir.
I think, I appreciate your intellect and your presentation, or wherever you go, is unparalleled, but what you omit when you talk about the city is a proscription that we have to live with, and that is collective bargaining. It's not a situation like in the private sector where I hear anecdotal stories that somebody who's been an employee for 20 years walks into work on Monday morning and they're told that they better clean up their desk because they're not going to be there Tuesday morning. We don't work that way in the city. We can't work that way because of our collective bargaining agreements. And unless, and I was a little flippant when I said it takes two to tango, but unless our employees who are members of these collective bargaining units come to the table and recognize what we've heard this morning and accept it as the truth and change their mindset, we are at a loss of doing anything other than laying people off. Because unless they're ready to open up their contracts, unless they're ready to make the concessions, which apparently are necessary, maybe necessary evils, but necessary, then we have no alternative but to lay people off. And that, once again, as you say, contributes to the problem. And that's where our dilemma is.
I don't know how to respond to that question other than to agree.
Okay, well, that's all I wanted. I just want the people to agree. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's the question I was going to say, because, Jeremy, thank you again. It's really, really hard to sit up here and make these hard decisions when we have people like you that is, to me, is an expert, and he's telling us, we can't lay people off. Well, we don't have money to pay them, and we're not willing to bargain with us, then what can we do? And you said,
yes, sir, I wasn't trying to leave you with the impression that you can't lay people off. I was only trying to leave you with the impression that it would be a worst-case scenario.
I don't think anybody up here, sitting up here, wants to lay anybody off, but if that's what we have to do, then that's what we have to do.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, I agree with you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it.
Appreciate the invitation.
Really do. Mr. Perigo, did you want to wind up? You can't add anything to what we've already heard. That's clear. Okay, thank you very much for the report. And we'll go to item number 49, which is discussion and possible action on a report from the Financial Oversight Committee regarding the revenue forecast. And Mr. Vincent, if you would advise the folks on the council who the Financial Oversight Committee is and what their purpose is.
I'd be very happy to, first of all, I'd like to say that Jeremy Noni was a great cleanup hitter for the last item. He's a fantastic leadoff hitter for this item, and he just set it up very well. About a year ago, we formed a Financial Oversight Committee for the purpose of giving me and the management team some insight as to what they see happening in the local economy and how it would be affecting our revenue streams so that we can more effectively forecast our future, at least on a short-term basis. And as the mayor asked, on that committee for the last year, we've met 3 times in the last year. We meet in May and November. And we've met 3 times, and on it we have Senator David Parks, who actually, interestingly, has some budget background here at the City of Las Vegas years ago. From the El Cortez, we had Mr. Mike Nolan and Mr. Joe Woody representing sort of the downtown gaming interests. From Hobbs On, we've had Guy Hobbs participate. From Howard Hughes Corp., we've had Kevin Orrick participate, although this past time he was out of town, but he did still participate and contribute
through some communications. And then lastly, from Applied Analysis, we had Jeremy Aguero on that, as well as Mike Alasui. So a pretty esteemed group of folks, a mixture of private and public sector background. And again, their purpose was to kind of review some of our assumptions and where we're going and to give us some feedback. And kind of leading into that, I'd like to go over a little bit of what that impact was. The short answer to that is it didn't much affect our projections for fiscal year 11. A little bit of an adjustment. There were some little bit of pluses and minuses, but the net bottom line wasn't too much. But it did have a considerable impact on what we see perhaps happening in fiscal year 12 and beyond. And again, I'd like to share a little bit of that with you. As this chart kind of indicates, one of the things we look at with, well, actually I'm going to skip an order. I'm going to go to property tax first because that's probably the thing that's bothering us the most currently. A lot of discussion of what we're seeing with valuation. By the way, let me just give you an interesting factoid. In 2008, fiscal year 2008, our city's assessed value hit a peak of $25.1 billion. For 2011, 3 years later, we're down to $13.6 billion in assessed value. That is a 45% drop, and so that's huge for us. Now, we didn't see a lot of that effect in 8 and 9 because of the way the property bill caps, the AB 49 tax bill caps worked. A lot of the taxes were never paid on that giant growth, and it had to, as it was falling, we were sort of feeding off of that property, that abated tax revenue, if you will. That's gone. At some peak, I think we had over $50 million in abated tax revenues. I think for 2011 we'll have $500,000. It's gone. So there's no more any abated value. There's going to have a dollar-for-dollar impact. But one of the discussions we had in looking at what was going on, we noticed that when we take apart our assessed value, that our residential valuation had dropped about 47%. And when we looked at the commercial piece, which historically was more along the lines of 20% or so of our valuation, it hadn't had that similar drop. And so one of the discussions we had is we should anticipate that the other shoe hasn't quite dropped yet with respect to valuation of commercial property, either through any foreclosure processes or, probably more accurately, a lot of restructuring in financing and leases that is being driven by the lack of revenues in the commercial side is going to continue to drop the valuation process of commercial property. And so as a result of that, when we factor that adjustment in, assuming about a 25% drop in commercial valuation from fiscal year 11 to 12, we're going to see about a 10% drop in property tax revenues again, on top of the 19% drop we're seeing in fiscal year 11. So that was a huge discussion point for us. Once you get past that and through that and all the discussion you heard this morning that there really isn't a lot on the table anytime soon. There's no next large project. The housing market is going to continue to struggle. We're not looking for any new revenue being generated from residential construction or probably from much construction at all. So what we're looking for, what's left when we talk about consolidated tax, is where are we going to get that growth? We're likely going to get it either from the gaming, tourism residents, or from spending patterns or habits of our current residents. Normally, when we look at consolidated tax, you'd expect it would grow at some rate that would be in a normal economy equivalent to inflation plus population growth, or CPI in this case stands for Consumer Price Index, which is an indicator of inflation. We're not looking at any population growth anytime soon. We're predicting it's going to be fairly flat, particularly for the next couple of years. We had some discussion about that. What we ended up with was some growth in consolidated tax starting in fiscal year 12. We did have some discussion about where we were going. I'll give you some other information with respect to consolidated tax I've shared with you in briefings. The first quarter of this fiscal year we're in, we actually saw a 17.5% roughly decrease in sales and consolidated tax. The next quarter, we saw a 9.5% decrease in consolidated tax. Now, it's still a pretty significant decrease, but it's half of what it was the first quarter. When we look at the last 3 months of data we have, which is December, January, and February, that drop is about 4.6, 4.7%. Again, it's going in the right direction. It is, in fact, shrinking. We revised our estimates for 2011, assumed that we would have flat or just a little bit of negative growth, maybe 0.5% or 0.6% negative growth. In fiscal year 12, we're anticipating that we might see some growth in consolidated tax, maybe a little bit less than what inflation might be. So we've revised our numbers there as well. With respect to license fees and other revenues, again, other than the movement of the enterprise fund into the general fund, which had a boost of franchise tax revenues in that category of about 3.2, both in that area, that's going to be probably somewhat less than at least on the next couple of years, and then beyond that, probably something a little closer to inflation, maybe a little bit faster. When we work all that information into our revenue projections, I know this is sort of a busy slide. I'd like to just point out a few things. The first line up there, it says consolidated tax. The first thing that will come to your attention is we've strung together 5 years of negative growth in consolidated tax. We hit a peak of 264 in 2006, and in 2011 we'll be down at 198. That's a significant drop in consolidated tax. With property taxes, again, it's been delayed. The impact has been delayed because we had so much in abated property tax revenue that folks never paid taxes on because it was abated, and that gave us an artificial cushion, if you will, delayed the impact. So now we're seeing where we had a 6% drop roughly in property tax revenues in the current year. We're looking at a 19% drop in tax revenues in 2011. And again, for the reasons I stated before about an adjustment on the commercial side, we're expecting a 10% drop in property tax revenues in 12. If you go down to the bottom line, what we're looking at down there, as you can see, is we had a peak revenue of about $526.8 million in 2008. And in 2011, we're looking at $447.3 million. That's roughly a 15% drop in total revenues that we've seen since 2007, and we'll experience either flat or slight negative growth in 2012. And then as you look out on the bottom line, total revenues, as we look out into the future, no one anticipates we're going to be anywhere close to high single-digit revenues. We're going to be, growth rate's going to be in the low single-digit revenues, I believe, probably closer to inflation, maybe a little bit higher than inflation.
Maybe, I'm sorry. And then Mayor.
Yes.
Okay. Mark, great slide. And I'm looking here as you go over the total revenues. In fiscal year 2006, there was a total revenue of $504 million. And I'm just looking at in respect to the forecast, and I know that these numbers are not dead on in the sense of hard numbers, but the projected number for fiscal year 16 is $512 million. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, it stinks. I mean, it is just...
Well, beyond the stinking...
I'm being cute, but...
right, I mean, just speak to it for those that are here in the council as well as those that are watching on television, because this is a very compelling point that I would like for you to explain in regards to where we are today and where we were in 2006 compared to the projected forecast of fiscal year 16.
Yeah, basically, I mean, when you look at, again, right now, I really would like to focus on 11 and 12, and obviously 13, 14, 15, 16 is a forecast, and as the mayor points out every time I stand in front of him, that I haven't hit a forecast yet. But the issue here is, which caught your eye, is you're at levels of revenue that'll be back a decade ago.
That's the point that I want you to make.
That's exactly what you're saying, and it stinks. But it is what it is. And there's not much we can do about it, as we've talked about before.
Which basically goes into the impact of where we are in fiscal year 10, 11, and 12 as to what brought us here today.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted also to back up Councilman Barlow's projections or your forecast. Tell us, this council, for 12, 13, 14, and I don't even want to get into 15 and 16, and yet how conservative those increases are, that 2.5%, that 3%. I mean, they must be extremely conservative in your mind. Am I correct?
I think those are good middle-of-the-road numbers. They certainly could be worse than that. Based on what you heard today, I think probably most of what you probably took away is that right now, Tom indicated we're not going to spend our way out of this. The economy, the way it is, I think we're going to have to. I think what's reality is what's going to happen is the gaming side is going to lead. We're seeing more positive signs in the gaming side. I think as the national economy continues with its recovery, and as you saw from Tom's slides, most of the rest of the nation's ahead of us in that recovery. We're going to have to rely on their return to the spending patterns of old, and it will be nothing like what we saw in the late 90s and early 2000s. But we're going to have to rely on that being the fuel to create those jobs, to create the employment that can then fuel back to construction and housing. I think that's probably going to be the lead there. But I just don't see it happening any time real soon.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I may, I still see the city, all local governments, changing the model, and perhaps this next legislative session, perhaps the powers that are given to us by the legislature, the home rule issue, I don't know, but we have got to do something to create that economy more so than we've done. We've done an excellent job to date. We've got to do more tomorrow because these numbers just I'm not satisfied with. They're just not where they need to be, and it's scary.
The next slide is a sort of a graphic representation of the data you saw. The one you really need to pay attention for, these are individual rates. Oh, and for some reason it doesn't appear in there. I will tell you the bottom line, the red line is other revenue. The green dotted line is license fees and franchise fees. The next line, the third line up from the bottom, which is sort of pinkish, that is property tax revenues. And you can see it started to drop in fiscal year 10, 11, and 12 is where we're kind of predicting will be the bottom. Contrast that with the next line up. The blue line is consolidated tax, which is predominantly 84% of that sales tax. We're anticipating it's made its largest drop. We're predicting to be relatively flat in 11 and then some modest growth starting in 12. When you look at the lines, the slope of the line is how steep it is, and look at the steepness of the lines in 04 and 05 when you went from 4 to 5 to 6, and look at the slope of the line for the out years. That's the difference in growth rates. The steeper the line, the faster the growth rate. That steep growth rate is just not going to be present. It's not going to get us out. So the issue we're looking at with the top line, the black line, which is all those other numbers added together, is in 2011, we're obviously experiencing a significant drop again in revenues. 2012, a slight drop, kind of flat, and then beyond that, we're predicting very moderate growth rates. Just by comparison, and I highlighted in yellow there. This is the top chart is the May updated numbers that we gleaned from the committee that met on Friday, and the bottom part of it is the change from the last time we met. We met last November, and we used that data in November to help us work through our tentative budget, and now that's changed slightly. So you can see that between 10 and 11, we've essentially reduced our revenue by about $21 million in just in those two areas, for those 2 years. But I apologize again, another busy slide, but this is the merging, the top part of this slide where it says C-tax, property tax, license. Those are the revenues. And you see in the yellow columns, we're looking at the tentative budget, which we just filed on April 15th, and the final budget, which we'll have to file on June 1st. You can compare the difference, and you can see the big difference here is the use of reserves. One of the things that's happening here is that two things. One is because we're working through another set of reductions, $15 million worth of reductions, we don't have to use as much of those $31.9 million. We have to use $15 million less. The other thing that's happening is if you go down below where it says excess and then parentheses shortfall, and there's two bracketed numbers that are sort of in pink or lavender, we're going to use more of our fund balance. So we're going to make $15 million in cuts, and we're going to use another $5 million in our fund balance. So that $20 million is why the use of other reserves is dropping from about $32 to $10 million. So that's the explanation there. The growth rates that I'm assuming in the expenditure side, first of all, let me talk about the final 2011 numbers. That again represents the $15 million in additional cuts we're making. It represents the collective bargaining labor costs as the contracts sit today. I know we're still in talks and still in negotiations with the fire, and so this doesn't reflect any of that. And as soon as we know what that is, we'll be working frantically to try to analyze that and adjust that through. But you can see in the column just to the right of the yellow where it says final, the next column says average growth rate. That is the growth rate that gets you from the final fiscal year 11 to fiscal year 16. So you can see the kinds of average growth rates we're assuming for the next 5 years. And in revenues, excluding the use of reserves, we're looking at about a 2.3% average growth rate in revenues. You slide down to the expenditure side, down below, where, just to the right of where you see the number 478.1, we're looking at average expenditure growth rates of about 3.7%, driven mostly by our bargaining contracts. And so this, again, highlights the issue that even with the cuts we've made already this year, the other $15 million we're looking at, with the reserves that we're using, both the $20.8 million and the drawdown of the fund balance and the $10 million transferring in from other sources, in 2012, we're facing a $47 million reduction in expenditures. And so that's the issue before us today as we think about what we're doing. Unfortunately, it stinks, and we're going to be likely doing something very much like what we have been doing for the last 9 months. We'll be doing it again for fiscal year 12.
Mayor Goodman.
Mayor Goodman.
Whoops.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Council.
You're pretty fast. Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Real quick, I want to focus on what you just said, and that is that under the benefits, where you have wages and benefits, the projected average growth over the next 5 years is 3.7%. That is based upon our current wage and benefit package with our 4 bargaining units as well as our non-represented employees. Is that right?
Yes, we're assuming no growth rates for the non-represented employees, but we were assuming contractual growth rates for the others. And again, as we've talked about before, the primary drivers and the growth rates for the wages are going to be cost of living increases, or what we call COLA, which are bargained for, going to be step increases, the annual step increases until the employee classification tops out in the rate range, and then increases on longevity pay for those that are still receiving that. Those are the 3 primary wage increases. Obviously, there are increases due to promotions, but usually a promotion is because we have a termination, and oftentimes those either wash or actually produce a savings. The benefit increases is just a recognition that I think at least in the near term we're going to continue to see the PERS contribution rates go up, at least on the near term. I don't think they'll always go up. I don't think in the long term they will. And we're also going to continue to see, as always, increases in health care costs, and those are the 2 primary drivers in our benefits, the PERS and the health care costs.
Is it about 70% of our expenditures is labor?
Yes. Let me clarify that. You see, and I apologize for not going through all the acronyms that I've got on the page, but where it says LVMPD operations and LVMPD facilities and capital, LVMPD is Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. We don't employ the police department. We are funding partner, and these are our contributions to Metro. Metro, if you pull Metro out, if you pull that 132.1 and the 2.1 out and just look at what's left, yes, that $251.6 million in wages and benefits is about 72% of our total cost. We need to realize that 80% of that, close to 80% of that Metro operations number is labor, obviously, as well. So no matter how you slice it, we're about 75% labor.
Thank you, Mark. And briefly, going back to the reserves, how much have we taken from the reserves in order to assist in balancing the budget for FY11?
Well, that's a good question. The last 2 years, in fiscal year 9, we had a shortfall of $4 million, and we used balance for that.
Okay.
Fiscal year 10, the current year we're in,
Correct.
we're going to draw down another $26 million in fund balance, so that's
Okay.
a total of 30.
Correct.
For 2011, we're going to use another 10,
Mhm.
that gets up to 40, and then we're going to use another 20.8. So that's going to get us up to about $61 million in reserves we will have used, consumed from 2008.
Since
now.
2008 to
Right.
roughly FY 11-12.
Now, the fortunate thing, of course, is that we had some substantial reserves. A lot of those reserves weren't really reserves. They were projects that had general fund money allocated to them. They were capital projects.
Capital projects.
There was about almost $25 million of that we either stopped or deferred those projects and pulled that money in. We also scoured through our internal service funds, and where we could delay or extend capital replacement projects, things of that nature, we have taken money from those as well. When all the dust settles from 2011, based on this final budget that we'll be recommending to you on May 18th, we'll have about 50. We'll still have our fiscal stabilization fund, which I have always argued that the fiscal stabilization fund is for a true emergency, and while I know this feels like an emergency, my definition of emergency is something that you did not plan for. When we know that our revenues are going to be low and growing at a slow rate, that's not an emergency. That's something we need to plan for. We need to fix that, organically. We just can't rely on those reserves. So, in my estimation, I would want to hang on to the fiscal stabilization fund as long as we can. And on top of that, we will then have still about little less than $18 million in funding, general fund funding for capital projects that theoretically we could again defer or delay those capital projects and use that, but that's all we're going to have that's left.
Mr. Vincent, for the layperson, would the reserves be equivalent to a savings account?
Certainly. I mean, if you talk in terms of, what are the personal financial advisors tell you? They tell you should have 3 to 6 months of your earnings saved up.
Right. And with that being said, how much longer can we continue to pull from that reserve as a city going forward?
Well, in the yellow column there for fiscal year 2011, you'll see that our fund balance will be about 10%, down to $46.4 million. 10% is 10% of 52 weeks. It's about maybe a month and a half. A month and a half worth of reserves, as opposed to the 3 to 6 months that you would recommend for someone.
And how close are we? And how close are we to that point in regards to no longer being able to pull from that reserve before other items would have to, of course, be adjusted accordingly to continue to attempt to balance the budget?
Well, my recommendation is going to be on May 18th that our planning for fiscal year 12. This is just a preview of what you're going to hear from me.
Okay.
My feeling is I don't think we can afford to use reserves to plug the fiscal year 12 gap. We're going to have to find a way to bring these lines together. And let me just, if I can just click to the next slide.
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of the expenditures and the revenues in that previous slide. Before I talk about what I think it means, I want to clarify that when you look at the center line on final fiscal year 11, that's what we're going to be proposing, that green dot of revenues without the additional $10 million and transfers in from other reserves, that green dot would be just slightly under the $450 million line. So that gap would be, the gap looks like it's 25, it's really closer to 35. We have reserves to deal, we've already dealt with 9, 10, and 11. But when we look at 12, it's sort of over. I mean, we've got to bring this red line and this green line have got to be in harmony, and they're not. They're upside down. We've crossed the paths, and now we have to bring them back in alignment, and that's just the reality. Something's going to happen in fiscal year 12 to get these lines. That green line's got to at least be equivalent to or slightly higher than that red line.
And thank you for that, because I wanted to make sure that you pointed that out as far as moving forward. The fact that we can't continue to pull from the reserves, there has to be other areas in which we have to look at in order to bring the two in harmony. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Mr. Vincent, it's rhetorical to say that if we addressed that chart more dramatically, let's say in fiscal year 11, then the burdens of fiscal year 12 would be proportionally reduced.
Absolutely. And actually, that's kind of an interesting point. Let me go to the next slide. First of all, what's not on this slide, let me talk about what's not on the slide. In fiscal years 8 and also in the start of fiscal year 9, we had reduced costs by approximately $47 million. And that was primarily through attrition, through vacancy savings, through elimination of what some might call non-essential expenditures. We also did some separation packages where we had some voluntary participation in separation for positions that we did not fill. That $47 million isn't even on this slide. When we just go back to November of 2009, in November 2009, we actually, with the exception of the Building and Safety Department, which has already seen reductions in force, the general fund experienced its first reductions in force from the November decisions. Those positions were separated in January. The annualized impact in 2011 of those November 2009 cuts was about $8.6 million. In the March workshop, we presented to you an additional set of cuts, and those reductions in force we're currently going through. Some of those people have already separated. The remainder will be separated by mid-June. That was $26.5 million. On top of that, we're currently in the process, in fact, by close of business today, we will have an additional $15 million worth of cuts to throw on top of what we've already done. By the time we're done, when you see us again on May 18th for the final budget, we will have cut $50 million out of the 2011 budget. On top of the 47 that was less painful because it didn't really involve in any separations. On top of that, we're drawing down $20.8 million in our general fund, and we have the transfer from reserves of another $10 million. That's where that $80 million number comes in when people say, you know, we've got this $80 million shortfall. We had an $80 million shortfall. We've addressed $50 million of it in cuts, 15 million of which we're sorting through this weekend, as a matter of fact. And then the rest of it's going to be addressed with some reserves that we have. But beyond that, when we go to fiscal year 12, as I mentioned, my recommendation to fiscal year 12 is we have to get those lines in alignment. So hopefully this helps answer the question of the mayor. Yeah, we could have cut more. We've cut $50 million. We're looking at another $47 million plus or minus for fiscal year 12.
We're recognizing that we're in a dynamic and fluid situation. Is the proposition which was proposed at one point in time still valid, and that is that if every employee in the city took a flat, which means no COLA, no merits, no longevity, no steps, and made a concession of 8% either of salary and or benefits, or a combination of the two, that we would be able to retain all of the services and all of the employees? Is that still accurate?
I don't think it's as accurate. It's close, but I think because of the more dire outlook in 13, 14, 15, 16, the fact that the growth is just going to be in the low single digits, I don't think that would have got us there now to me, in my mind, it would have had to been even more significant.
All right, well, I would appreciate it, if not for today when we have our closed session, but at least for our briefing next week, that you try to figure out what that figure is, because as I sit here today, I'm trying to balance in my mind how we accede to the suggestion of Mr. Aguero of not terminating anybody and therefore not creating more of an unemployment problem than we already have here versus our ability to meet our obligations to pay and with the revenue that we receive. So I would like that to be updated.
We can do that.
Good.
And just finally, unless you have some more questions, just a reminder, the budget workshop is on May 18th. That's when we'll present to you the impacts of the $15 million worth of. You've already seen the impacts of the other 34 that we've done. You haven't yet been briefed on what the impacts may be for the other $15 million. We'll be doing that and week from Monday, isn't it? Or is it? Yeah. Geez.
Okay.
It stinks, like I said. But,
right. Thank you very much. No, not now. No. This is just a report of Mr.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent. We appreciate that. Any questions before I take a motion? On the motion, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I move we accept the report and tell Mark he did a great job again.
All right. Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 50 is discussion and possible action regarding an interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and the City of Las Vegas to provide funding for the operations and maintenance of the Reed Whipple Cultural Center located at 821 North Las Vegas Boulevard. This is Ward 5, and this item is related to RDA item number 5. And Mr. Arendt, recognize you made a prior presentation, please.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Bill Arntz, Director, Office of Business Development. This item is an interlocal between the Redevelopment Agency and the City of Las Vegas, whereby the Redevelopment Agency will fund $372,695 for fiscal year 2011 only. This will allow the Reed Whipple to be partially operated for both the Las Vegas Youth Orchestra and the Rainbow Company. Be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Are there any questions in addition to the comments of this morning? All right, I'd incorporate those comments into this matter, and at that, Councilman Barlow, your motion, please.
Motion for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding an interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and the City of Las Vegas to provide for the operations and maintenance of the historic Fifth Street School located at 401 South 4th Street by the City of Las Vegas Office of Cultural Affairs. This is in Ward 3, and the item is related to RDA item number 6, which we heard earlier this morning. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is similar. It's for funding the operations of the Fifth Street School. We have total expenses for fiscal year 11 projected at $419,029. Part of those expenses will be reimbursed from 3 tenants that we have at the building. The remainder of the expenses will be covered by leasing the gym and the art gallery, as well as from funding from the redevelopment agency. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, any comments or questions? All right, same admonition that the comments of this morning will be reincorporated by reference to this. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow staff and RDA's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Your brevity was very appreciated. Thank you. Number 52 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of a temporary supper club license for Marisol Montano and Gume Montano, doing business as La Serena Mexican Seafood Restaurant at 2327 Southeastern Avenue. And this is in Ward 3. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. Just to give you a little history on this application that you have before you today, when we received the application for La Serena Mexican Seafood Restaurant, it was for a sole owner of Marisol Montano. And when the application was forwarded back to Mr. DiFiore and myself to do a preliminary review of her background history, we were not able to determine any areas of concern, so we issued the administrative temporary license in October. Early in Metro's investigation, they determined that her father, Mr. Montano, was an investor in the business, so Metro asked him to submit a lender suitability application, which he did. At the same time, they submitted a modified application having Marisol and her father, Goumet, as 50% owners on this application. We received the investigative report from Metro in March with areas of concern. Some of their main concerns were financial and criminal history that was disclosed in the application process, and we contacted the applicants as we normally do, suggested they go and obtain a copy of their police report and come into our office and discuss the report, which we did. We met with them on April 16th. Just some of the areas that we had concerns with and Metro had concerns with, there were misstatements on the applications pertaining to financial information, and it was also discovered that Ms. Montano's live-in boyfriend had a criminal history, as well as Mr. Montano. And there was also some falsification of documents that were submitted with their applications and some omissions and misleading items that were in their application. Ms. Montano and her father, Mr. Goumet, is here to answer any questions you may have, and also Sergeant Lowe.
Very good. Folks, be happy to hear from you.
Yeah, we have proof. They told us.
Wait, is your microphone on? Could somebody make sure?
Okay. Marisol Montano. We brought here, they asked for some letters from regarding my father, because he had probation in California, and here it is that he completed successfully. And then I have another letter he was arrested on November 2004, and I have here that they dropped all the charges, that he never got anything, and they asked me if he had some proof of financial, that he had some money going in and out. The thing is that he had a business and it burned down and he got money from that, and then he purchased a home. And there's your proof of the money coming in and out, too.
Let me ask you this. Have you made those documents available to our licensing office?
They told us to bring them in today.
I know. Have they seen them yet?
No, we have not.
No.
Well, I think they should see them.
Well, Your Honor, I can certainly appreciate your request. The mayor would like you to be able to see those items. To have staff look at those items. I would like to hear from Metro real quick and see what his recommendation is going to be on this item.
Hello, Glenn Lowe, Sergeant, Metro Special Investigations, Sergeant. The biggest concerns we had were the financials, of course. We didn't see these documents either, and they had plenty of time to get us those documents during the investigation, which they didn't do. And also, in the report, the lease agreements that he had for his properties that looked like they were signed by him, and then he admitted that he did sign them, and then he went back and got new lease agreements from his lessees. So we have concerns about that also. And then his criminal history, some of that was related to his prior business also. And if he's going to be 50% owner in the business, that should be important too, as far as his other business operations and those criminal charges related to that business. But the main thing is financials.
But look, it looks to me like, though, that during this whole process, they've kind of answered whatever you wanted. They've said whatever they thought you wanted them to say.
True.
They've never really just come out and said, this is what we really, really have. And that really bothers me, Your Honor. But if you want them to look at those...
I think that they should at least show those documents to Metro and to Ms. Myers before we hear the recommendation. You don't have to do it now. Maybe we can just trail this so you have an opportunity to look at this. And then,
we'll trail it for a couple items.
How do we do that? We'll trail it.
Do you want to trail this?
Yes.
For just a couple items.
Okay.
Right. We'll trail it. They have a chance to discuss it with them, and then that may affect your recommendation, or it may not, and then we'll go from there. All right. Item 53 is discussion and possible action regarding a temporary Class 3A secondhand dealer license for Jewelry Manufacturers Exchange, doing business as Jewelry Manufacturers Exchange, Inc. at 8550 West Charleston Boulevard in Suite 108. This is in Ward 2. Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, this application today comes before you after the report from Metro developed an area of concern. Very briefly, there was a previous business here under the name of Jewelry Manufacturers, Inc., based out of Plano, Texas. Ms. Tigert, who is standing next to me, was an employee of that particular business. The licensee for that was requested to have her father come forward for lender suitability. He was an investor in the business. He failed to do that, and the previous owner withdrew the application. Ms. Tigert then submitted an application under the name of Jewelry Manufacturers, Incorporated, to carry on the business. And it's a secondhand dealer's business that deals in jewelry and watches and so forth. The connection with the previous business has to do with her ex-husband, who was a business consultant, and he was a consultant and still is, I believe, today with the Plano, Texas business, and had been for a period of time a consultant with her particular business. So it immediately developed a concern that there was a carry-on of the previous business with the lender suitability request not coming forward for investigation. Ms. Tigert has submitted to our office letters from her ex-husband, Mr. Dennis, that is severing his ties with this particular business and distancing himself from that. They've been operating on a temporary license since November of 2009. There have been some violations that have occurred during that time. There was a violation noted on December 31st where they failed to report the transactions to the Metropolitan Police Department, which they're required to do on a daily basis. Another violation that was found was that they advertised for a wine and cheese event as maybe a stimulus for their business operation. They did not have an alcoholic beverage license approved by the council for that location. The other one that we were concerned with was an advertising for Cash for Gold house parties. Simply put, Cash for Gold house parties cannot comply with Metropolitan Police Department's requirement of storing goods for a 30-day period at a commercial location where they had access to it in the event that they got a crime report with regard to stolen goods. In each of these cases, they complied with our request to correct these violations. When I say they, I'm talking about Ms. Tigert and Mr. Folan, who's in the audience, who has filed an application as her key employee. I do have a recommendation for the council today, but I'll wait, if necessary, to have council address Ms. Tigert with some of these issues that I've just spoke about.
Fine, Ms. Tigert, happy to hear from you. Be happy to hear from you.
Oh, thank you. We have done everything that we tried to. Metropolitan, they've worked with us. We're kind of new at this, or I am. I'm just a teacher, but I enjoy the business world. You know, I've worked at retail all my life until I got my teaching degree. But my key person is Michael. He's the one that does most of the stuff during the day. We discuss everything, and everything that's the violations that's come up, it's like, okay, then we go and fix it. Everything's been fixed so far, I think, I hope. And other than that, everybody's been really helpful of telling us what to do and what not to do and telling us where to go to get help. So basically, I've put all my money in this, and I'm just trying to make my business work.
Okay, any questions of Ms. Tigert or Mr. DiFiore? Any comments? All right, Mr. DiFiore, what's your recommendation?
I'm going on gut feeling here, based upon the economy, based upon what the council has made comments about being business-friendly over the last couple of years. My gut feeling is that she's new to the business. She needs an opportunity to take her investment and make it work. I'm going to recommend that we extend a temporary license with conditions. This temporary license would be through November 17th of this year with a review by the City Council at that time. The condition would be that She breaks all affiliation with the previous operator of this business in Plano, Texas, and she started that by having Mr. Dennis, her ex-husband, submit letters stating that he is not involved in her business operation. The other condition is that she would have to abide by all city codes and all business licensing codes on reporting her purchases on a daily basis, and that if during this next 6-month period on a temporary licenses, if any of the violations of business licensing or the conditions occur, that I would have the authority to suspend the license pending a review by the City Council at the next available City Council meeting.
Are you in agreement with those?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions? Then Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. Mayor Goodman, with your permission, Michael is your key employee. Is he there? Would you mind having him come up?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Tiger, do you understand everything that was just talked about by Mr. DiFiore?
Yes, sir.
You agree with the conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand the rules now?
Yes.
And Michael, I'm sure you understand what was
Absolutely.
discussed here today, and you understand the rules and everything?
Yes.
I think, interestingly enough, just to speak to our stupidity here, the violations that were noted all came about quite literally because of our lack of familiarity with city code. It was our understanding when Paula Axelrod came out from the city explaining the codes initially that Metro was going to send us the books for reporting daily transactions, when in fact that wasn't the case. When she came back in about a week later for a follow-up visit, asked for the book, and I said, they still haven't sent it. She says, well, you need to pick it up. So that afternoon I went and picked it up. As for the wine and cheese violation...
All right, let me do this, and I don't mean to cut you short, but we've been working all morning.
I know, I understand.
And you're winning.
I know. My point was that what's occurred thus far has been from stupidity more than anything.
Okay, and that's what I think, too. Mr. DiFiore and Officer, would you agree that they've been cooperative with you? They have the right attitude and everything like that?
Absolutely.
Okay, and that's great. The last thing I want to do is discourage any businesses from coming into the city of Las Vegas, whether you're an existing business or a new business. In today's day, in today's recession, I want to encourage businesses. So please accept the conditions we're about to place on you. We're going to have a 6-month review. If you're following the laws and the rules, everything will be okay.
Terrific.
Okay, great. The motion is to follow the recommendations of Mr. DiFiore for a temporary license with a 6-month review with the conditions you've suggested.
And I'm going to vote to support Councilman Wilson to reward stupidity. All right, let's vote.
Never stop.
Opposed?
Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much.
Ready for, all right, item 52 again. Are we ready? Thank you. No, it doesn't do any good.
Mayor, Council, the documents that they provided, they're still missing several documents. They don't have any of the settlement documents, and they said they would be able to provide Metro those settlement documents by next week. They do have a temporary license currently in place that doesn't expire until July. Not sure how much the problems with the financial background omissions in regards to the criminal history, because one allegation or one arrest was dismissed, but there's other criminal convictions. So I don't know, Detective Lowe.
To me, the whole application is really on the dark side. It's really shady, and I just really have a hard time even leaving them open temporarily until we get some more documentation that they can get anywhere for anything. And this information that we receive back here that we get to go through, to me, it's just line after line after line, page after page. It's the same thing. They just, to me, blatantly tried to just do this haphazardly.
Mayor Pro,
Yes.
did you want to make a motion then?
I would like to hear a recommendation from you and the Metro, please.
Based on what you said, Councilman, I agree with you. Forged documents, coming up with documents that they think they need after us telling them, no, this is, here's your problems, and then them trying to mitigate those problems by who knows where they're getting documents at, criminal history based on his other businesses, criminal history and the financials. I still don't, it's all cloudy to me. I don't know exactly if we can verify the documentation they're bringing forward, because we wasn't able to verify the documentation they originally gave us. So just based on all that stuff, I can't give a recommendation, but just based on the facts speak for themselves.
Thank you. Ms. Myers, you have anything else you want to add?
No, my recommendation would be denial.
I feel the same way for all those comments I've made on the record. I won't try to attempt it again, Mayor. But I make a motion for denial of this application.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding an agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the United States Tennis Association to provide program funding at the Stacy and Amanda Darling Tennis Center, Ward 4. Mr. Zimmerman? By the way, if anybody's here for our 1 o'clock afternoon agenda, how long do you think our special session will be? About an hour? That's what I would think. I would say you'd want to come back here at 2:15.
But she's getting paid by the hour, though.
I'd say we'll start the afternoon session as close to 2:15 as possible.
We could move the closed door to the end if you'd like, at the end of the day. It's completely up to you.
All right, we could do that. That's a good idea. All right, then.
It may still be, depending on how much longer you go.
Well, we shouldn't be that much longer in the morning. Okay, disregard what I said, and what we'll do is we'll just take a little break over the noon hour and then come back for the afternoon agenda, and then we'll go into our closed session thereafter. So stand by, and we'll give you a better idea as to when we'll be back. Okay, Mr. Zimmerman.
Mayor, Council, Lonnie Zimmerman, Deputy Director of Leisure Services. I have been before you in the past briefing about our relationship with the USD and them having identified the Darling Tennis Center as a regional training facility. Also, additionally, they will provide us $50,000 a year for the next 3 years to provide an elite training academy out there. Since the original signing of that agreement, they have requested an amendment to our contract concerning indemnification and indemnification of the USDA. Upon receipt of that, I turned to Mr. Jerbick's office and worked with Mr. Sylvain. I believe that they have come up with a satisfactory articulation of the indemnification. With that, I would move for approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding the program and defer to Mr. Jerbick's office regarding the indemnification itself.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Zimmerman? All right, hearing none, Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. My motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Item 56 is discussion and possible action on the submittal. Yes. No. Discussion and possible action on the submittal of the City of Las Vegas 2010 to 2015 Consolidated Plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. This pertains to all boards, of course. And I guess we'll call the next one, too. Item 57, discussion and possible action regarding the submittal of the City of Las Vegas 2010 to 2011 action plan that secures $9,735,739 in U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and State of Nevada funds. This pertains to all boards. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer. I'm handling this item. Our staff will be forthcoming here very shortly. These are really two companion items. They're routine items that we do every year. The one item is the consideration of the annual action plan that we submit to HUD every year that provides for how we spend federal HUD dollars for the fiscal year 2010-2011. Tim Whitworth is here, and he'll be able to answer any questions that you might have regarding the specific provisions of that
annual action element. The other item is the 5-year strategy or consolidated plan that we submit also to HUD that outlines the strategies and tactics we use as a city and the expenditure of federal resources over that 5-year period.
Right, and the record should reflect that we received substantial documentation with that information in it prior to today's meeting. Mr. Whitfield, did you want to be heard?
Just to note that this year, again, we have a situation, we have to submit both the 5-year plan as well as the action plan to HUD. They're due May 15th. Again, the 5-year plan lays out our 5-year strategies for the city. Those strategies dictate the next annual action plans for the following 5 years as well. So essentially the action plan this year is for the 2010-2011. Just to let you know, we are still looking at providing affordable rental housing. We all know that we're being affected by high unemployment rates, and you've seen the earlier items today. We still have a need for affordable rental for individuals earning about 60% area median income. So that is included in the strategies of the COM plan as well as the action plan.
Thank you. Are there any questions at this time?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Mr. Woodwright, in regards to this plan, if you can just brief me in regards to how the City of Las Vegas or Neighborhood Services come up with this plan and who is a part of that planning process.
Sure. Basically, we send out a community survey, which actually send out with our neighborhood planners. That's made available to neighborhoods and communities within our targeted areas, and our targeted areas are those where the majority of households, 51% or more, are considered to be low income. And so they indicate what their needs are as families in those in parts of the community. In addition, we also talk to our nonprofit agencies who provide those services, again, to make sure we know what are they seeing, what do you see in terms of needs, who's coming through your doors as well. And then we also base it in part upon census data as well as state demographers' data.
And who's a part of the committee that devises this plan for the City of Las Vegas? Sure. It is through Neighborhood Services staff, which includes both the Development Division as well as the Neighborhood Initiatives and, again, the planners that work within that division. This also ties in a little bit to the recommendations that Mayor and Council received from the Community Development Recommending Board. Mm-hmm. They also hold, in fact, this year held 7 public hearings, meetings where they listened to requests for funding and the presentations, and then, of course, came before you this time on March 17th of this year to make those recommendations, which were approved at that time. Right, and with all of those public meetings and the community input, this presentation, this application before us today to be submitted to HUD is coming before the council for final approval in order to meet the city's obligation.
Correct. That's correct. This is reflective of those meetings and all the input that was received, including the approvals from March 17th. And essentially today what we're asking is authorization to submit both of those plans to HUD in order to obtain those federal funds and, as you say, meet those obligations and commitments to the community.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman.
I had asked about this at our briefing, and I just want to make sure I can put those two together the right way. You're saying this is information that you collected throughout the community to determine what the needs of the community were, particularly in areas, or primarily in areas, where there's 51% that are in heavy need. Is that correct?
That's correct. That are low-income families.
All right. And then you developed this plan, and it was developed by Neighborhood Services and...
Neighborhood Services Department, we worked, it's a development division, as well as assistance from the neighborhood planners and the Neighborhood Initiatives Division, and then again in consultation with our nonprofit organizations and agencies who are serving these populations, and as well as, I noted earlier, a survey as well that was completed by the neighborhoods.
And does this then get to what you call block grant funding?
Yes, actually, these plans cover community development block grant funds. It also covers emergency shelter grant, housing opportunities for persons with AIDS, as well as home investment partnership program funds.
So basically, this is a plan we send to HUD that we have developed through collecting information in the neighborhoods to determine what would be our priorities, what our plan would be for obtaining block grant funding from HUD?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I was told. I want to make sure I understood.
Very good. Any other questions? All right, hearing none, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. On item number 56, I would move to approve and adopt and authorize submittal of the City of Las Vegas 2010 to 2015 consolidated plan to HUD, including consideration of public comment as required by HUD.
All right, thank you. Let's vote. Post?
Didn't come up. Vote in the affirmative, please.
Motion carries. And 57, please.
The same motion, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 58 is discussion of possible action on a request to install speed humps on Sweeney Avenue between 8th Street and 11th Street, and this is in Ward 3.
Morris Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This is a request for three speed humps along Sweeney Avenue. This portion of Sweeney Avenue is behind Park Elementary School. We have a lot of school kids that cross here trying to get to school. Our traffic study indicated that we have about 600 cars per day using the street, and this is not an emergency response route.
Thank you. I move to approve this item, Your Honor, and the kids at the school really appreciate us doing this.
Very good. Let's vote, please.
It's all parents.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 59 is R28-2010, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution to ask approval from the Clark County Debt Management Commission to issue one or more installment purchase agreements in the maximum principal amount of $10,848,804 to finance energy conservation projects, and this pertains to all wards. Mr. Vincent, Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer, and with me is Tom Perigo. I'm going to just give you a little background here. This is the first step in what will ultimately be 6 steps, 6 separate votes by council on issuing $10.8 million, $10,849,000 to be a little more precise, in energy conservation bonds, part of which about $5.9 million of that would be through qualified energy conservation bonds, and about $5.0 million of that will be clean renewable energy bonds. This first step will get us to get to the DMC for their approval to proceed. We'll then go and ask for the Department of Taxation's permission to proceed. And then as soon as we firm up exactly what financing instrument we're going to use relative to the lease purchase, whether or not we use Build America bonds or some other type of bond, we haven't quite figured that out yet. But as soon as we figure that out and know exactly what projects we're working on, we'll be coming back then with the resolution for your consideration on the installment purchase financing. So this is just the first step. We're not committed to sell anything. We're just in the process of getting approvals to do that. I've asked Tom to come up with me to answer any questions you might have or give you sort of a little insight as to what kind of projects we're looking at with respect to these energy bonds. And let me just say, before Tom does, that the point of doing this is these bonds will be paid back either through credits or through energy conservation savings that we can measure and actually achieve. And if to the extent we can't do that, we won't be bringing the bond back to you to sell. So and with that, I'll turn over to Tom for a little explanation.
I thought you sent him to work.
Forget about it. Mr. Perigo.
Just real quick, Tom Perigo, Deputy Director of Administrative Services. This is following up to the item that we had before you last fall, and we talked about it a couple of times. It's an opportunity to take some of that grant money that we're receiving, combining it with rebates and other funding sources and this bond money. So with about $5 million in grants we're getting under ARA, we'll be doing about $20 million in energy capital projects. And again, for the purposes that you approved to create jobs, save energy, reduce our carbon emissions. And the beauty of it, like Mark said, is that if these things don't pay for themselves in energy savings, we don't do it. But we're very confident in our model, and we've got a number of projects ready to go. So we're ready to hit the ground running and try to get these things out there to bid and get people to work.
All right. Any questions of Mr. Vincent or Mr. Perigo?
Mr. Perigo, could I just ask, are you going to be representing the city at the Debt Management Committee then?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll explain those. I just want to make sure if I needed to explain them or not, but you'll be there presenting the whole thing.
I will, and I'll give them a little bit more detail, but probably leave it mostly up to questions that they'll have. But yes, I'll be prepared to answer all those questions.
Yeah, and Councilman, just for the record, we'll have our financial analyst will also be there presenting the financing of the deal. So Andy Artusi will probably lead it off, and we'll let Tom explain what we're using the projects we're using the money for.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm going to follow the recommendation for approval, please.
Okay, let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Item 60 is R29, 2010, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the RDA and DCAR Enterprises, LLC, located 1205 South Las Vegas Boulevard, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 3, and the item is related to the RDA item number 4, which we heard earlier today. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Office of Business Development. This is part of our VIP, or Visual Improvement Program. The property owner is investing over $194,000 into the property. It's a wedding chapel on Las Vegas Boulevard. The property is eligible for matching grant from the redevelopment agency of $50,000. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Arndt? All right, hearing none, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow staff and RDA's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please.
Yes, I'm trying to bring it up on the screen. Please vote.
Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Arndt. Item 61 is R30-2010, approval of a resolution to reduce scheduled cost of living adjustment, referred to as COLA, for classified employees of the bargaining unit represented by the Las Vegas City Employees Association. Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Vincent again. When we negotiated this current MOU, there were three conditions that we had to achieve. First of all, what we did is when we did negotiate this MOU, we had an immediate 1% reduction in the cost of living increase that was scheduled for that year. We also then negotiated an extension in the contract for additional, I think, 4 years. And in each of those 4 years, if certain conditions were met, the city, by virtue of the resolution and demonstrating that it met those conditions, could then move to reduce the CEA COLA by an additional 1%. So this year, 3 to 2 is the question, dropping it from 3% to 2%. Of the conditions that were required to be met, one was that we had to demonstrate that the annual increase in appointed and executive compensation on average did not exceed that of the classified employee group, and it in fact has not for several years now. The second thing we had to demonstrate was that that was necessary to have the reduction in order to balance the budget, and I think at one point we had talked about, I think it was a 2% reduction in revenues. As you've seen, we far surpassed that. That's not an issue, and I don't think that issue is in question either. The third element was that we were required to make a good faith effort to negotiate same or similar concessions with the other bargaining units. At this time, some of the other groups, we were trying to, as you recall, negotiate some level of concession. We were looking at a 1% reduction at that time, thinking that would have been sufficient. Obviously, it wasn't. But we made efforts to negotiate same or similar concessions. We didn't achieve exactly the same rates that we would have liked, but that's the nature of the collective bargaining process. We feel that we have made a reasonable effort to negotiate as much as we can and could achieve the same or similar concessions. And so based on those three issues, those three requirements, we brought this resolution in front of you today to reduce the cost of living increase from the scheduled 3% to 2%.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Vincent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mark, this is, if we adopt this is for fiscal year 11, which starts July 1st.
Correct.
Okay. But this is still subject to any other bargaining that we might be doing and might be going on at the time?
Well, this is, the CEA contract currently is not open for negotiations, but we are in discussions, if you will, about additional concessions as well. So whatever fruit comes out of that is obviously going to have an impact on this the outcome of this resolution as well.
All right, Mr. Snyder, did you want to be heard?
Yes. Bruce Snyder, General Counsel, Las Vegas City Employees Association. I believe Mark Vincent well stated the background and the history. Yesterday, our board approved a letter that I believe was hand-delivered to all of you and to the city manager yesterday, where our board is going on record once again with the opinion that you have not met that last condition, and therefore we are going on record as objecting today.
That's what the letter stated. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, could I ask Mark Vincent why you feel we did meet it again? Would you repeat that?
I have some numbers, Councilwoman, that I think would help a little bit with that. As Mark indicated, the first year, last year, was an automatic reduction. Going into fiscal year 11, we believe we've met that criteria, and let me just talk about what we've done with the other three unions. For the POA, our concession agreement with them last year reduced the fiscal year 11 COLA by 1%. So without any action by you or action by them, any further negotiation, their COLA will go down by 1%. For the fire department, there was no COLA in the second year. We're still in active negotiations with them, which we will talk further about in the closed door session. But there is no COLA budgeted for them, and there is no COLA anticipated for them going forward at this point. In addition, we're actively negotiating with PPA, and as they indicated on the record to you about a month ago, they've got a proposal on the table that would outright eliminate their COLA, which is currently slated for 3.75. So we feel that we've adequately met that threshold.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please, with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Thank you, Doug. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 62. This is the Building and Safety Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee. The terms of Robert W. Potter expires May 17, 2010. Steve Quinn expires May 17, 2010. And Mark Vincent, his term expires May 17, 2010. The option is to reappoint Mr. Potter, Mr. Quinn, and Mr. Vincent, or appoint new members to these seats. I believe that each one of these gentlemen desire to be reappointed. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll make a motion. All three of these applicants, they've done a good job. I just, would like to tell them thanks for even wanting to be reappointed to this seat that we have.
All right, so that's the motion? Yeah. Very good. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 63 is the Historic Preservation Commission. The term of Clay T. White expires May 17, 2010. Our option is to reappoint her. She'd like to be reappointed, or to appoint a new member. May I have the motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow her desire, please.
All right. The motion is to reappoint her. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 64 is Bill number 2010-15. Reduces the minimum amount of meal service seating that must be provided by establishments with beer, wine cooler on sale and beer, wine cooler on off-sale licenses. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2010-15, in order to reduce the minimum amount of meal service seating that must be provided in establishments with beer, wine cooler on sale and beer, wine cooler off-sale licenses and appropriately related matters.
Councilman, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, move for approval.
Let's vote, please. Post. Mine didn't come up yet? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 65 is Bill number 2010-16. Requires certain contractors and employers of employees hired to staff gaming hospitality operations to be signatory to collective bargaining agreements where the city or city's redevelopment agency has a specified financial or proprietary interest. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-16, in order to require certain contractors and employers of employees hired to staff gaming and hospitality operations to be signatory to collective bargaining agreements where the city and the city's redevelopment agency have a specified financial and proprietary interest and provide for all related matters.
Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, move for approval.
All right, let's vote, please.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I need to, because of my role of the building trades, Southern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council, even though I have no direct correlation with the culinary union. I need to abstain from this item.
Very good. May the record reflect that? Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 66, Bill number 2010-17, is eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we'll move on to the new bills. New bills, items 67 through 70, bills 2010-18 through 2010-21, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, May 18, 2010. Would you please read those bills, Mr. Jervik?
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2010-18, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, providing for the payment of the cost of expenses of a commercial area revitalization project, assessing the cost of the project against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith. Bill number 2010-19, an ordinance to correct an error in the mandatory spay-neuter ordinance to set the required age for spay-neuter procedures at 4 months rather than 6 and provide other related matters. Bill number 2010-20, an ordinance revising and updating zoning-related application and hearing procedures, generally providing that the Planning Commission action its most recent special use permits and its final unless appealed or requested for review by a member of the City Council, provided for a procedure for required reviews and approving zoning applications and provide for other related matters. Thankfully, the last one, Bill number 2010-21, an ordinance to update the parking procedure or hearing procedures for the municipal code related to parking infractions and provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow, will you be available for review on Tuesday, May 18th?
Yes.
Thank you. And Councilman Anthony, will you be available at that time? Very good. Then you'll be assigned those bills. And we're going to be in recess now for the afternoon session, which will begin, let's say 1:30. 1:30.
Lunchtime. Jenny Craig time. Jenny Craig. I can't remember.
Diana, did you speak to Maria?
Yeah, I did. I talked to her producer, and I kind of said, you know, we got into it. She was bringing about
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. We started early this morning with the redevelopment agency, and then we took ourselves about a 45-minute break here, and we're back in action. This is item number 72. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 87 is a site development review, 37363. Applicant, owner, Lead Foundation Trust at 3901 West Charleston Boulevard. The applicant has asked that to be held in advance until our May 19, 2010 meeting.
Thank you.
Are there any other items at this time?
Excuse me.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that I've talked with the applicant, and because of the work we're doing and wanting to have Christina Hickson also be able to go over it, we'd like to have, I'm trying to remember now, excuse me, 60 days, excuse me, 60 days.
So that would be what date?
July 7th?
June 7th.
Right, because they're doing such a, July 7th?
July 7th.
Okay, then that's what we would like to do. And I have talked with Mr. Becker, who put in the initial abeyance, and told him we would make it longer so that we could be sure that she had a chance to see everything that we are considering.
Okay, make that July 7th, 2010 then.
Okay.
Any other items?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the applicant for item 78 has asked that that item be stricken.
Item 80,
Item 78.
78. Item 78 is an abeyance item. Public hearing to consider a request for waiver and/or reduction of fees and/or daily civil penalties for the property located at 1389 Lowry Avenue. It's in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Do you have any problem having that be here? Item 78 will be, I'd rather not strike that until Councilman Barlow's here.
Okay, let's wait for him then, because if it's the applicant who wants it stricken, I don't blame him, because he might have a $180,000 fine imposed upon him. If I was in his spot too, I'd want it stricken.
Yes, he sent an email, and Councilman Barlow was going to be here, so I just put the email there, so when he
Okay.
gets here, that'll be fine.
All right, then we'll wait for him.
Thank you.
I think he was just on the phone in his office, and will be here shortly.
Okay, we'll wait for Councilor Barlow then on 78. Very good.
And Your Honor, if I may, item number 82, I had been in contact yesterday with the applicant's attorney, and he was supposed to be sending over something today saying that they want that stricken, so we're going to ask that item 82 be stricken.
Are you making the request now?
I am making the request on behalf of the individual's attorney.
And you agree that it should be stricken?
Yes.
Councilman Ross?
Did we not just talk about this item, or is that a different item?
No, this was a vacate notice that we had given to some properties downtown. She had hired an attorney. He filed the appeal to strike it. She has since fired that attorney,
82?
hired a new... 83, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Forgive me, 83. Yeah, and the property's actually already vacated, so they no longer are requesting the appeal.
So you want that item stricken?
Yes.
Is that what the one with the woman who was, that we had our meeting about?
Yes.
Okay.
Which one's this?
This is over at Carson Avenue.
This is Mr. Lau's.
It is Ms. Lau.
Yeah.
She had an attorney who filed an appeal. She has since hired a new attorney. He is working with us, and no longer, the property's already vacated, so they no longer wish to have the appeal on this.
What do we do with that property?
They're in the process of hiring contractors to do some type of renovation on it. And we're
You guys are killing me.
Well, we're monitoring it. He has asked for us to work with him. He's hired security to be on site every night from 8 o'clock at night till 8 o'clock in the morning. And we go by and monitor it every day. And so far, they've done exactly what they said they were going to do. We've met with several contractors out there who are working on giving us quotes.
There's not enough money in the world to fix that property unless you tear it down and build something new.
What's that?
There's not enough money in the world to make that, fix that property unless you tear it down and build something new.
Well, we agree. So
why are we doing this?
because the attorney asked if that we could work with her to see if it was feasible for her to rehab
Did
that
you explain to
property.
this attorney that we've been working with this lady for
Yes.
5 years?
I did, and he, like I said, he's been very diligent in working with us.
How much time did you give him?
Well, we told him 30 days. We would give him 30 days to acquire bids and see if it was in fact feasible.
Are they going to, how long is it going to take for them to start work? When are we going to see some action?
That we haven't come to that point yet. All we've given them is 30 days to come in with some type of bids and quotes and give us some type of timelines on whether or not they're going to rehab the property or move forward with the demolition.
And we had this big meeting at my office, and we were just going to throw the book at them.
And we pretty much have.
And then you just rolled over and played dead.
Oh, absolutely not, sir.
Bet me.
Okay, where are we?
We're still waiting.
Okay, I think, so we're, right now, the requests on 78, 82, and 87, is that correct?
83.
83.
Betsy, on that layoff list, I got to name Dad.
Well, well, at least I'll have a place to stay for a while.
Are we waiting on item 82?
No, 78, 83, and 87.
78. So do we want to just go ahead and strike it?
Yes.
Okay. We read item 78 and 83 as a hearing and possible action to consider the appeal regarding 30-day vacate nuisance notice in order to comply located at 615 East Carson Avenue. That's requested by the applicant to strike that item. Are there any other items? I make a motion to bring these items forward, Your Honor, and take the appropriate action, please, at this time.
Thanks. Let's vote, please. Opposed?
He's just learning.
Okay, motion carries. Item 73 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 4312 Amethyst Avenue in the amount of $3,466.50 and assess a maximum of $41,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Jean Senior, and this is in Ward 6.
Your Honor, if I may, this is to refresh your memory. This was an item that was abated for 30 days to give this gentleman a chance, but I'll go ahead and read this into the record. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property violation regarding a legal notification. Corrective action was taken or an appeal filed. The Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolition to board front and rear doors of mobile home, board all openings and accessory structures, prime and paint over surface areas of fire damage on the mobile home and accessory structure, remove all trash and debris, remove fire damaged white van, remove dismantled brown GMC truck. To date, there have been 9 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property based on Zillow.com is $101,500. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $950 invoice for American Demolition Services in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $3,466.50 and consider assessing a maximum of $41,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right, where do we stand on this?
There's been no change to the property other than there's high weeds that are currently, this gentleman was up here last time and asked for, he didn't know what to do, so we got him, attempted to get him with Senior Law Project to see if there was something they could do.
Right.
And we've had no contact since that time.
What happened with this? Identify yourselves, please, sir.
Okay, my name is Gary White. I'm the only son of my mother, Jeannie Senior, who passed away in March of last year.
Right, and did you go to the Senior Law Project?
I called them, yes, sir, and I talked to the secretary for the project, and she said that they were booked solid for 2 months, but she said if I could call every morning and ask for Mr. John Boyer that he possibly could squeeze me in. Well, I have done this. I just recently started my Social Security after waiting 7 months. I've been penniless, and I got a cell phone and a scooter so that I'm mobile now, and I'm able to take care of this business. But I can't force them to take on the case for me, so I have tried to call them every morning, and she assures me that if it's possible, he'll squeeze me in. Other than that, I have no alternative but to just put myself on the mercy of the project here. Because
do you have an appointment now?
No, I don't. It's just a matter of whether or not he can find a time or somebody drops a case or he can squeeze me in. She told me that they were booked solid for 2 months.
Mayor Goodman,
Yes.
please. John Boyer.
Boyer,
I
yes.
believe John Boyer is a private lawyer, so did they refer you to a private lawyer to
No, but
call?
she assured me that he was the lawyer that took care of cases like this.
Okay, because it's just hard to believe that the senior law project would be booked solid for 2 months. That
Well,
just
I'd be
doesn't-
more than
I'm not
willing-
saying you're lying, it just doesn't sound right.
Well, why don't you do this?
We can
Well,
certainly
I
check
don't want
into
to
that.
get involved with Councilman Ross's ward, but I
Mr.
was saying that maybe at the conclusion of these nuisance abatements, maybe Mr. Smith and the gentleman could get on the phone and find out what's happening with the senior law project.
Absolutely, Your Honor. I think we can actually just move on and get this resolved today. The civil penalties, we can waive at this. I'm ready to waive those civil penalties. Let's go ahead and assess him the $3,466.50 to get back the taxpayers' dollars first. That'll be assessed and levied upon your property. You've got plenty of time to work with the senior law program,
Yes, sir.
whatever it takes. We can direct staff today to help you make those connections, but you've got to follow through.
I understand that. Well, the property, my mom was in real estate. She bought the property from me originally, sold her house and moved in with me. I transferred the title back over to her for tax purposes because they ran
Better be careful, you're going to get yourself indicted, so.
Well, wait, just a minute.
No, I'm trying to help you. Right now, you're winning, okay?
Okay.
Right now, you're winning because.
But we can, I guess, Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
We can move beyond this, work with staff, work with the senior law project, whatever it takes to help you get to where you need to be. Let's move on from here.
Okay.
We're gonna
Just
lean
one question.
through the mayor.
Okay, I was under the assumption that the property would have to go through probate even to change the title into my name so that I could either possibly sell the property or fix it up.
It probably will have to. That's why you have to get this attorney from the senior law project to help.
Exactly.
We understand that. but
Okay.
We're taking care of our business today,
I-
and then you'll take care of your business this afternoon.
I'll shut up.
And Mr. White,
Mr. Mayor-
not to be rude, I'm sorry,
No,
Councilman.
I just wanted to tell you, I have made some referrals recently to the senior law project, and they really are booked heavy. Maybe you haven't found it, but we have found them heavily booked, so that might, I'm thinking is telling something that I have found out also.
With your permission, Your Honor, I think he's absolutely probably right on the money in regards to those folks over there. Either way, he's going to need some legal counsel and
Right.
direction with the probate, the passing of his mother, how the property is going to go back into his hands. At the same time, we're going to follow through with a lien against the property for $3,600 and change, or $3,466.50 and change. That'll all be worked out. If your pro bono attorney needs to come back and talk to me, certainly we can do that in my office and work things out. Right now, we just want to recover what the city's already spent to clean up your property. And then we'll do everything we can to get you in touch with those people to follow through with the probate process to help you. Does that sound good?
Thank you very much.
Mr. White, can you do one more thing for me?
Yes.
Take your hat off in front of the
Oh,
mayor?
I beg your pardon.
That's okay.
I'm trying to cover the bald spot.
You look good. You look good.
I have the same problem, so don't worry about it.
Your Honor.
Mayor, just another suggestion to the gentleman. If you want to contact Clark County Legal Services,
Yes,
they
sir.
also offer pro bono legal services.
I could try that too. Yeah. Okay.
Well, Mr. White, Mr. Smith, you'll help Mr. White afterwards. Okay, good.
And
It's a public hearing, folks, if anyone would like to be heard before we get the motion. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
And if I may, Your Honor, direct our legal counsel, can you help get him the information so he can contact those folks? We certainly don't want to beat him up on this and try to help him out the best we can. My motion, Your Honor, is to, on Agenda Item 73, is to follow staff's recommendation to recover the $3,466.50 and not to assess any of the civil penalties.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you. Item 74 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance regarding dangerous building located at 2200 Santa Paula Drive in the amount of $5,091.35 and assess a maximum of $36,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is GMAC Mortgage LLC. This is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor, if I may, just to refresh your memory, this was paid for 2 weeks to verify that this was in fact paid. The $5,091.35 was actually paid in escrow. So I'll go ahead and read this into the record, but just for the information, that was paid during escrow.
Very good, thank you.
The purpose and background is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken or an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired American Demolition to bore all open doors and windows on main structure, remove metal shed located in the rear yard, remove all trash, debris, and high and dead vegetation. To date, there have been 11 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property based on Zillow.com is $141,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $1,149 invoice for American Demolition Services in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $5,091.35, and consider assessing a maximum of $36,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right, and you indicate that the $5,091.35 has been paid?
The new owner bought it, and that was actually paid during the close of escrow.
Very good, thank you. All right,
Yes, and again, just for what we were talking about this morning, now the new buyer, his family, he's a real estate person, and he went in and he's bought 6 properties in this area, general area over there, and he's paid less than $50,000 for all of them. I mean, each, but less than $50,000 each in this area here. And he's fixed them all up, and the property does look nice.
Good. All right, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard?
Just strike the item?
Pardon?
Just strike the item?
What would be the ruling on that? Probably because we no longer need to, that if there's not going to be any daily civils assessed, then we could go ahead and just...
Mr. Smith, was there any consideration back at the previous council meeting on this of civil penalties? Was that a condition of payment or anything like that?
He stood up here and brought it to our attention that was supposed to have been paid during the close of escrow, that $5,091, and then we had paid it for 2 weeks just to verify that in fact it was paid.
Okay.
And
so
there was
you're
no
just
mention of
confirming
civils or anything at that time.
So the motion was already decided back at the previous council meeting, it sounds like, so really there's no action to be taken today.
We made
just other than the update.
until the day, though, to accept.
Well, that's what I was asking you. If there was a motion, then there isn't another one needed, but if there wasn't a motion at the previous meeting, then
The
there
motion was
would
held
be.
in abeyance for 2 weeks.
Oh, I thought...
We took no action.
Okay, then it can be stricken.
I move to strike this item, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Post.
Don't mind. Just for your edification, because this is the second time this has happened, what I did was I was reading the backup on another item, and when I tried to go back to the Sire voting plus thing, it didn't allow me to go back. It's not even up at the top. So, anyways, I'm trying.
Okay.
So show me affirmative on that, please. Yeah. Okay.
You know we're having troubles.
All right, motion carries. Thanks. Item 75 is a public hearing and possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 201 George Place in the amount of $2,481 and assess a maximum of $29,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner's trustee, Clark County Treasurer, care of Alicio and Emilio Quintana, and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, the purpose and background is the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken or an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Blast Janitorial Services to remove non-permitted woodshed rear yard, remove abandoned truck from parking area, and remove all trash and debris and high vegetation. To date, there have been 9 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property based on Zillow.com is $100,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include a $700 invoice for Blast Janitorial Services in addition to other fees for a total of $2,481, and consider assessing a maximum of $29,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right, are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard, is a property owner here? All right, nobody on behalf of the property owner. Public hearing, then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Hodges, and I live on 236 David. The only reason I'm speaking on it because the people that is involved in this, hey, you know, they got $1 or $2, and everybody's friend. It's another government. He said the trustees of Clark County Treasurer, you know, they ought to be able to come up with something and deal with who they had to deal with later and kind of pay y'all off, whatever. But when you talk about a treasurer for the county, hey, y'all two government, work it out. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Is that tree still alive? Is there any way of saving that?
That
It's a beautiful tree on that property.
That I don't know. I'm assuming it's
Your
a
Honor,
squirrel.
the city belongs to the Tree City USA.
Right.
And I believe that we owe it as part of that obligation that we have. I believe it's that the city should see that as many of these trees are kept alive as possible.
All right, I thank you for that, and I would ask the manager's office to follow through on that with the Tree City and see whether or not that tree can be saved. Thank you. All right, anybody else? We'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation to retrieve $2,481 and to be returned for the general fund, and also assess the property $29,550 in daily civil penalty fees, and also as a condition to save the mature trees.
Okay.
That would be my motion.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 76 is the public hearing and possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance regarding dangerous building located at 1304 Purple Sage Avenue in the amount of $1,898 and assess a maximum of $38,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Francis M. Bozarth, and this is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, the purpose and background of the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Blast Janitorial Service to board all open doors and windows on the main structure, remove all trash, high vegetation, and dead trees. To date, there have been 10 inspections conducted at this location. The estimated value of the property based on Zillow.com is $116,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include an $800 invoice for Blast Janitorial Services in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $1,898 and consider assessing a maximum of $38,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right, thank you very much. Is Francis Bozarth here? All right, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard.
I don't know why the lady ain't here or whatever. It would sound like a lady, right? Pretty much, whatever. But anyway, it's less than $2,000. I just hope she can come up with it and give you your money. You know what I'm saying? That is not the greatest amount, but to some people it's kind of like a small fortune. But the objective is, I just hope this can be cleaned up, okay? Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to assess in the report of expenses the amount of $1,898, as well as the daily civil penalty fee of $38,550.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 77 is a public hearing and possible action to consider assessing a maximum of $32,550 in daily civil penalties for nuisance abatement regarding a dangerous building located at 1605 South 11th Street. The property owner is TF Living Trust et al. McGee, Mimi, TRS, and this is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, the purpose and background. Today's hearing is to consider the assessment of $32,550 in daily civil penalties waived at the City Council meeting on March 3rd, 2010. At the meeting, Mimi McGee, co-owner, stated that she would demolish the property and pay the abatement cost by April 1st, 2010. An assessment of $3,305.50 was approved and a lien filed. The civil penalties were waived. The property owner has not paid the abatement cost or demolished the property, but I want to read into the record that those have, as of the day before yesterday, were paid all but $36 in late fees that have not yet been paid. I don't know if she missed it when they went to pay it off in the...
So in other words, she's complied but late.
She's complied with paying the $3,035.50 minus the $36.
And that's all she's complied with. That's all she's complied with.
I've just been asking.
No.
All right,
And the recommendation would be that the city council approve the maximum of $32,550 in daily civil penalties.
all right. Amanda, are you the owner?
Yes, I am up to date. Well, actually, the property has been transferred, and all the fees have been paid. We weren't...
Please state your name for the record.
I'm Mimi McGee.
Okay.
And we weren't aware of the $36 in penalties. We came right to the city to pay them, as well as the property taxes, and the property is being rehabbed and has been transferred to a new owner.
Okay, are there any questions of Mr. Smith or Ms. McGee?
I got some comments if I could. You represented to this council that you would, in lieu of paying the $32,000, you would have that building demolished by April the 1st.
Correct, sir. When I had originally spoken to the City of Finance, they had given me authorization to go ahead and make payments on the fines. So when I approached you at that date, those were my intentions, to have the property demolished and then to make payments on the fines. And then I was told by the council that you needed the fines paid in full. And at that time, I couldn't pay the fines and have the property demolished. I didn't have the proper funds to do so. So we went ahead and paid the city fines, and the gentleman that purchased the property is rehabbing it.
Your Honor, if I just may, for the record, we don't show that any permits or anything has been pulled for a rehab on that property. I just wanted to read that into the record. If she's stating that it's being rehabbed, there are no current permits that we can find for a rehab at that site.
It's a total disaster. It's a total disaster over there.
It is, sir, and the property has been transferred to a new owner, and they are rehabbing it. I do believe that they had a meeting with Tony from the city yesterday to pull permits. I did tell the gentleman that he would need to pull permits, and I believe that the property needed to come down, but he has chosen to rehab it.
Well, it's like, again, Your Honor, I don't like to beat a dead horse, but it's like this young lady here has made a fool out of us. She went ahead and told us what she was going to do. She didn't do it. Then she went ahead and tried to sell the property, and now she's saying she sold the property. It's worse now than it was when we asked to have the property demolished. And this is going on now at least pretty near 2 months since she said she would have that property demolished. And all there is over there, they've got part of the roof taken off. There's debris all over the yard. It's total disaster. And I feel like that we, the city, have to do something in order to make the people understand that we do mean business when we're talking about these properties in our neighborhoods that are complete hazardous, and it's a blight, and it's just a haven for the homeless people and the young people to go in there and do what they do. It's going to cause a lot of problems in the neighborhood if we don't get this taken care of today.
I agree, sir, and I certainly didn't...
You agree? Then why didn't you tear the property down like you told us you would?
Again, I wasn't making a fool out of the council, sir. I didn't have the entire funds to pay the fines and to have the property turned down. I had an agreement with finance to make payments on the fines, and at that point, when I came to court, I was going to have the property torn down. I didn't have all the fines to pay the fees and have the property.
You told us you had you owned a construction company here in Las Vegas. You lived up in Utah. You had a construction company here in Las Vegas, and it wouldn't be a problem at all to have you tear that down.
So the fees to have the property taken down with the appropriate permits was in the amount of approximately $7,000. And I didn't have the money to take the property down and pay the fines and the property taxes. I had made an agreement with finance before I came to council, and they had agreed on accepting payments on the fees, and in which case I would have the money to have had the property taken down. And then when I spoke to you, you would not allow me to make payments on the fines. So I could only do one or the other. So the fines have been paid and the property has been transferred, and I certainly had no intention of making any kind of fool of the council. I had clear intentions of taking the building down when I approached
Okay,
you.
ma'am. Mr. Sill, do we have any wherewithal that we can find this young lady here for what she's done?
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, I think what would happen really is if you imposed a penalty, it would be against the property. You would also have the ability to make it a personal obligation in addition to a lien against the property of whatever amount you deemed appropriate above and beyond the hard costs that the city incurred in the matter. Just so you know, Mayor Pro Tem, I did talk with Tony Guarino yesterday, along with Devin Smith. Lisa was there, just to try to get an understanding of what was going on with this property. And I was caught quite off guard to find out that the buyer, who I'm not sure is here, I don't know if it's the gentleman standing behind her or not, he should be here as the property owner, but he was surprised to know he didn't know anything about the demolition requirement, at least this is what Tony said, and he didn't know anything about any possible civil penalties, just so the record's clear.
Public hearing. All right, public hearing, did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes, I do, sir.
All right, give us your name, please.
Excuse me. Ron Servant, agent for the new owner of the property at 1605 South 11th Street. Good afternoon, Your Honor, Mayor Pro Tem Reese, City Council. Unlike the previous owner, my sister lives in the Middle East. I'm going to move in the house if possible. I had no idea that it was supposed to be demolitioned. I had contacted yesterday, I've been contacted yesterday by Tony Rogers of the code enforcement. I did not demolition the house. I cleaned up the property. I have pictures, and I have a petition signed by all the neighborhood who are very happy with the work I've done in 5 days. I spent over $4,000 cleaning up the property. I've cut down all the dead trees that haven't been watered in 7 years. Unfortunately, I wanted to save the trees. They were a hazard. One of them was completely chopped, all the branches, the limbs. When the wind would blow, it would move. We did rip off the 1944 shake roof, not the roof, the shingles. We left the original roof. I did not know I needed a permit. It was a complete hazard. When the wind would blow, it was blowing off the shingles into the street. These wood shingles with a nail in them can get somebody in the head or go through somebody's windshield, or somebody's driving a convertible, or anything could happen. So I just had a guy get up on the roof and just peel off the shingles. I did not demolition anything. I cleaned up the property.
Do you have pictures of the property?
Sorry?
Let's see the pictures.
I have pictures right here to prove
You want to hand them up?
what I've done.
Could you give them to the clerk, please, so we can see them?
Yes, absolutely. If you want to put
I think
it
it's
over
better
there.
we can see them.
Sure, please do. This is, the last one is, this is before, this is the after, the last one. I put over $4,000 in the property. I feel like I've been bamboozled by the old owner, who's been nothing but in all honesty, she's a nice lady, but a snake charmer to me. I've looked at the public records. She has other liens on her properties from Republic Services. She doesn't have any money. I paid on behalf of my sister all the fees. I'm willing to pay the rest right now, the $36. I'll give you guys $40. The property itself, the reason why I'm dressed like this, I've been working on the property every single day since the, and here's the petition, by the way. I've been working on that property. If you want to give this to the clerk, please, could I have this as record? All the streets and everybody next door has signed that. They are so happy to see what I've done. I'm there every day, 6 days a week. Unfortunately, I have to rest on Sunday. That is the day that God rested. That's my opinion. I'm there from 8 in the morning until 5 p.m., 6 p.m. at night. I'm cleaning up the property. I've taken up trash knee-deep out of that property. If you look at one of them, I filled up, there's so much trash in that house, I filled up I've already filled up 2 of those 45-yard construction containers full of trash. That trash is from that property. I'm not the type of owner, or should I say owner agent, which I will be living there, who's going to neglect any permits or anything like that. I had been previously in touch many years ago with Mayor Pro Tem Reese. I owned a car lot in his district, Highline Motorsport Auto Sales, and he asked me to get I had to get a variance on my property. I did so. and I did it rightfully on 1515 Industrial, Mr. Reese. And I did it right, and I unfortunately lost the business due to the economy. I didn't get a bailout like GMAC, sir. And I've been trying to call your office to tell you what's going on ahead of time. Your secretary wouldn't even give me a second to even tell her. I wanted to fax it to you. I couldn't even do that. I wanted a meeting with you ahead of time so we could do this. And you guys, unfortunately, are so busy with these abatements.
I got no problem with you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I've been working my butt off, literally. Excuse the language.
I agree. I agree.
That house is going to be beautiful, I promise you. In 90 days, I will pull permits as long as she goes through what she's supposed to. For the record, she has a line of credit on it for $81,000. We had agreed, and she's trying to bamboozle me out of money, and I have retained counsel. I'm not trying to badmouth her, but this is the truth and only but the truth, so help me God. This lady is a snake charmer, all right? She's trying to bamboozle my sister and my family and my kids to be homeless, all right? I worked on that property. She agreed, and I have all the payments. I paid for everything. She didn't pay for nothing. My family did. I have everything for you guys to have. This whole file is for you guys to look at. Please, for the record, please. That's so you guys see that I paid everything. I went with her to pay everything. This lady, back to what I said, she signed a contract. The paralegal made a mistake. Now I have to hire a lawyer, and she's playing games with the lawyer. She doesn't know in 90 days we're going to slap a lawsuit on her if she does not unsecure that house for the $81,000. I try to help this lady, but you know what? I guess a sucker is born every minute, and I guess me and my family trusted her, and she's not to be trusted, as it shows how she's taking care of the property for the past 7 years, an irresponsible homeowner. Thank you, sir.
We agree with you.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else want to be heard at the public hearing? All right, we'll close the public hearing then.
Oh, one more thing.
Uh-oh.
Please do not impose those fines, otherwise my money will go down the tubes. I'm there every day. Please, I ask you, it's for me, not for her.
Dana?
For me. Please, I paid them. I paid them. It would be like me dropping them in my wallet and just losing my money and all that work I've done. I take down every tree, unfortunately. Today I just spent $400 just on trees, taking them down because they weren't watered. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, may I ask a question while Councilman Reese is conferring?
Thank you.
It's really bad.
I think the person I'm going to ask the question for might be talking to Mayor Pro Tem Reese, but here's my question. It seems like more and more of these cases are coming up where we have a gap where a property is under a nuisance and abatement process, and during this 30 to 60 to 90-day period, the owner sells it to somebody new, like this gentleman. But this gentleman isn't under any notice that the city is taking action against the property. So he may do his due diligence and check the assessor's records, check to see if there's liens, encumbrances, and there aren't any, because we haven't assessed anything yet. Is there any way we can do something about letting the public know that there is an action against the property during the interim period before we actually file a lien so it's public record?
Well, the one thing I would like to say on this case is actually there was a lien placed on the property for the $3,305, and we did file that lien. The additional pending civil penalties, after having discussions with Mr. Still and myself and us yesterday, that was the seller's obligation to, at that point, disclose to the new purchaser that these things may or may not exist.
How is it the seller's obligation?
I think I'll leave that to Mr. Still.
Councilman, it's clearly the seller's obligation, because if they're selling a property knowing that there are potential civil penalties represented to the city council, then in exchange for waiving civil penalties, she agreed to demolish the building and not disclosing any of those pretty material facts. I would think right before you're selling a property, it might make a difference in a purchaser's mind whether to get embroiled and involved in a purchase like that.
And I understand what you're saying. It may be the seller's civil obligation, and this gentleman may have a remedy against her. I'm talking about from the city's standpoint. Maybe we should put a sign up on the property while an action is pending. Excuse me, can I please finish? That while an action is pending, while the city is considering taking action, whether it be the recovering of costs for the abatement or the imposition of the civil penalties, during that period of time, let's put the world on notice that there's something going on. So that this gentleman, when he comes and inspects the property, he would have seen, wow, not only is there maybe a $3,500 cost thing that I have to be worried about, but now there might be $35,000 in civil penalties. So I just throw that out there as I have a good idea about every 5 years. This might be.
But I'd like to, it's a good idea, but I'm sure the gentleman who's busted his butt, as he told us, if he saw that there's $35,000 in civil penalties, would have never bought them.
Well, maybe that's a good thing.
I don't know.
Your Honor, if I can.
I mean, I understand what you're saying there. It goes both ways.
Right, it goes both ways.
Okay.
No, absolutely will not hear from you.
I just want
No,
to say
you've
one more
exhausted
thing.
me.
No.
You've tired me out. No, you tired me out.
Zillow.com is
No.
not accurate. It's not
Right.
accurate.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm going to ask our
Excuse me.
city attorney, on this action today, is it possible for me to make a personal lien, or what would you call it, against the lady here?
Well, Councilman, as you know, this is coming back before the council because you wanted to see if she was going to fulfill the obligation of paying the hard costs and demolishing the structure as she represented by April 1st. In exchange for her complying with those two conditions, you had agreed on the record to waive the civil penalties. She hasn't done that. The problem is now the property has changed hands. She didn't tell the city. We stumbled on it, I think, through Tony, going out and doing some inspections and finding out there was work being done at the property. So all of the problems that are really before the council occurred before this gentleman that came up and spoke owned the property. So you really still have jurisdiction over her for the violations that she, or not she individually, but that the trust as the property owner committed. So if you wanted to impose a certain amount of the civil penalties against the trust exclusively and not as a lien against the property, you'd have the ability to do that today.
Can I have just a few words in response?
If, Mr. Still, if the Mayor Pro Tem feels that the woman deceived us or lied to us, could he hold her in contempt and assess a penalty?
I really don't think you have contempt authority, finding authority as a judge would. I think what you really need to do is consider the record that's before you on the underlying problems at the property. And if you do that, the property was out of compliance, according to the spreadsheet, for 68 days. So the violations were ongoing for 68 days at a maximum of up to $500 a day, and that's how they arrive at the amount of $32,550.
I would like to do, Mr. Sills, I would like to fine this lady at least $1,000, not have it go against the new property owner.
Okay. It actually wouldn't go specifically against her because the property owner at the time was the trust. She was the trustee, if I'm understanding it correctly. And so it would be a $1,000 fine against the former owner, now the trust, the TF Living Trust et al.
That'd be my motion, Your Honor. You bet.
Clarification, would you please state your motion again?
Dan?
To impose a $1,000 fine against the TF Living Trust et al. In civil penalties for the violations that occurred during the 68-day period between September 24th, 2009 and November 30th, 2009.
And you're saying that we can do that against the trust even though the trust doesn't own the property anymore?
Yes, because we're here today, a property owner can't, what the council's really here to hear today are the violations that occurred while the trust was the owner of the property. Unfortunately, between the last council meeting and this council meeting, for whatever reason, she decided as a representative for the trust to sell it. But the council still has that jurisdiction over the property for the violations that date back to when the trust owned the property.
How would we, let's assume the council approved Mayor Pro Tem's motion, how would we go about collecting a $1,000, we're calling it a fine? We have fine powers?
Civil penalties, there's a civil penalties.
Okay, so it's not
You
a-
can impose up to $32,550 in civil penalties
Okay.
against the property owner, and the property owner just happens to be a trust in this case versus an
Okay, so
individual.
it's a civil penalty, it's not a fine, and how would we go about collecting it, assuming this council voted for that? She doesn't own the property anymore. Not that we can't lien the property.
Certainly not, certainly not. Whatever other legal remedies we would have, we file a lawsuit, send it to collection, have finance send them a letter and try to collect it that manner, just like we'd collect any other debt.
All right, that's a motion, let's vote.
Wait, and I want, also on the motion, I want to waive the $40, $36, whatever it was.
All right, let's vote. Post?
You want to vote yes?
Motion carries, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Barlow, there was an issue as to item number 78, whether you wanted that to be obeyed or not?
Actually, Mayor, I would like to move to, is this the next item? Item number 78? My motion for item number 78 would be to strike this item.
Okay? Oh, I thought we said we were going to wait for Councilor Barlow. Oh, okay, fine, all right. All right, let's vote on that, please. Oh, it's stricken, then nothing to vote on, all right?
Okay.
79 is a public hearing and possible action to recover a request for a waiver
Well, it wasn't listed.
and/or reduction of fees and/or daily civil penalties for the property located at the 222 West Van Buren Avenue in the amount up to $37,767.88. The property owners are the Deutsche National Bank Trust Company, TRS. This is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris, Hibbeler, Deputy Director, Neighborhood Services Department. Today's hearing is a request from Carrington Mortgage Services to consider a request for waiver and/or reduction of fees imposed on the parcel at the City Council meeting on April 1st, 2009, in the amount of $37,767.88. An abatement was conducted on the property on October 10th, 2008. The abatement fees associated with the case are $3,717.88. plus $34,050 in daily civil penalties. To date, no payments have been made. The total owed on the case with civil penalties is $37,767.88. Staff spoke with the representative of Carrington Mortgage Services on behalf of Deutsche Bank regarding the waiver request, and staff recommends that the applicants pay the following reduced amount: $3,717.88 in abatement fees, including interest, and 10% of the assessed daily civil penalties, which is $3,405, for a total of $7,122.88. We'd also request that the overgrown and dead vegetation be cleared within 1 week. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
Mayor Goodman, council members, good afternoon. My name is Greg Hubley. I represent Carrington Mortgage Services and Deutsche Bank, which is, of course, the entity that purchased the Van Buren property at issue. This was at a trustee's sale, November 30th of 2009, and as this council, I'm sure, knows, and as the records that are and the documents reflect, all of the violations occurred on this property, and the abatement work that the city paid for occurred on this property long before this trustee's sale. And frankly, I'm sitting and listening to the prior case, and this is deja vu all over again. We've got gentleman, Mr. Blankenship, who was the record owner of this property when all of the violations occurred, when all of the abatement work was done, and essentially my client purchased this at a foreclosure sale and had never taken any part in, obviously, nor had any knowledge of the violations that, or the manner in which Mr. Blankenship had maintained the property. And quite frankly, I can't see how the lien at issue here should survive the foreclosure, because the deed of trust was the senior document here. It was the senior lien on the property. At the foreclosure sale, no equity remained in this property, so the junior lien should have been wiped out. I understand that there is a city code that allows for the city to recover actual costs of abatement as kind of a super priority type lien, and if that's the case, then so be it. But the bottom line here is I find myself and my client in a situation similar to the gentleman who was just up here, and that is that they took over a property after a person had already caused the damage.
Was there title insurance as part of this sale?
To my knowledge, Mayor Goodman, there wasn't, but quite frankly, to be honest with you, I don't know. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because the conundrum that we always find ourselves in is whether or not the title insurance omitted the prior lien that the city had imposed. And
My understanding is that they took over, they purchased the property without knowledge of the lien, but I don't know, Your Honor, whether there was trustees insurance. But the point is that from this point on, my client does want to aggressively market this property in the hope that it can be sold and that a new owner can come in and clean it up, develop it, which will obviously have the effect of improving the general neighborhood. But the damages to the property and the assessments that were being sought, quite frankly, exceed the market value of this property. And what I would ask is that you not hamstring the sale and development of the property by paralyzing my client with these assessments. If the council, I would request the council waive all of the assessments. If the council is inclined to pursue some of the assessments, then I would request that the only assessments that be assessed here are those involving the actual abatement costs, which, if I understand correctly, that was $3,613.75.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Appreciate that. All right, public hearing, folks.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Do we have a picture of this property?
I don't.
I just see that there's a tree there. And I'm going on about it because summer is going to get here. We're going to be looking for all the shade that we can get. Does the city have a requirement that these properties, when they're abandoned, that the trees are taken care of?
No.
No. I think we should have. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, my only question is, the man represents the bank and whatever, and then they said that the title company hadn't been involved yet. I don't really believe this. This is Donnybrook. The people before trying to rip you off, and the people that's taking over now is a bank and that, and they take over the title company, left out in the cold again, and this is up in the air. Somebody got to pay you. Excuse me?
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, hearing none, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Item 80 is a public hearing and possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees and/or daily civil penalties for the property located 2200 West Washington Avenue in the amount of $40,351.26. The property owners are New York Mellon Bank, TRS, and it's in Ward 5. It's a public hearing which is now open. Ms. Morris?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Good afternoon. Lisa Morris, Hippler, Deputy Director, Neighborhood Services Department. Today's hearing is a request from Sky Hill REO to consider a request for a waiver and reduction of fees imposed on the parcel at the City Council meeting on May 6, 2009, in the amount of $40,351.26. There was an abatement conducted on this property on December 11, 2008. The abatement fees associated with the case totaled $3,301.26 plus $37,050 in daily civil penalties. To date, no payments have been made. The total owed on the case with civil penalties is $40,351.26. Staff spoke with a representative of Sky Hill REO on behalf of New York Bank of Mellon, regarding the waiver request, and staff recommends that the applicant pay the following reduced amount: $3,301.26 in abatement fees, including interest, and $3,705 of daily civil penalties, which represents 10%, for a total amount of $7,006.26. And if I can have the overhead.
Is that it?
Thank you.
Okay, yes, sir.
Mark Braun, I represent the current owner. I'm going to save you guys a bunch of time. This is deja vu over again. All of the points that were previously made just a moment ago would, I think, apply to this property, which was acquired by our client on December 8th, 2009. We're in agreement with paying the amount that's being recommended.
Okay, hearing this for the last three matters, maybe the private sector has to do something about this. I mean, if your clients are in the business now of acquiring these properties and you find yourself in this kind of bind over and over and over again, every meeting we have is like this. We've done what we can. We write a letter. We ask the title companies to include the various assessments and the liens and put people on notice. And we're talking about signs now, but with the private sector, who is ultimately going to be the punishee, so to speak, has a suggestion as to what we can do to assist them in stopping this from happening, we'll listen.
Well, I don't have any, bright ideas.
No, and I'm not asking you to
head.
do it now, but you do have associations, you have relationships with other people who are similarly situated. If somebody has an idea, all we're interested in, make sure that homes are not blighted, that neighborhoods are not ruined. Now we're concerned about trees being saved, and that whatever monies that the city expends, that we're recompensed for it. And the only way we know how to get people's attention is by imposing these civil penalties, because they are eye-opening.
Right.
But if the private sector has a suggestion for us, we'll listen.
Well, this is another one of these situations where the bank acquired the property
I know. They're
after all of the...
They're all the same. They're all the same. Okay. We close the public hearing, and we'll now turn to Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, and thank you so very much. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation.
All right. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 81 is a public hearing and possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees and/or daily civil penalties for the property located at 4701 Alpine Place, in the amount up to $27,647.29. The property owner is Bank Deutsche National Trust Company, TRS, and it's in Ward 1. Public hearing, which is now open.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris-Hibler, Deputy Director, Neighborhood Services Department. Today's hearing is a request from American Home Mortgage on behalf of Deutsche Bank to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees imposed on the parcel at the City Council meeting on May 6, 2009, for a total of $31,197.79. There was abatement conducted on the property on December 2, 2008. Abatement fees associated with the case were $1,150 plus $30,000 of daily civil penalties. A $4,000.50 payment was received, and the total remaining owed on the case with civil penalties is $27,647.79, including interest. Staff spoke with the representative of Realty Executives on behalf of Deutsche Bank regarding the waiver request and advised the applicant that the property had not been maintained and needed to be cleaned up immediately. As of April 30th, 2009, the applicants addressed the outstanding issues on the property, and Deutsche Bank, they took possession of the property back in July of 2008. So due to the conditions on the property and the blight continued to the neighborhood, staff recommends that the applicant pay a reduced amount of $10,000 of the remaining civil penalties. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Jason Kane with Realty Executives, representing American Home Mortgage. The property's been completely repainted, including all of the walls. All the graffiti removal has been completed. The yard's been maintained. It has been maintained on an off-and-on basis throughout the time frame. The problem is, unfortunately, with back commercial and the graffiti, no matter what we do with it, it comes back. We've had the property in escrow several times, but due to these penalties, the new buyers haven't been able to close on the property, so we haven't been able to get an owner-occupant in there so that somebody's actually going to live in the property, which is obviously going to cut everything down that's going on out there. The problem we're running into is back in that commercial, it's easy access for somebody to come over that wall And we just had numerous issues with squatters, graffiti, all of those type of issues there. So we address those issues as they come in, but there's only so much that we can do, since obviously nobody's actually living in this property.
Well, I better be careful, because I'm going to start talking about booby hatches.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
With your permission, Councilman, you said something I want to make sure I understand. You said that with all the liens and assessments, the properties are going into escrow, but the people aren't closing.
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
The liens exceed the property value. This property is listed at $35,000. The liens and assessments on the property are exceeding that amount, so the seller would have to come to the table with money in order to close the
Okay,
property.
so the point is that when somebody comes and shows interest in buying the property, they do their due diligence, whether it's through a title company or whatever. They see the amount of the liens and they say, we don't want to buy the property anymore.
Not necessarily them not wanting to buy the property, they still want to continue on, but obviously they don't want to take responsibility for those liens or those fines. The seller is looking at trying to have those reduced so they can transfer the property to the...
Okay, but you're
to
representing the
owner-occupant.
seller, so I guess, I mean, round and round, like you say, Mayor, here we go again. I mean, and we're going to see more and more of these, like Councilman Ross and I talked about in the back room. I just wish there was something we could do earlier on in the process to avoid having to deal with this. Whether it's the banks take some responsibility when they buy or take over the properties or what. But I mean, I share your concern. I mean, like the mayor said, we want to avoid the blight. We want to get people residing in the homes.
All right. Public hearing, folks, if anyone wants to be heard.
I would too, Your Honor.
Okay, Councilman Rosas.
Lisa, would you fill in the
Well-
blanks here for me, would you please?
Just when I'm hearing the gentleman speak, I mean, what he's saying essentially is that the bank doesn't want to take responsibility. They're trying to pass that cost on to the new buyer, okay? So if they would have taken care of it and cleaned the liens up, then we wouldn't be here because their buyer would be purchasing the property at a cost, but that does not include these liens. So
And
that's what he's saying.
And Councilman, with the mayor's permission, that's exactly the issue. These banks, these property, whoever owns the property, whether it's a single homeowner, or it's a bank, or it's a mortgage company, or whoever, they don't care. They don't care. And then we hit them with civil penalties, we hit them with the money to recoup the taxpayer's dollar on abating the property, and they still don't care. And then they come before this council and they plead mercy because they can't sell the property. How do we fix that, Councilman? How do we fix that, Lisa? What's a good idea? How do we fix that? How do we legislate behavior so these property owners get it? Thank you, Mayor.
Well, I think one thing we do, if I may try to answer your question, I think we call our public information office into the picture and to have these proceedings covered in the media and to let them know that, in fact, we do mean business and we are imposing these civil penalties and we're not going to waive them. I mean, that's the only way that I know how to put them on notice.
Mayor, that concerns me. What happens? Here's a guy who says the property's worth $35,000. The fines and assessments are $38,000. What happens to that property? It continues to be a blight, and we, as the city of Las Vegas, continue to babysit it. I don't know. I'm just looking for an avenue to solve the problem.
I've asked Mr. Still to figure that out as to how we take over these properties instead of allowing us to be bamboozled or made a fool out of, like the Mayor Pro Tem says. And we have to get an answer as to how we can do that. And as I say, I want a little property. I just want a little one. Just a little one. And I want to test it and see whether or not we can do something. And then if I get sued, I won't have to pay too much. Okay? But I do want a little property for a test case here. We have to put an end to this. Let's get a little property that's not worth $2,000 and take it and then let somebody say we have abused their civil rights when they're screwing up our city every single day with the blight they've created. I win that case in front of a jury if I have to represent myself. If the city attorney represents me, I could lose. But if I represent myself, it's a winner. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. Okay, public hearing.
Thank you. Todd Carlo, 240 North 19th Street. I want the council to remember this item and the city attorneys too on citizen participation. Thank you.
Okay.
This
he wants to us
this is
to
another
recall
one
this
of those-
specific item when he addresses us at citizen
Go ahead, Your
participation.
Honor. You too? Okay. This is another Donnybrook you got here, but I noticed that the title company, some of these properties are so low, maybe they can borrow the title company. But you got here the real Donnybrook. But you're supposed to get your money before property change hands. Especially you got a bank at the end of this deal. I don't believe all this. This is a joke. Excuse me.
Okay, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
How much did you sell the property for?
The property is currently listed at $35,900. It's in escrow at $47,000.
$47,000. I was just going to say, Mr. Mayor, this one's close to your house, and it's less than $50,000. This might be a great test case. But, however, I want to say that what every council person up here has said is that the banks don't want to take responsibility. They're coming in and, they're buying homes at small amounts, and they let them stand there and get worse looking and worse looking and worse looking. I go through my ward, in other words, a lot of times, and you'll see the signs up, and it's a bank that owns it, and nobody seems to be taking any care. Now, we have had a couple of banks that have started working with us and are doing a great job, but I must tell you that the bank you're representing is the one that I hear most often doesn't care about the people, and this is not reflecting on you personally. The bank you're representing doesn't care about the people, doesn't care what our city looks like, the neighborhood, how we're trying so hard to help people out. They don't care, and they don't give any extra help to the people who are buyers or extra help to clean up the messes so their neighborhoods look good. So I would like to ask you what you feel would be the appropriate amount of civil penalties, because I do believe civil penalties should be placed, and they should be the responsibility of the bank. And then maybe the banks will start to care. Maybe if Deutsche Bank hears this often enough for us, they'll start to care.
Well, one thing I would keep in mind is that you see Bank Deutsche, or you see whatever these banks are, and that bank may have a repeated problem. It's not the bank, it's the servicer. These big banks, they have individual servicers who service their loans for them. When they foreclose on a property, these big banks have these servicers who are also in charge of their REO process.
Well, then I would suggest...
So it's not the bank itself, it's the servicer there that needs to be involved in actually maintaining
Well,
the
then you
funds.
know what? I think that this bank should get in touch with their servicer or servicers in this area and tell them they better clean up the act.
I would
Because
agree
in
with
the
you.
end, the ultimate responsibility is on them. And so, what is it that you recommend?
No, you're absolutely correct, Councilwoman. It is the absolute responsibility of the bank, and our recommendation is $10,000 we pay.
All right. Your recommendation is $10,000.
Yeah. The remaining amount that's on the property is $27,000. So
I know that isn't even 10% of the, is it 10%?
Mhm. Yeah, it's 36%.
That's exactly right. Excuse me. My recommendation is to follow the recommendation of staff.
All right, that's a motion.
Yes.
Let's
Well,
vote, please.
Did you want to say something else?
Well, before we vote, my question is, if we follow, if we go with your vote, with your motion, and we lien the property, it would be a lien against this property, correct?
But the property is already liened. What happens is we give them 30 days to make the payment, and if they don't make the payment, then the lien just remains on the property.
Okay, but the lien is already property for the cost of the abatement you're talking about, not the civil penalty.
Right now, the current lien on the property
Oh, okay, that's right. We
Yeah, it's
previously,
already-
it's already,
yes.
so we're reducing it.
Yes.
And I guess here's my question then, is that going to cause this sale not to go forward? Is the seller going to is the buyer going to back out of the deal?
They're already prepared for the $10,000.
Well,
I mean, ultimately, the goal is to transfer the property into somebody who's going to live there. If we get an owner occupant in there, obviously, they're going to take care of it a lot better than a vacant property
so
standing there.
you think the buyer is still going to go forward and close escrow even with this amount of the reduction we're going to do then?
The reality is if the seller doesn't pay it, it's not going to close, no.
Well, do you think the seller's going to pay it?
I hope so. I've prepared
Our
them
goal
for
is to
that.
get somebody in
I
the-
can't make a guarantee on it. I mean, ultimately, it's going to come down to the fact that they've already lost $150,000
Our goal
on the
is to get
property.
somebody in the property.
I know, Councilman Wolfson, that is our goal, but I really think that if we start taking a tougher stance, we're going to reach that goal faster. I do believe some people are taking advantage of the city, and I know everybody up here has the good heart and they want to do what's right, but right now we have businesses taking advantage of us, and I think taking this strong step will help us reach our goal faster.
Very good. There's been a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 82 is hearing to consider the appeal regarding 10-day vacate nuisance notice in order to comply, located 8149 Satin Carnation Lane. The property owner is John S. Watkins, and this is in Ward 6. Mr. Smith?
Mayor and Council, again, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and backgrounds of the subject property was determined to be a public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Title IX dealing with nuisance. A 10-day vacate notice in order to comply was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code. And 16.08.010 Uniform Dangerous Building Code. A copy of the notice was also posted on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the 10-day notice to vacate in order to comply filed by John S. Watkins, owner and responsible party. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the 10-day notice to vacate in order to comply. And just a little bit of history for this. After the last meeting, we actually got with the building department. The permit cost us $64 to pull a permit, have the meter reset by NV Energy. The current outstanding is just a little over $248 that NV Energy would require him to pay prior to reinstalling their meter. So for a little over $300, he could regain his power to the property.
Okay, well, we've been over this. We had an extensive hearing on it last time we were here, so unless you have something to add, we'll...
Well, I was burglarized I had all my computers, all my guitars, $450 in cash taken. That, and of course, I had my car stolen earlier this month. So within the last 30 days, I've lost over $20,000 in property and money. I'm doing the best I can. You know, I'm not in the best health. And I just don't want to be homeless, you know, I mean.
I don't wish to be homeless either.
One of the complaints was they said, like, maybe there was a big fire damage. I've taught fire safety for the last 30 years in more departments. Matter of fact, probably I'm best known for is when Michael Jackson had the pyro accident. I was called in and worked for him for the year after and covered all their fire effects. I'm not a fire hazard. And I've never in my life been in a position to have been this way. When I got home last week from the meeting, there's a notice taped to my door that said $900, not $65.
Well, I think we could take Mr. Smith's representations as being accurate because he spoke to Nevada Power or NV Energy. Okay, Councilor, what's your pleasure on this one?
You know, staff's really gone the extra mile here to find out what's going on. I've gone the extra mile. I've contacted our building and safety director, Chris Knight. We have a municipal code that says if you're going to live in a house, that house has to have electricity to it.
I contacted Nevada Energy, and they told me this is what they told me when I tried to talk to them. They said, "Look, you have power to your house. You comply. You don't have power into your house, but the meter is live. So because they said what you're talking about is I'm not being you know."
No, I asked the same question, but there's power to the house, but
right.
There's not power into
the house. But they said it's complied to the law, to the letter of the law as far as the building code, which is what the law says.
But our building and safety director, who is our building authority, regardless of NV Energy, told me that that's not the case. You have to have electricity in the house.
I'm doing the best I can.
Can you pay your power bill? You got to pay $314, and you can have this go away.
I know, and I'm not lying. I was robbed. I
understand.
If you gave me, if I had 2 weeks, I could do it.
2 weeks. You can pay your power bill. Get this meter tag on for $64.
If it's $64 and the 2 weeks, yes, I can.
Well, it may not be that in 2 weeks. Does it go up? Does it increase? I don't know.
Well, it's a notice of abatement to vacate within 10 days, and that he's appealing. Am I correct? That's what he's doing.
So, but I'm wondering, I don't know the answer. Does the bill accelerate as time goes by, or does it remain at the...
his Nevada Power, NV Energy, no. His NV Energy bill will stay the same, because he had a bill, NV Energy stopped service, they pulled the meter, He had some extensions cords running everywhere, thus the new meter tag they want to see.
Okay.
Can I add one more thing real quick?
With the mayor's permission?
Yes.
Yeah. I had to sue Lennar Homes, which is the builder of my home, and they're the ones, what Nevada Energy told me was that they don't normally pull the meters, they only do it when it's requested. And so there's a whole other thing going on here, other than what would happen under normal circumstances
Well,
to a
that could
normal
be, but
citizen.
the bottom line we're interested in is the safety and the fact that when persons live in a home, they have to have electricity.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, real quickly, if I may interject something here. One of the problems that we're having is we have pictures here of extension cords that he's going into the neighbors' homes, and we're getting complaints from adjoining neighbors that he's plugging into their homes to pull power into where he's staying. And the problem that we have is we gave him the notice to vacate, then he filed for the appeal, then 2 weeks had passed, and now another 2 weeks has passed, and we're just afraid that if something happens, and we've had this discussion with Mr. Still, at what point the city knows this is taking place, do we assume some liability here if we don't move forward with what our municipal codes tell us we need to do?
Mr. Watkins, you live in a great neighborhood. That's a great neighborhood you live in.
Yes, sir.
You know, and public safety has always been all of our concerns as council members in the city of Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
I can't give you 2 weeks. You had plenty of time.
Where am I going to go? Where am I going to go? What am I
I
gonna do?
don't know. I don't have the answer for you. That's why when I got the agenda item, I tried to do some homework to find out what I could do to help you.
I'm in touch today with somebody that gave me, that could offer some help, and I'm going to call her back. I mean,
Can you,
I don't
can
have
you
a
get your
car.
power turned on? Have you got 200 and, what is it, Mr. Smith?
About $315 roughly.
Well, I got that, but it's $250 for his power bill?
$248.38 and $64 for the permit to get it reinstalled.
What have you got? What have you got right now?
I've got nothing. I took everything I got. I had to ride the bus to get here today because my car was stolen this month. I mean, and I've got the police reports to prove this. I mean, I can call friends of mine in California and beg and borrow and get it. I mean,
Councilman Ross?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Just a point of clarification, Councilman, in regards to the assistance that you were looking to provide the gentleman. Have you touched base with our homeless providers or social services in respect to the assistance, the power assistance that they provide?
I think I got a notice. That's who I'm talking about. There's a woman from some kind of assistance program that just contacted me right before we went into a session. I'm going to call her back.
Your Honor, again,
and
if I may.
And I know, Devin, if you don't mind, I know that Trina or Tyrone would have some contacts that they would be able to assist the gentleman with in that respect, possibly. So I just wanted to just put that out there, Councilman Ross, just as another resource.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that, Mayor. Do you own the home or you're renting the home?
It's paid for.
You own it
Yes,
right
sir.
out. Do you mind if I ask, and these are personal questions, you can just say, I don't want to answer that question. What's your source of income? Are you employed?
I was working as a manager of Rick James' original Stone City Band, and they went kablooey.
So you're unemployed today?
Today, yes,
Are
sir.
you receiving unemployment benefits?
No, sir.
Have you applied for unemployment benefits?
No, sir.
Have you applied for any welfare benefits?
The only thing I applied for was for some food assistance.
Let me ask you this, sir. You
Yes,
own
sir.
the home free and clear.
Yes, sir.
100% equity in it.
Yes, sir.
What's the home worth?
I would guess, I paid I would guess it's, with the inflation, probably
Yeah.
around 190.
And you can't get a loan for $300?
No, because Lennar Homes put a foreclosure on it. I've got two attorneys working on this. They said that in our agreement, I was supposed to get a year's worth of,
All right, I'm sorry I asked the question.
okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And
I'm
council
sorry,
members, I mean, help me out here. How can we help this fella?
I don't think we can help
Your
him.
Honor, if I may, I just want to interject something real quick with your permission.
Yes.
Is for 2 weeks, we have been leaving notices on his door because we were prepared to try to do what we could to see if we could give him some assistance. And we just cannot get the phone calls back. He finally made contact yesterday with my office, and for 2 weeks, I've had my officer going out every 2 or 3 days, and we have it documented. We've left phone messages, we've left notes on the door, we've left
Did you
business
get the
cards.
messages?
No, sir, that's...
You didn't get any of the notes
No, that's
either?
not, you know what? There's not been any notices left on my door, except for the one for the $900 that was left the day after the first hearing. And I've been on every day looking for work, so...
Mayor and council members, Devin, you're telling us that you and your staff have already gone the extra mile to try to find assistance for this guy.
All we needed him to do, we had actually contacted one of our other departments and let them know that this gentleman may be contacting them to see if there was anything that they could do. I've talked to NV Energy, and they said as soon as that permit's obtained, that they would get out there for me within 24 hours and reset this meter, just so that I wanted it to be clear that we have done everything we can to assist us, because like you, we don't want to see him homeless either.
that's not the
So
intent.
we can only do so much and go out of our way so much, and when we don't get any response back, we're kind of left where we are here today.
He's not going to pay.
All right, Mr. Watkins, my concern now is for your neighbors. I understand where you're at today. Financially, the house, your guitars were stolen, your car's gone, I understand all that. You need to go apply for unemployment benefits. You need to start getting some money rolling your direction. You need to apply for some welfare benefits. And if you need some help in that direction, I'm sure Devin and city staff can point you in that direction. Today, however, I cannot help you. And I want to. All of us do. We don't want to see you out homeless in the street. That's not the idea. You own a home free and clear from what you told us. That's not what we want to do. But I also have to consider the public safety of your neighbors. You can't be plugging extension cords in all over the neighborhood.
I'm not doing that.
You can't. Our building official has told me what the law is in the city of Las Vegas. You have how many days to vacate the property, Devin?
Well, we were going to recommend a 72-hour vacate, because like I said, this has gone on for over a month now, since we initially gave him the vacate notice.
Mr. Watkins, you have 72 hours. Beg, borrow, do not steal. It's $314 to get your power on. And I want, Mr. Smith, give him your card, please, with your office number. You need to call him as soon as you have that money in your hand before that 72 hours elapses. That's all we can do for you.
That's the motion. Let's vote.
Thank you, Mayor.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I make a comment?
Yes.
All of these items, since agenda item 73 to 83 are abatements, are neighborhood issues, are challenges like this last item we just had before us. Consuming this entire afternoon.
It's unbelievable. An hour and a half.
An hour and a half. And your office must be going crazy because of what's going on out there. And I just want to point that out, Mayor.
An hour and a half.
And Mayor, if I may, on item number 83, Mayor Pro Tem, when I'm out looking for future employment, I do want you to know that property is vacated. We did vacate it, so I just wanted to put that on the record and be clear you understood. It is vacated.
Okay. Item 84 is DIR 37786, a water feature exemption. This is a non-public hearing. The applicant is Vineyards Vice President, the owner of Vineyards Community Association. Request for a water feature exemption for 3 225-square-foot water features totaling 675 square feet at 1214 Moselle Court. This is in Ward 2, and the staff recommends approval subject to conditions. Yes, sir.
Mayor Goodman, Councilman Wilson, this property's in your district, members of council. My name is Ralph Murphy, 1212 Moselle, representing the Board of Directors of the Vineyards Association. Simple request for a water feature exemption. Staff recommends approval. Our board supports the conditions of approval.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Thank you, sir, for coming down. Margot, would you please refresh my memory on a little bit of the background? What we have is is it a drought ordinance? Don't go away, sir. Okay. Is it a drought ordinance that we have in effect that we're talking about here?
Mayor and Councilman, the Water District, many years ago, put into effect the requirement that the water features be turned off. We also, as a city, have requirements with regard to the amount of turf and these sorts of things. In order to turn back on water features or create new ones, there are two options based upon the Water District requirements. One is based upon the square footage of the water feature to eliminate, remove a greater number of square footage of existing turf. It's not retroactive, it has to be existing at the
To
time.
make up for the use of the water.
Correct, sir.
Okay.
Or the request can be made, and monies may be paid in order to operate, bring the features back on. In this case, the condition reads that the applicant shall pay to the City of Las Vegas an amount of $6,000 to operate the three water features throughout December 31st, 2010. The fee shall be paid within 30 days of the approval. For subsequent years in which drought watch or drought alert is declared, an annual fee of $250 shall be paid. The applicant has agreed to those conditions, and therefore, by meeting those conditions, with the concurrence of the council, they may turn those water features back on, and then that fee is paid to the city
Sure.
and transferred.
And I understand that. Here's my question. They have the option of either turning off an equivalent amount of irrigation, if you will, in their development to make up for the water usage, if you will, or pay the $6,000. I just hate to see them pay $6,000. I guess that's my point.
The fees
Is
are...
that $6,000, where's that $6,000 go?
Fees are set by the Water District, and I believe that they're passed through finance to the Water District.
So it goes
We
to
do
the-
not control those fees.
Okay, and
That number.
Okay, and that $6,000, though, doesn't go to the general fund of the city of Las Vegas, it goes to the water district?
I believe so, sir, and it is the same number and the same requirements for all of the jurisdictions
Sure.
in southern Nevada.
Sure. And is it a city ordinance? Is it a county? What is causing us to have to require
It has
this?
been adopted by the cities, but at the request and the concurrence of the Water District, and again, all of the jurisdictions have the same requirement.
Okay. I'm trying to save your HOA $6,000 is what I'm trying to do, but I'm basically being told I can't do it. And you're in agreement anyway, so, okay. All right, my motion is for approval. Thank you.
Let's vote, please.
I just hate to see us spend $6,000 like this.
Motion carries. Let me just remind everybody that we've got a very difficult personnel session after this. We're not going home. Items 85 and 86. 85 is VAR 37379, request for variance to allow two existing accessory structures, Class 2 totaling 5,516 square feet, and a proposed 1,360 square foot accessory structure, Class 1, where 1,598 square feet is the maximum allowed. Number 86 is SUP 37415, request for special use permit for proposed 1,360 square foot accessory structure, Class 1. The applicant is Kevin Kelly, and the owner is Desert Forest LLC. The project is located on 2.52 acres at 6832 Tom Boulevard. Item 91 is at 6832 Tom Boulevard. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of both items. These items are Ward 6. They're public hearings, which I now declare open. Are you here on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, I'm Kevin Kelly, management member of Desert Forest LLC.
Okay, is the mic on?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'd be happy to hear from you, sir.
First of all, I apologize for not being here on the 25th. It was a clerical error, and thank you for putting me back on the calendar in my absence. I want to make it clear that this is not a rental property. That was a concern of a few of the neighbors, apparently. This is definitely not a rental property. It's a property for my mother and family members. I also got a list of signatures of the larger landholders in the area for approval of the project.
Okay. Did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes, I'd just like to say, first of all, my name is Rob Adams, 625 North Valley View Boulevard, and I would like to say on behalf of Mr. Kelly that he does have quite a nice property in relation to the properties around him, and he's developed a nice little plan to additionally improve his property, which I would urge you to accept and approve, please.
All right, thank you. It's a public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilor Rowe.
Thank you, Your Honor. On agenda item number 85, I would move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Let's vote, please. Post.
I figured it out now.
Motion carries? No, you don't.
Mr. Kelly, would you leave that letter with the clerk too, please, from your neighbors, so we can...
No, you don't, Lou.
We had the clerk right here. Agenda item 86, Your Honor, I would move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval. Director, you have anything you want to add?
No, sir.
All right, that's a motion then. Let's vote. Post? I did.
Mr. Kelly, thank you.
Motion carries. Good luck to you, folks. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, 88 is RQR 37530, required review of public hearing. The applicant owner is Mario Penna. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for an auto repair garage minor with service bay doors facing the right-of-way at 1550 North Rancho Drive. This is in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Garcia.
Mayor, members of the council, George Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive, Suite 110. Pleasure to be before you. Anytime I get before you these days is a real pleasure. This property is, we're all looking for work. So the property, as you recall, originally started off, and I don't want to take a lot of time. I know you have another issue to get to. Started off, if you can, looking like this, and over the course of time has transformed from looking like that to what it looks like today. Basically, it's been repainted, and the landscaping has been dramatically, where there was no landscaping, we now have landscaping on the property. And most importantly, I think last time when working with Councilman Barlow's office, there was a request to build a tire enclosure so that the tires that are at the rear of the building up against the residence would be relocated into an enclosure that would be both aesthetically pleasing as well as safer. And that is what's depicted here, and that's on the north side of the building. So we've gone from looking like that, I guess we're losing the picture, but basically a dramatic change in both the aesthetics of the property and in the operation, and we appreciate the assistance and guidance of the councilman's office.
Thank you. Folks, a public hearing?
You say something about denial, I ain't got nothing else to say.
Thank you. Anybody else want to talk? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilor Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. Mr. Garcia, would you put the pictures back up for me, please?
They're here, but they can just, there we go.
Okay, so the storage area for the tires will go on the north side of the property.
Correct.
Adjacent to Vegas Drive.
Correct. If you look at the yellow is what it looked like before.
Correct.
The tire enclosure here is now what's in place of the yellow building.
Okay, so the rear of the property adjacent to the residential home that was a major concern of mine, I would like for that to remain free and clear of any type of storage, trash, glass, or debris.
Understood.
Okay, so I want to make that a part of the record as one of the conditions, that there will be absolutely no storage on the east side of the building adjacent to the residential property as a condition. Secondly, the hot dog cart out front, that was an issue that I brought before this council in regards to the hours of operation. The hot dog cart actually staying open longer than the hours of, I believe currently the tire shop is open 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., or what are the hours of operation?
Those were specified in both of them have to live by the same hours of operation.
Right. However, the hot dog cart on the weekends continue to exceed the hours that I put in place of 9 p.m. So I'm going to turn to council on this one, because I'm not sure if the hot dog cart and its permitting process was a part of this application in order for me to adjust their hours of operation.
I think it's a separate use, so
If I
maybe
may-
Mark could address it.
If I may, just so that we have, from the approval from March 4th, '09, condition B is that the hours of operation for all business activity on the site shall be limited to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
So it's 8 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because they're not closing at 8 p.m. And what I'm finding as I come through this corridor, close to midnight and a little bit after midnight, there's still activity inside that hot dog cart. So I'm not sure what I can do at this point, and council direct me, because I've given them 2 chances already, and actually this is the 3rd chance, and I'm right on the verge of saying I want it eliminated completely. So where can I excuse me one second, where can I go with this?
We need
Council?
some assurance from the applicant's representative that they will comply with those conditions that have been levied by the council. If we can't get that compliance, then we'll have to bring it back before you if it's not being complied with, and we can do away with their special use permit.
Okay, then this is what I want to do. Being that they're not here, I'm going to obey this, Mr. Garcia, and I apologize, but this can't continue. I'm not going to allow it. So let's obey it. Let's obey this item 2 weeks so that the applicant can come and address this food cart that that they would like to keep on their property. Because my thing is, I support business. However, I don't support businesses that operate outside of what the council place in motion on behalf of the residents that live in the area. And so if they want to continue to go against the rules that are set by this council, then my recommendation would be to eliminate that particular use on the property and allow the tire company to move forward, minus the hot dog cart. So
Understood.
at this time, I would like to obey the item 2 weeks.
Okay, that's a motion. Let's vote. Motion carries, and we'll expect you back in 2 weeks. We are trying to create jobs.
Thank you. Appreciate your assistance.
All
And
right,
we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Right, 89, Madam Clerk, please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Now we're going to citizens' participation. Public comment under this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Those subjects may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please step up here, give us your name, and let's put the 3-minute timer on.
My name is Anthony Harden. I live 123 David. I'm here today, Oscar, because people all over this country, for some reason, they just pick me up all the time, nationwide, worldwide, really. What I'm going to tell you is, during the presidency of Jimmy Carter in the 70s, at the end of his term and at the beginning of President Reagan's term, I was contacting San Diego that had an organization out saying they're going to bust unions. And they've been whittling away at the unions as the years go by, whatever. All I'm really trying to say is that this whole country, we got to tighten our belt. The good old days are gone. You know what I mean? And Silicon Valley is what I want to talk about next. The Silicon Valley, people was in the 6 figures and in the 7 figures. People making 600, 600,000, whatever, and over $1 million. These were salaries. And all that stuff is not going to India and China and whatever, next to nothing. The point is, the good old days are gone. And we're going to have to, this whole country going to have to readjust. We've been building houses 3,000 feet, whatever, 4,000 feet, and you walk out the backyard and walk 5 feet right into a wall. They had no yard and a whole lot of house. Now they're going to make the houses a little bit smaller with a little yard for the kids playing, whatever. Mr. Mayor, we got to do the right thing here. And what I've said, and the man comes back to me, we can't lose jobs. So the union need to clean up their act. Whatever it takes, save the jobs, or we'll never move forward. This goes for our entire nation. Have a good day, Mr. Mayor, and I love you. And you know I'm telling the truth.
And I love you too. We can't do it.
My name is Deborah Anthony, and I wanted to tell you what I was doing for the city. Every time I see trash laying around all over the place, clean it up because all that litter can pile up and the city can, and the alleyways can smell, and if you put trash in the lake, the lake will smell. And so if you ever see trash, you must clean up all that trash that we see see around the city here. And also, I've been saving a lot of lives. I see something in the middle of the street, I run out and get it, I put it to the side, and so this way no accidents will happen, Mr. Mayor.
Well, be careful you don't get hit.
What?
You be careful you don't get hit when you run down in the middle of the street.
Oh, no. I wait for all the traffic that go by.
Okay.
And I'm not going to get hit. I'll make sure.
You be careful.
I will be careful, Mr. Mayor, because I just don't want to see people get hurt.
I'm with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm David Cunningham, 848 North Rainbow. Mr. Mayor, thanks for this time, and council for listening to what I have to say. I'm currently running for office in CD1, and I've been working with Mr. Christophe here on some of the Veterans Affairs. And one of the things I haven't been able to get a handle on, I contacted Shelley Berkeley's office on the memorial, the Veterans Memorial, and there doesn't seem to be any information on it. I was just wondering if I could hear it from the council or yourself what exactly the progress has been on that Veterans Memorial.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. We've been working with a group from American Shooters, and they've assembled a team together. We put out an RFP, and we've had, 25 or 30 people applied with an RFP, and we have four finalists. And I don't remember the date exactly, but we are going to be able to see those their proposals, I think, in about 2 weeks. And you can contact my office, and we can let you know exactly where and when.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
You bet.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, councils, Mayor Pro Tem, Chris Christophe. Still have property in the city as well as in the county. Gentleman was very, like many other, because of the overwhelmed feeling and support, as the mayor was with me last week, with finally getting the USO open, the lounge at McCarran International.
And by the way,
Excuse me, sir.
By the way, one of the gentlemen who was primarily responsible credited you with your efforts.
Yes, Chuck Lombardo
That's
was
correct.
with me. We both got together when he was stressed out for almost 4 years and didn't know, and I said to him very clearly, I said, I just go in a different direction. Former Marine and a person, I don't mix politics and money with my attitude towards men and women, may they be veterans or as well as active military personnel. We should never put money on projects like that or discuss a situation where we cannot do anything. We have to make the sacrifices like they make the sacrifices every day of the week. So I was very honored to see you, Your Honor, and knowing that this other project that I have required and requested on federal help, on some documents, what kind of money has been raised for this, because they, a year ago, more than a year ago, they pledged right in this place that if they did not come up with the $800,000, that they would put the money up themselves. That tape I have, as well as the people at Nellis Air Force, Your Honor, have the same information. I have nothing against American Shooters Club, but to me, when they say they're going to select a monument, Your Honor, you selected. The Pro Tem Mayor selected, as well as the City Council. We spent over $40,000. Did anybody ever call my office or call me and say, would you come down so we can submit yours? And to me, that's like saying, well, Mr. Christophe doesn't exist. I will always exist when it comes to our men and women or our veterans to get the recognition. I don't like commercial enterprise involved in raising money because they use their business. I think that's a poor judgment on some people's part. And I take it serious, as well as the people in the city of Las Vegas and the county, Your Honor, and I'd like to get your just a little opinion on that, because they thought it was a done deal. I haven't said a thing for almost a year and 5 weeks. I haven't come to you, I haven't begged or anything, but
You're not
I
begging.
wanted to know.
I'll be briefed by the Mayor Pro Tem's office and try to answer any questions that you may have.
So I think the one that the city paid for, the taxpayers paid for it, have a right to submit that one particular drawing, that the city spend money, put it together to be submitted with the others. I asked that last year, I asked in the middle of the year, and nobody has ever called me. They all have my number and my address.
Mr. Christoph, the proposals that I've seen, the ideas that they have, there's a lot more thought and a lot more, I think, dedication to the veterans of this great country being put into these 4 kiosks that we're going to be able to look at in a couple of weeks. I mean, they're going to be tremendous. And I'd really like you to come down and look at them.
Give me an opportunity to have you or the city have the one that the city has paid for as well as supported. Be submitted with the others. That's the only right thing to do.
Okay.
It's not me. I didn't create it. The mayor and you and the staff put it together as something great, as well as the surrounding of the stones in the ground. That was done by your office. And to me, we should take credit, not just as the taxpayers who put the money up, as well as your office, to be involved with this. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, I told Mr. Farlow, 4-minute timer.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Mr. Mayor, to speed things along, I would ask that I just leave a letter in your boxes at the 10th floor and let them distribute that. But I'll tell you right off the bat, I met at the banks, so that's going to be the gist
That's a
of it.
big surprise to me.
But take the 3 minutes to read the letter, if you will.
That's
Thank you.
more than fair. Thank you. Anyone else like to be heard at this time? All right, then we'll close citizens' participation, and I'll ask whether any member of the council wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda. We can't act upon it, but you're certainly more than welcome to be heard.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Councilman Ross?
They're all looking at me. Mayor, you did a great job at the last council meeting pumping up the Eldorado Rodeo and the Eldorado Parade, and I want to do it one more time.
Good.
Folks watching at home, folks here today, May 13th through the 16th is the Eldorado Rodeo. On Saturday, May 15th, of course, is the Eldorado Parade starting at 7 o'clock. Councilman Barlow, I understand you're riding this year.
I rode last year, if you recall. I brought my horse into the parade and rode last year.
I saw the horse go by, but you weren't on it.
I was on it.
I'm just kidding.
I was actually riding it backwards. I'll be riding it again this year, too. I'm looking forward to it. May 15th.
That's all I've got, man.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be riding a Bentley. Bentley convertible. Anybody else?
Yes. Just wanted to inform the community that tomorrow, the first Thursday of every month, I host Coffee with the Councilman. I will be at the Bonanza and Rancho location at Starbucks. So any members of the community, residents or business members, please come in and have a conversation with me, coffee and tea on me. And we're going to have share some dialogue in regards to what it is that you would like to speak with me about and how it is that I can provide a level of service to you, your community, or your businesses alike. Also, I encourage the entire community to go and check my website. There's a lot of pertinent and great information out on my website. I update it very often. And feel free to go out to www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5, and you will have an opportunity to receive a lot of great information. In particular, I've just posted an opportunity for youth returning to college to receive scholarship dollars as well as internship opportunities. So if you are a youth or a parent who has a youth that's returning to college in the fall, we have scholarship opportunities for them, as well as my monthly newsletter. Go onto my site and sign up for my monthly newsletter, which will also put you in the loop of what's going on in and around fabulous Ward 5. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman, did you want to have any announcements?
Didn't you want to speak? Or you want to be...
All right.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
I just wanted to announce that this month we celebrate Older American Month, and every year in May, a formal presentation proclamation is issued asking the entire nation to pay tribute in some way to older persons in their communities. This year's theme is Age Strong, Live Long. It recognizes the diversity and vitality of today's older Americans who span 3 generations. They have lived through wars and hard times, as well as periods of unprecedented prosperity. They pioneered new technologies in media, communications, and industry while spearheading a cultural revolution that won equal rights for minorities, women, and disabled Americans. Southern Nevada's Clark County has been one of the country's fastest growing communities and has evolved to one of the nation's top retirement destinations. 1 of every 4 new residents and more than 26% of the total Clark County population, it would be a person who is an older individual. And I'm just saying that as the nation is giving tribute, maybe we in the rest of the days in this month might give special attention to the older Americans that are living in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. It's my pleasure to announce that this Saturday, May 8th at 9 o'clock in the morning, Councilman Stavros Anthony and myself are going to celebrate the opening of the Angel Park Trailhead. And we're going to be out there meeting at the trail tunnel that runs under Durango at the far west side of the Kellogg-Zaire Park. From the tunnel, we're going to walk about a quarter-mile south to the Angel Park Trailhead. And I invite everybody to join Councilman Stavros Anthony and myself, our dogs, our kids, anything else that we can put on a leash. We're going to have a great fitness walk and a trailhead celebration. I'm looking forward to celebrating that with my friend Councilman Stavros Anthony. What's the matter? What's the matter?
I'm not going to what else could be placed on a leash. I'm not doing it. I refuse. Okay, Councilman Anthony, you have anything? All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, thanks, sir.
All right, San Gennaro feast tomorrow night, and then on Friday morning, coffee with the mayor being paid for by Councilman Barlow. Meeting's adjourned. Okay, at this time, may I have a motion to go into closed session, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
All right, and following the closed door session, the meeting will be adjourned. Thank you. Motion, you have to vote? Right. Not to vote? Right. Okay. Good? All right, motion carried.
I'm coming out.
That's strong. That's strong. Now, what Barlow had, it's very strong. He's on a horse.
Oh. Yeah.